of particular conferences, seminars, projects. So I happily agree to write chapters for books, edited volumes. And I've slowly begun to go to conferences also. Previously, I was not going for a long time. But in COVID period, I also spoke on many digital platforms, as we just spoke with Sharanya. Several talks. I went back to Sufi material, some material on the political culture, some historiographical reconsiderations, which is one of my favorite area of interest. What exactly is going on in the discipline? So, bits of written chapters on literary and historical traditions, for instance. I did a chapter for Richard Eaton and Richard Eaton and Ramesh Srinivasan volume on the Mughal World Handbook of Oxford Handbook of Mughal World, but that's not come out yet for some reason. So yeah, but while teaching in the university for 4 days a week, it becomes difficult, but some work still.
Very prolific. I'm told that we are live now, so
Okay.
we still have a bit of time. So we'll start at 10.
Okay.
And okay.
Does Devdut have a slide for this session?
Yes, he has.
Yeah, so maybe he can show that, right?
Devdut?
Yes.
Kumkumdi has also joined. Good morning, Kumkumdi. Thank you for joining today. She has been quite regular in attending our sessions. Thank you so much for this.
I was wondering, can you let me know what is the time when Sonia Wake will be speaking?
She will speak at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Today, I think all our speakers have some JNU connection. At some stage or the other, they have studied in JNU. All the 4 speakers.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I'm doing the connection.
JNU continues to attract good students from all over the country still. So lots of questioning, lots of critique will still be possible.
Maruna has joined in as well. Raji, Maruna is the head of the department, on leave at present, but she's joining next week.
You have a very dynamic department, lots of activities. Political, scholarly publication. Some people have very huge publication profile. Kaushik Roy might still be publishing his books with the same pace that he did in the last 10-15 years. I don't know whether Kaushik is here today.
No, Kaushik is not here today. At present, he's not. He's not fine then. Okay, maybe we'll kind of start off the session. Oriji, take over, please.
Good morning, esteemed speakers, faculty members, special invitees, and dear participants on Google Meet and YouTube, where the lectures are being live streamed. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Department of History, Jadavpur University, on the 4th day of this one-week online workshop on studying history, perspectives, and sources. We are continuing with the medieval and early modern section of the talks. We are glad that we have a sizable number of participants on YouTube. Before I introduce today's events and the speakers, there are few requests. Those who are not presenting, please mute your microphones. If you have questions or comments, please type them in the chat box. We will get to them in the dedicated discussion session after each talk. We have arranged our program into 2 sessions with a break between the 2 sessions. The theme of our first session is Processes of State Formation. Each speaker will have 1 hour for presentation, followed by 20 minutes of Q&A session. With this, it is my privilege to introduce our first speaker for the day, Professor Raziuddin Akil. Professor Raziuddin Akil is a professor in the Department of History at the University of Delhi. His area of research interest includes medieval and early modern Indian history, literary and historical traditions, religion and political cultures, and Sufism in Indian environment. Professor Akil received his PhD from the Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He has numerous publications to his credit. Some of the most recent books he has authored are Days in the Life of a Sufi, 101 Enchanting Stories of Wisdom, published in 2020. Lovers of God, Sufism and Politics of Islam in Medieval India, published in 2017. The Muslim Question, Understanding Islam and Indian History, published in 2017. Professor Akil has also co-edited a number of books. The most recent are An Earthly Paradise, Trade, Politics and Culture in Early Modern Bengal, published in 2020. Literary and Religious Practices in Medieval and Early Modern India, published in 2016. History in the Vernacular, published in 2008. Professor Akil has numerous papers published in journals and edited volumes. Today, he will speak on political violence and the question of legitimacy in the Delhi Sultanate. I now request Professor Raziuddin Akil to kindly begin his presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Arijita, for your kind introduction. And good morning, everyone. Jadavpur University is, as we all know, is one of the most prestigious institutions of higher education in the country today. And when I was associated with CSSS Calcutta early in my career, I had participated in several programs in the Department of Comparative Literature at Jadavpur, as also attending some shows in Film Studies program department, English department. But this is the first occasion that I am speaking in a history department program here. So I'm really honored and feeling privileged that I'm here. And therefore, I'm grateful to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be part of this important stock taking on sources and perspectives across periods and specializations in the study of Indian history. I would especially like to thank Professor Nupur Das Gupta, Dr. Samarpita Mitra, Dr. Usha Ray, and not to forget the very self-effacing Dr. Tilottama Mukherjee. I was unable to attend any of the sessions of the workshop last week, as I was busy in a couple of other activities in Jamia Millia Islamia and Delhi University. I understand that the previous presentations by a number of distinguished colleagues have been widely appreciated. In my presentation today, as it was announced, I'll speak on political violence and the question of legitimacy in the Delhi Sultanate. I have a long draft here to speak from, but I will be focusing especially on Ziauddin Barni's accounts in his voluminous Tarikh-e-Firuz Shahi, focusing on the reigns especially of three Delhi Sultans in the latter half of the 13th and early 14th centuries, Ghiyasuddin Balban, Alauddin Khalji, and the more intriguing case of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. So Tughlaqi Farmans are famous. We need to know what were those Tughlaqi Farmans which have become part of the popular memory in terms of the political mess people in power are capable of creating. Was he irresponsible, completely evil, or there was something more to it, and some consideration, some thinking about good governance, so to say. Now, depending on how much time I will have, I will be focusing on some examples from Tarikh-e-Firuz Shahi on the reigns of these very, very powerful sultans who consolidated the Delhi Sultanate in very strong terms. Delhi Sultanate, as we have understood, in terms of the power, large territorial control, symbols of authority, many things that we have understood as part of the strong political process, etc., had emerged in a big way in the latter half of the 13th century, beginning from early inroads in the earlier era, late 12th, early 13th century, but late 13th century and first half of the 14th century, 90 years roughly is a period that Barni has covered in his Tarikh-e-Firuz Shahi, is actually very, very important phase in the Delhi Sultanate. And some bits of violence have happened in the wake of the conquest. Some violence happened to crush rebellions. And it is important that as historians, we take cognizance of the specific cases of what was going on in what context. So if violence has happened, it is important that we take that into account. So therefore, given the frequent reference to violence in pre-colonial period in our political discussion today in the public domain, it is important that serious professional historians return to examine medieval narratives of conquest involving violence, whether we read the Tabaqat-e-Nasri of Minhaj Siraj, or in some cases of the kind that I'll present, Barni's Tarikh-e-Firuz Shahi. Those violence may not have been genocidal in terms of nature and scale as an organized ethnic cleansing that we know did not happen, but political violence nonetheless, and therefore justification of that violence in the name of religion, for instance, and therefore seeking legitimacy for political actions. So to ascertain the accuracy and distinctiveness of particular incidents as critical historical moments are the job of the historian. This task has not been properly handled by dominant sections of of professional historians of medieval and early modern India. The right-wing propaganda, from whatever perspective, Hindu right, Muslim separatism, is much of it is propaganda and therefore can be easily trashed. They don't deserve serious scholarly consideration, except an analysis of what exactly they are saying and what abuses of those examples they are making in the politics that they are doing. But on the kind of a scale that we are and register and scholarship that we are concerned about, from that level and scholarship, I will say that often self-identified as left of the center, secular and liberal scholars who are condemned by Hindu communalists as anti-nationals, these historians have tended to de-emphasize the nature and scale of violence under Muslim rulers, sanitizing cases of violence, and are often seen to be justifying major reports of massacres as obvious consequences of political conquest. Sultan Mahmud did violence because he was not doing anything with regard to religion. He was only interested in loot, maybe. They argue that reference to religion was made by rulers to justify and legitimize violent attacks, whereas the actual intent of motive was political conquest and economic aggrandizement. And therefore, the Sultan's attacks on Hindu places of worship have been characterized by best of the historians as mere loot and plunder, which did not involve any large-scale ethnic cleansing on religious grounds as part of the conquest. That's the explanation of N. So there is something of a consensus among secular historians speaking on political conquests and governing principles to emphasize on peaceful community relations marked by ethnic and religious diversity in medieval India. This, we are told, is the requirement of the time because right-wing propaganda people are continuously attacking with some examples. So therefore, religious tolerance was the hallmark of Turkish, Afghan, and Mughal rulers who built and ruled over vast subcontinental empires for the major part of medieval and early modern eras, goes the assertion that this has to be emphasized. So viewed from the above perspective, medieval India witnessed broad and inclusive framework of political ideas, theories, and practices adopted by Mughal emperors, such as Akbar, late in the 16th century. And by contrast, rulers like Aurangzeb, 1658, 1707, late in the 17th century, drew on narrow sectarian ideologies, especially invoking the name of Sunnite Islam for legitimizing some of the outrageous political aggrandizement. So we have broad political theory framework, something of the akhlaq kind that Muzaffar Alam had proposed, and we also have the older, more Sunni Islamic kind of political proposition of the kind that Aurangzeb could be abusing for legitimation of his political aspirations. So violence was possible in the wake of conquest and empire building, but medieval works on political theory advocated minimum use of force under all circumstances. This is from Alauddin Khalji's time and even earlier, that maybe people can be enslaved and used rather than killed. So these texts therefore articulated political ideology on how to govern a vast subcontinental country with so much diversity, especially for resolving the question of religious assertions through emphasis on broad-based governing principles, conceptualized as peace with all in Akbar's case, by late 16th century, Sulh-e-Kul. It was understood that political conquest might involve a lot of violence, but governing principles of the state had to be inclusive and just, offering space for all the diversity to respectfully coexist. And intersecting political and cultural domains, Sufi Bhakti propositions, complex maybe, also preach peaceful coexistence and tolerance of other people's religious beliefs and practices, which further explains the amazing diversity as a historical reality in our country and society. Peaceful coexistence, respectful coexistence of different sects and cults and communities. In this context, there is a need, therefore, to take cognizance of cases of aggressive sectarianism, complex identity formation, questions of conversion, and desecration of places of worship, and occasional attempts to abuse political power in the name of religion. Often, historians would be either, abusing these issues or be silent about them. Unlike early modern Europe, where the emperors had realized that since they had the power to conquer and build an empire, they had the power to control and govern also. And this is from the Governmentality, very fine lecture by Michel Foucault on governmentality. On the other hand, medieval and early modern Indian rulers continued to seek religious legitimacy for political action. So religion and politics get entangled. Thus, historians have attempted to explain religious justification of political violence in the wake of battles for conquest, examine governing principles and political frameworks. And political frameworks are important, some political theory. Since the conquerors needed to come down from their horses and establish their rule as well as law and order. So what were the governing principles, political frameworks informing the law? Shariat is one, but Sunni Hanafi interpretation of Islam in the form of what they call Shariat, law, Islamic law, is one way of looking at things. But rulers will also be devising their own different rules and regulations, Zabta or Zawabit in plural, as Bardi has written in both Tarikh Firuzshahi and Fatwa Jahandari, to which I'll come back shortly. And therefore, to understand continuous attempts at resolving religious and cultural conflicts, in terms of interest, rulers created these conditions for a consensus. So moving away from the usual binary, either celebrating or condemning political violence and bloodshed, as in the separatist communal kind of narratives, or completely denying the cases of violence, some writings have stressed on the struggle for peace as actual example of peaceful community relations. So struggle for peace is the reality. And not always peaceful community relations, because communities have continuously tried to spar with each other, tried to use political power against one another. Mass violence would not have been the order of the day in terms of political action or butcheries, but politics and society was not free from religious and communal tensions either. So the sanitized account of the past, without reference to the difficulties the society has faced, and some of the difficulties of a long history, going forward and bringing us to modern times. Some of the concerns that we are forced to deal with today have genealogies going backward in time, 19th century projections of what was happening in the medieval period, etc., with some examples from the medieval period arbitrarily used. So in my presentation here, I will refer to some specific cases of political violence and reports of massacres in the Delhi Sultanate, long period, 1206, 1526, but there are different phases. The 13th century, the 14th century, 15th and first half of the 16th century, for the major part of which roughly the whole of the Indian subcontinent was ruled from Delhi by powerful sultans with Turkish antecedents and exposure to Persianized political culture of Central Asia and Iran. In view of the abundance of material available in contemporary sources, and there's no dearth of sources for the Delhi Sultanate that historians should not be working on, the focus here will be on moments of violence under three most despotic rulers who brooked no criticism, resistance or protests against their rule, which tended to be completely arbitrary and in complete disregard for existing conventions of politics and governance. Though continuously Balban would be referring to what were the Sassanid, pre-Islamic Sassanid rulers were doing, and was styling himself accordingly. Alauddin Khalji would be continuously referring to styling himself as something of an Alexander II, Sikandar Sani, to the extent that in that arrogance and madness with power that he enjoyed, he also thought that maybe, like Prophet Muhammad, he can start another religion. And he also has 4 friends, like the 4 caliphs of the Prophet. He was a completely jahil person, Alauddin Khalji, he would say, and he was completely irreligious also, but had such aspirations. And especially the very interesting case of Sultan Muhammad Tughlaq. He was not a jahil person. He was a learned person. Was continuously consulting scholars and discussing with them as to what is good for his rule, as Alauddin Khalji also would do, but some difference. So these are the 3 rulers whose examples, some of which I will be from their rule I will be presenting here. Together they covered a long period. 1266 to 86 is Sultan Ghiyasuddin Balban. 1296 to 1316 is Alauddin Khalji. Muhammad Tughlaq, 1325-51. Long period of 25-26 years, Muhammad Tughlaq alone. The intervening period of about 10 years each between the reigns of the first 2 and the last 2, Balban and Alauddin Khalji and Tughlaq, were somewhat marred by political uncertainties and crises, especially due to dynastic changes. Ghiyasuddin Balban's death was so unfortunate for him and his family, in the sense of he had terrorized his own family so much that Bughra Khan was happy that he can continue to be based in Lucknow in Bengal, rather than coming to take over as the Sultan of Delhi. So instead his son would become, and he couldn't handle it. Similarly, Alauddin, by the time Alauddin Khalji goes, his Khalji Sultanate is also, not on a strong footing, and Qutbuddin Mubarak Shah Khalji is going to mess it up. Muhammad Tughlaq is known to have created difficulties for his own father. Certainly, we don't have evidence, but it would appear that it was a murder that would, prop up Muhammad Tughlaq as the next Sultan. Alauddin Khalji had killed his own, very, his benefactor, very generous, kind uncle, Sultan Jalaluddin Khalji, embracing him and getting him killed. Balban, for 20 years he was Naib to Sultan Nasiruddin Mahmud, and all power was in his hands, to the extent that Barni would say that how the Sultan was a mere namuna and the real power was in the hand of Sultan Ghiyasuddin Balban. So these 3 rulers not only ensured political stability, but also expanded and consolidated their powers in larger areas than they had inherited. Though the last phase of the Tughlaq Sultan also witnessed sign of weakness and breaking of the empire in some outlying regions, such as the Deccan and Bengal, which went on to have their own regional sultanates in southern and eastern India. This part, on the breaking part, I will return towards the end of my presentation here. So, information, sources. Much information is available in contemporary court chronicles, histories, and travelogues of such credible authorities as Amir Khusro, who saw the reigns of several of them, all the way to the beginning of the reign of Sultan Muhammad Tughlaq, and working with Ghiyasuddin Balban's son, Prince Muhammad in Multan. Zawuddin Barni, apart from a long association of his family with the Sultanate, his maternal uncle was the governor of Lucknow. He himself, for 17 years, was a very close companion, boon companion, Nadeem, of Muhammad Tughlaq. And therefore, Barney's account of the reign of Muhammad Tughlaq is very, very important for understanding what the Sultan wanted to do and what was going on inside the system. We also have Izzuddin Isami's, Futuh Salatin, written in Deccan, the emerging Bahmani Sultanate, and therefore critical of the Delhi Sultanate, especially Muhammad Tughlaq. And Ibn Battuta was here in Delhi in the reign of Muhammad Tughlaq. And there are several other accounts which are available. So there is no dearth of the material for working on the history of the Delhi Sultanate. Any topic that one can think of, look for the material, get the material. Historians get the material that they look for. So all of them wrote from their different perspectives, often corroborating each other's accounts and providing justifications or offering criticisms from their varied locations in the political spectrum of the period. As I said, Isami and Ibn Battuta compared to Barney writing. And roughly a century from the middle of the 13th century to the middle of the 14th, Balban to Muhammad Tughlaq, and Barney would be writing another 5-6 years of the reign of first 5-6 years of the reign of Firuz Shah Tughlaq also. So roughly 90 years or nearly a century. 1266 to 1356. So 90 years of the rule of the sultans discussed in Barney's very, very authoritative, very important work, the Tarikh Firuz Shahi. So Barney's detailed accounts of cases of large-scale killings, not only during battles, but also about those who were captured alive and hanged in a spectacle of violence is worth considering. So not only violent combats and therefore killings, but cold-blooded massacres, which could be considered genocidal in some cases. Delhi sultans have not paid us to be kind to them, as historians say. No, they were so very innocent. So therefore, Barney offers opinions on how violence was either justified or condemned, and how occasional attempts to intervene and prevent cold-blooded massacres also worked. Sometimes Sufis intervened, Qazis intervened, and we know that Balban listened, Muhammad Tughlaq listened. Sometimes they didn't, and when they didn't, the horrors that were created were, shocking for their own time and could be abused, in modern times by interested parties. So I must quickly mention, apart from these works that I'm referring to of Amir Khusro or Zia Barni, Tabqat Nasri earlier, Minhaj al-Siraj, Izzuddin Isami, several of them, 15th century, early 15th century, Yahya Sarandi's Tarikh Mubarak Shahi. These texts, sources, chronicles, histories, huge Sufi literature, Sufi biographies, Tazkiras, Tazkira like Siyarul Awliya of Amir Khurd Kirmani, which is largely dedicated to the Chishti Sufis, and large part of it is about the lives of the Sufis associated with, and scholars and friends associated with Nizamuddin Awliya, in which Amir Khurd Kirmani has also written a biography of Barni, as a friend of part of a close circle of Nizamuddin Awliya, along with Amir Khusro, Amir Hasan Sizzi, etc. I will come back to it. But let me quickly mention that scholarship on Delhi Sultanate is not completely devoid of the complexities of the kind that we bring to bear in our scholarship, and therefore we know that Delhi Sultanate scholarship has also, the focus has been largely certainly on the Mughal period, in the late 16th century, 17th century. 18th century is a big thing. Whether you look at from the perspective of Mughal centrism or regions asserting themselves in terms of the vibrant economy and political culture in those parts. But Delhi Sultanate has also been attracting some of the finest historians in the past, into the present. I'm just thinking in terms of paying tribute to the fine scholarship of ABM Habibullah, then Muhammad Habib and K. Nizami edited, apart from their own works, edited that comprehensive history of the Delhi Sultanate. Andre Wing's Al-Hind series has a couple of volumes, on the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th century period. Sunil Kumar, who was my senior colleague here in Delhi University, his PhD thesis under J.F. Richards at Duke University, The Emergence of Delhi Sultanate, was published in the 13th century, was published by Permanent Black some 2007, so some years now. And the older work of Peter Jackson on the Delhi Sultanate remains important, even if it is political, but some bits on the Mongol invasions and Mongols really created difficulties for older regimes, bringing about major change in Central Asia, Iran, partly affecting the subcontinent also, and therefore Mongol invasions. Much of the desperations of Alauddin Khalji was precisely because he was supposed to deal with the Mongol invasions, protect Delhi from their onslaught. Muzaffar Alam's Languages of Political Islam has a discussion on Sufis, also on Barni's Fatah Chandari, which is slightly disappointing in the sense that Muzaffar was my supervisor in JNU. He's one of the finest historians of Mughal political culture, religion, political culture today. In the last 20 years, going back to his older work, also Crisis of Empire in Mughal North India, but his Languages of Political Islam, and the chapter on Barni is somewhat disappointing in the sense that Muzaffar is not saying anything different from what Muhammad Habib has said about Barni being a fanatic theologian, etc. And Muzaffar should know that it is not true. Barni was associated with Nizamuddin Aulia, Amir Khusro, Amir Hasan Sizzi. He was a personal companion, boon companion of Muhammad Tughlaq. What theology was he doing? He was not a theologian at all. In recent times, Blaine Oyer's work is on the Delhi Sultanate, symbols of authority in medieval Islam. I have a copy of his book here. Let me show it to you. It's a paperback, new series of paperbacks published by Bloomsbury. This is Symbols of Authority in Medieval Islam, History, Religion, and Muslim Legitimacy in the Delhi Sultanate. As also a couple of fine articles by Vasilius Cyrus, who is in JNU these days on Greek chair professorship, on Muhammad Tughlaq compared with Firoz Shah Tughlaq. So Muhammad Tughlaq as an evil who failed, so failed state of Muhammad Tughlaq compared to the virtuous, pious, pietistic Firoz Shah Tughlaq, whose welfare state of the Delhi Sultanate latter half of the 14th century was celebrated by Shamsi Raj Afif in his Tarikh Firoz Shahi. So a couple of other very interesting comparisons Cyrus has done. Barni compared with Machiavelli. So Barni in the 14th century is talking about ideas which are discussed by Machiavelli in the 16th century. So it's 200 years advance on political principles and governance and ideas, etc. So these are some interesting works that come to mind immediately. I mentioned about various different kinds of literary sources. There are built heritage all over Delhi, or wherever you go from the 13th, 14th, 15th century. We have huge architecture, visual, which historians of architecture, art and architecture are using now in their fine work. And then there are older, conventional sources like inscriptions and coins available for historians for some appreciation, better appreciation of the history of the Delhi Sultanate. I am focusing on Barni's account because Barni's account actually provides us a very, very detailed, almost accurate accounts of the reigns of these the sultans of the Delhi Sultanate. And therefore, let me quickly refer to where Barni was coming from. He is dismissed in secular histories as a bigoted theologian whose views smacked of communalism. And such an understanding of the author sounds simplistic, even contradictory, as I said earlier, also dismissing as unimportant the work of a fine historian that he is, looking at Tariq-e-Firoz Shahi, a perceptive political theorist, a well-informed personal advisor of Sultan Muhammad Tughlaq, sincere disciple of Chishti Sufi Nizamuddin Aulia, and close friends with noted Sufi poets and Sultanate officials, Amir Khusro and Amir Hassan, among others. And therefore, indeed, Barni had nothing to do with theology, and he dismissed as impracticable the claims of Shariat as a state law advocated by the Sunnite ulama. Instead, the author was articulating, and this is a very, very interesting point that emerges from his Tariq-e-Firoz Shahi and Fatah Jahandari, that he was articulating an elitist political discourse. And that is, the supremacy and domination of Islam can only be established in contrast to the inferiority and subordination of non-Islam, since power cannot be enjoyed in a vacuum. And therefore, there is no need to convert non-Muslim population to Islam and give them equal status. So if there is equal status in the society, where will the power be enjoyed? So therefore, conversion is not recommended in such an ideology. And even Indian converts to Islam were to be treated as inferior people who should not have been converted in the first place. And Muhammad Habib, in his translation of Fatwa Jahandari, is sharply critical of Barni's condemnation of the so-called low-born people, low-caste people, calling them kamina, and all that is important in the sense that he was speaking from that very, very elitist position. And it was happening because with a certain degree of democratization of the Sultanate polity, a large number of Indians were able to break into a system to change the course of history, which would mean that the older nobility and their family and interests were going to be at stake. And therefore, it would create difficulties for them. And therefore, someone like Barni would be reacting in that manner. If you read the introduction to the Tariq-e-Firoz Shahi by Barni, which is now, this text is available in a very good English translation by Ishtiyaq Ahmad Zilli, who was a professor in Aligarh, and he now is the director of a very important early 20th century established center for research in Azamgarh. It's called Darul Musannifin Shibli Academy. So Professor Zilli is the director there, and he has translated Tariq-e-Firoz Shahi. It's a very, very authoritative translation, and it is published by Primus, and it is available. So those of you who are interested in reading this text should actually look out for a copy. The introduction especially is very, very important in terms of Barni's method and as a historian. And within that, he is very sharply critical of people coming from non-elite kind of background, pretending to be writing history, which he says that are so bad that it will be trashed, it will be sold to Kabadiwala, no one will read, and the paper will be recycled for writing a better history of the kind that he has written, and therefore there will be a lasting presence of that text of the kind that he did. In fact, he makes that claim that the history of the kind that I have written has not been written by any other place, any other person. And if I make such a claim, who will agree with me? Because no one is capable of agreeing with me either. Is a very, very interesting claim he has made in the concluding part of his introduction. Garbeguyam ke neez dar alam masal tarikh man tarikh digar. If I say that does not exist in the world a history of the kind that I have produced, masal tarikh man kitab digar, chundar in ilm alami nabud. No one is a scholar in this field ke kunat guftae mara bavar, that can believe in what I'm saying. Garbeguyam ke neez dar alam मसल तारीख मन किताब दिगर चुंदर इन इल्म आलमी नबूद के कुनत गुफ्ते मारा बावर. If I say there does not exist in the world any other book like the history of mind, since there is none who is proficient in this subject, who will believe in what I am saying? And therefore, Barni would say that he has begun to write history from the reign of Ghiyasuddin Balban, arguing the history of early period of the emergence of the Delhi Sultanate down to the middle of the 13th century has been ably dealt with by Qazi Munaj Siraj in his Tabaqat Nasri, and makes a very interesting point. It says that if he writes the same thing, people will say you are merely writing the same thing that Qazi Munaj Siraj has written. And if I write something different, people will say, how are you going to differ with Qazi Munaj Siraj? So we know it is very difficult for younger historians today to differ with senior historians like Qazi Munaj Siraj threatened, sort of very existence or authority threatened Barni to the extent that Barni would then say that, okay, let me write history from the time Minhaj had stopped. So there will be no clash of interest here. I will be running out of time, but I have a lot of material to present here. Let me skip the portions regarding Balban, examples from the reign of Balban and Alauddin Khalji, to move to what Barni has said about Muhammad Tughlaq. And the reign of Muhammad Tughlaq is very interesting from the examples that is available to us. So Sultan Muhammad Tughlaq's outrageous farmans or orders are invoked every time people in power come up with out of the box ideas, drastically changing the system and adversely affecting the general population. The Sultan's eventful rule offers important insights on how brutal measures adopted to implement some very good ideas can get completely discredited. The people rebelled against the despot because of the severity of his actions, and the latter severely punished those who defied his authority. So the more the people resisted, the more they were chastised. It was a vicious cycle already known to people, as we know today, was already known to people in his time, during the reign of Muhammad Tughlaq. People were talking about it. And Barni quotes the Sultan as saying, therefore, which I have paraphrased in English, and the original Persian is, Har ilaji ke bekunam, dawa pazir nabut, wa ilaj man dar babe baghyan, the rebels, befarmanan, the disobedient people, the mukhalifan, the opponents and badkhahan, the ill-wishers, tiras, sword. Har ilaje ke bekunam dawa pazir nabud, wa ilaje man dar babe baghyano, befarmanano, mukhalifino, badkhahan, tiras, har chand khalq mukhalifat beshtar khan kar, man siyasat beshtar khan kar. The more the people rebel, the more I punish them. This was the formula, completely vicious situation that had emerged. At the height of his power, Muhammad Tughlaq presided over a large subcontinental empire, and condemned as somewhat mad or devilish, the charges leveled against him included the all-knowing Sultan would not listen to any advice, no matter how good and well-meaning. Barni says he gave many advice, but Sultan was not listening. He would not brook any criticism, tolerate any criticism, even from people who were not opposed to him. He would not tolerate any opposition, and the opponents could be suppressed and removed in most ingenious ways. Perhaps he had no qualms in killing his own father to capture power, though no judge could have proved the charge, as I mentioned in the beginning also. And there is something about it which needs to be spoken about. The bestowal of kingship in the Sufi sense was certainly operative here, that Sultan Muhammad Tughlaq had become Sultan by the blessings of Nizamuddin Aulia, who was facing lots of difficulties from Sultan Ghiyasuddin Balban. Sultan Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, we know that returning from a campaign in Bengal, the Sultan had sent a message to Nizamuddin Aulia saying, you have done enough Sufism here in Delhi. You should leave the place, go wherever you want to. So that famous response of Nizamuddin Aulia to Ghasuddin Tughlaq was, Hunuz Dilli Durast. This Hunuz Dilli Duras, Delhi is very far for you, basically, was said in 1325, and it is recorded in a text written in 1415, Tarikh-e-Mubarak Shahi of Yahya Sarhindi. So within 90 years, this formula, rhetorical statement attributed to Nizamuddin Aulia, is already written, is available. And Sufi literature, a biographical account of Nizamuddin Aulia written within 25 years of his death in Deccan, mentions that how Delhi was destroyed by Muhammad Tughlaq while shifting his capital from Delhi to Devgir, renamed Daulatabad, because of the curse of Nizamuddin Aulia, that Nizamuddin Aulia had to face so much difficulty over his practice of music, Sufi music, Mahfil-e-Sama, that was opposed to by the ulama and was used by Sultan Muhammad Ghasuddin Tughlaq against him. So many of the things that the Sultan would be Muhammad Tughlaq would be then go on to do would be completely scandalous, affecting even the Sufis. Nizamuddin Aulia has died quickly, 1325. Within months of Muhammad Tughlaq taking over. Khusro also goes, but Nasiruddin Chiragh Delhi was the successor to Nizamuddin Aulia in the Chishti Silsila, had to face serious difficulties at the hands of Muhammad Tughlaq, and many of the Chishti followers, associates of Nizamuddin Aulia were dispersed. Some went to Daulatabad, some went away to Makkah for Hajj. Huge difficulties that was created by this dislocation caused by Muhammad Tughlaq shifting his capital. Nasiruddin Chiragh Delhi actually is said to have the one perhaps was only notable in the city who refused to go, and therefore this epithet of lamp of Delhi, Chiragh Delhi, is ascribed to him, is associated with him. With many of his famous projects like the token currency, the conquest of the Himalayas, many different kinds of rebellions at different places failing, Tughlaq was in a bad situation that we know of. And through all this, Muhammad Tughlaq continued to placate religious leaders, philosophers, foreign dignitaries, and he dared to marginalize actors, besides seeking testimonials from the Caliph of Egypt, to the extent that even Barni was surprised that Muhammad Tughlaq is so irreligious, and yet he is looking for a Caliph who will give him Manshur, a manifesto, saying, okay, you are doing good work in the name of Islam, on behalf of the Caliph, who in turn was spreading the message of the Prophet, who in turn represented God. So it was surprising. So for a while, showing great deference to his moral authority, the Caliph, which baffled the public, for they thought the Sultan was beyond any control. When disgusted, he even contemplated vacating his seat of power in favor of his cousin Firoz Shah Tughlaq, who takes over eventually, and a couple of other officers, and himself go away on a pilgrimage to Makkah. He said, "मैं मक्का जा रहा हूँ, मैं काबा हज करने के लिए चला जाऊँगा." But he was not the one to give up easily. Disobedience to the autocrat was interpreted as defiance of authority of God, which demanded severe chastisement, according to him. Therefore, instead of focusing on policy and governance, he applied himself excessively to the business of punishment. None could escape his wrath. Treatment ranging from simple beheading to more spectacular skinning and cutting into pieces to make veritable meat pulao for serving to elephants, about which this is a spectacular case, certainly. And elephants rebelled because, because elephants are supposed to be vegetarians. So this last episode has been written about in some details by Richard Eaton and Philip Wagner in their very interesting work called Power, Memory, and Architecture. This is with regard to Muhammad Tughlaq's own cousin, Gurshas Khan, who was appointed by him as the as the governor at Warangal, had rebelled. And he rebelled with, and in doing so, he had taken the support of the local rajas, who were still not part of the Sultanate politics. So Muhammad Tughlaq had to actually personally march to Warangal to crush the rebellion. And the punishment of the kind that is mentioned here. So returning to Barney's account on what was going on in the minds of the Sultan and what discussion that he had as a boon companion with him is something that I will quickly highlight. Because I think my time will be running out in 10 minutes or something. If you can alert me when to begin to conclude, I will do so. So Barney has offered some insights on the working of the mind of the Sultan through glimpses of his conversations with him. And indeed, Barney has noted that the Sultan once consulted him and inquired, and this is very interesting. You have read much history, many books of history you have read. Tawariq Basyar Khandei, he will say, have you seen anywhere in what kind of situations had earlier kings resorted to killing? Is what is Muhammad Tughlaq asking Barney, that for all the books that you have read, what were the situations when the Sultan's rulers resorted to killings of their own subject population? Remember, subject population needs to be protected. Sultan has the capacity to kill, but he should not let anyone die. So then the Barney writes, the Sultan Bandera Farmood ke Tawariq Basyar Khandei. You have read many histories. Jai Dide ke Badshahan dar cham jurm siyasat kar deyan. What situation have you seen that the Badshahan, plural of Badshah, dar cham jurm siyasat kar deyan? What kind of crimes have been punished with execution? So Barney replied that he had read in Persian histories of Iran, Tarikh-e-Kishwari, that the king Kiswari, that the king cannot rule over the people without taking resort to capital punishment. Some people needed to be removed. If the king did not inflict ultimate punishment when needed, God alone would know what kind of calamities may raise their head due to the recalcitrance of the headstrong and unruly people, and what forms of impiety and sinfulness would appear from the subject. So Barney is actually recommending capital punishment for rebels or those who defy the authority of the Sultan. So Barney also added that in this regard, a confidant of pre-Islamic Iranian Emperor Jamshed asked him what kind of crimes needed to be punished by capital punishment. Jamshed was asked. So Jamshed replied that there were 7 crimes for which capital punishment was appropriate, but going beyond them would lead to disorder and chaos, eruption of calamities and troubles, and damage to the state. So what are the 7 crimes? I will quickly refer to, because this is very interesting in terms of where to draw legitimation for political action or invoking law in terms of punishment. So it may be worthwhile to count them here to illustrate how Barney's advice was not taken seriously by the Sultan. Barney quoted ancient Iranian ruler Jamshed mentioning the first kind of crime was apostasy, irtadad in Islam, that someone is born in Islam and then rebels against it. As din haq begardat, apostasy is one of the serious crimes in Islamic societies. So apostasy from true religion, and if the person concerned persisted with that, he should be killed. The second is one who kills a law-abiding subject would be also killed. So mutiyan, the law-abiding subjects. One who has a wife and still commits adultery with another woman. Zane digari safah kunad is the expression that Barney has used. Fourth, one who contemplates treason, ghadar, against the king and treason is proved, would be killed. And for killing is a siyasat kunan, like insaf kar rahe hain tumhare saath. Fifth, one who rebels, bagawat, baghi, and remains engaged in it would be killed. Sixth, the subject of the king who enters into friendship with the enemies of the king, dushman wa mukhalif, will be killed. Seventh is one who commits disobedience to the king, befarmani, farman ki nafarmani, that causes damage to the state would be killed. The Sultan inquired how many of these cases were approved in the traditions of the Prophet. So because he's saying that he's writing a letter, wanting a letter from the Caliph to the effect that he's ruling in the name of Islam, then he should be invoking the traditions of the Prophet and say that his actions are within the Sharia regulations. So then he would say how many of them were approved in the traditions of the Prophet. Hadith of Mustafa sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the original expression. And how many of them were concerned with the discretion of the king. So Barney submitted that 3 of the 7 crimes which warranted capital punishment were mentioned in the tradition of the Prophet. Hadith Nabawi, Hadith Mustafa, 3 of the 7. These includes apostasy, irtadad, killing of a Muslim, qatl Muslim. There it was mutiyan, any subject population, and adultery by a married man. Zanae muhsine or Zanae muhsin is the expression. So these are things. These are the gunai kabira. Irtadad and qatl Muslim means someone is killed, Muslim man, so becomes a shaheed actually, and adultery, zana. The other 4 are concerned with discretion of kings, so not supported by the traditions of the Prophet. So Barney also mentions that the Iranian Emperor Jamshed observed that the reason why rulers appointed wazirs, raised them to high status and entrusted their kingdom and administration to them was that they implemented rules and regulations. So sultans needed wazirs, powerful wazirs. Waziran dar mulk badshahan, mulk badshahan zabta paida avardean. Wazirs are required to establish, implement rules and regulations so that rulers did not need to personally stain their hands with the blood of any creature. The rulers, the Sultan does not need to kill anyone to blood, to stain his hands. As amale in zawabe daste badshahan, hand of the kings, dar khoon heech afride alude nagashte, should not become polluted, stained. Alude nagashte, khoon, as khoon. The Sultan replied to Barney that the use of capital punishment about which Jamshed had spoken was related to earlier times. In the present age, the Sultan asserted, there were very large numbers of wicked and disobedient people, and he killed them under suspicion of rebellion, treason, wickedness, and treachery. And many people who were therefore otherwise innocent, in the opinion of Barney, were eliminated. And the author is cursing himself by saying that on many occasions he had to agree with the Sultan's action, because Sultan would then otherwise remove him or from his position, or could also get killed. He says that he was greedy for power and money, that he would support the Sultan. And therefore he says that maybe Sultan is gone, now I have to face for bigger punishment on the day of judgment. And we know that Barney did try that he will be part of the court of Sultan Firoz Shah Tughlaq, but that did not happen. He was punished, and then when released, he was located at Nizamuddin Auliya Dargah, where he began to write his books, several of them. Tariq Firoz-Shahi, Fatawa Jandari, a biography of the Prophet Naate Muhammadi, a history of the Barmakid family, of the Wazirs of the Abbasid court, Tarikh-e-Ale Baramaka. And also, very interestingly, he wrote his autobiographies. Autobiographies become very famous in the 16th century and 17th with Babur Nama and others. But he wrote his own autobiographical narrative also, and interestingly called it an account of unfulfilled desires, Hasrat Nama. Hasratein jo baqi reh gayi, Hasrat Nama. So some bits of it have survived in quotations in the 14th century text, but the main text is gone. So then there are Some other very interesting details regarding these conversations that Sultan had with Barney, and Barney is reporting, quoting the Sultan, for instance, saying that the kingdom had become ill and disease was not cured by any medication. मुल्क माँ मरीज गश्त व बहर तदावी मर्ज नमी rawat, nami rawat, whatever. And then he would say that I am trying to treat the headache, then there is a fever. When he treats the fever, then there is a problem in the liver. Is the discussion here, and the entire body politic, therefore, of the state is completely disturbed by what he called Imraz-e-Mulki, the diseases of the body politics. And therefore, what was happening? That people, whether they were coming from elite background, Hawas or masses, Awam, they were becoming mutanaffir. They had complete lack of faith in the ability of the Sultan to continue to be in power. Naitamadi Amma is the word, as he said. And then he would say that there were ways perhaps he could deal with. One is that maybe he would withdraw, go away to Kaaba, as he said, for Hajj, or maybe just relax, spending time in some hunting or shikar or music in summer, or sharab that he would be consuming, and in the company of the pleasant boon companions, he could just wash his hands off monarchy. Das jahandari bardashte, he would say, as ahwal jahandari istakshafi na kar de, is what he would be suggesting for himself. And then he would say that the other thing is the Sultan's actions all through his reign, that the people had fully understood his temperament, and this is very interesting. The Sultan people had fully understood his temperament, and he was acquainted with people's conduct, both of them. Khalq bar mizaj man waqif gashtan, people have understood my mizaj, and waman ajro bajre khalq waquf yaftam, मैं उनके भी सारे जो छल पंच हैं उनसे को भी मैं समझता हूँ. खल्क बर मिजाज मन वाकिफ गश्तन मन अजरो बजरे खल्क वकूफ याफ्तन. And therefore, what is the situation? What is the solution? He would say the solution is that I need to kill people for what they are doing. But in the end, what happens? That Sultan himself, during a campaign in the Sindh, falls ill, and several attempts to cure him fails, and during that campaign only that he dies. And therefore someone has said, rightly so, that in the death of the Sultan, both the Sultan and the public got rid of each other. They were protected from each other. The Sultan was protected from the people were protected from the Sultan. Otherwise he was creating a whole lot of difficulties for different people. Ibn Battuta has written about how the Aba campaigns meant that people had to go and live like zombies in the jungles to protect themselves. And the Sultan thought that the people were not listening to his authority. So towards conclusion then, in 4-5 minutes. So from what I have tried to say, violence in the wake of medieval conquest and empire building, whether in pitched battles or long-drawn wars, was rampant. The cases drawn from Ziauddin Barni's account show that the opponents resisting conquest or particular regimes were not only brutally killed in large numbers during the armed combat, but also those captured alive were later massacred in cold blood, as in Lakhnauti, Delhi. The Mongol Muslims, killed in Delhi for their relatives, revolting during a campaign. The women and children, and this was a new thing, the women and children of soldiers from the other camp were also not only imprisoned and enslaved, but also bodily harmed. This is Alauddin Khalji. They were often killed, and women were also raped as punishment for alleged crimes of their male relatives. Mongol women were raped in front of their children because their men had rebelled, while returning from a campaign in Gujarat. The perpetrators of such violence were led by conquerors and rulers of Turkish Muslim antecedents who invoked the Quran, traditions of Prophet Muhammad, and the contemporary caliphs in Iraq and Egypt, in whose names they ruled. Their armies were called Lashkar-e-Islam, and campaigns against non-Muslim opponents were referred to as the Holy War or Jihad. These are the terms used in the text. So we cannot say that these are modern categories being inflicted on the 13th century. If the victims were Muslims of the same Turkish race or neo-Muslims of Mongol background, Muslim intellectuals and writers such as Barni would point out that shedding of such blood was un-Islamic. Killing a Muslim is un-Islamic. On such occasions, the rulers presented themselves as working above the dictates of Islam, and in doing so sought legitimation from examples from the careers of ancient Greek and Iranian rulers. So reference to Jamshid was made. Clearly, the rulers located themselves above the law, even though, and they were completely irreligious that we know of in their personal lives, even though they continuously tried for endorsement of their violence from the law, which they themselves wanted people to adhere to, call it Shariat or whatever, Zawabit. This meant that conventional Muslim law, Shariat, which was frequently referred to, was set aside by rulers and ideologues to justify political actions. Instead, new arbitrary regulations, Zawabit or Uslub, were invented, the failures of which provoked rulers to cynically punish the people who were perceived as disobedient. Following dictums such as obey God, obey the Prophet, and obey those in authority amongst you, and adopting titles as shadow of God on earth, Zillullah, the ruthless sultans interpreted any defiance of their authority as defiance of God's will, which was considered both a major sin, Gunah Kabira, and big criminal act that needed to be suppressed. Mutanaffir Gashtant. In dealing with any violations of their authority, the rulers also claimed to be following Hanafi school of Sunni jurisprudence, as in the Nizamuddin Aulia case, where Nizamuddin was forced to go to the Sultan's court, Ghasuddin Tolah's court, and say, according to Hanafi school of Sunni jurisprudence, listening to music is haram. And why do you do this? When opponents were non-Muslims, say Hindus, they could be condemned as kafirs, which was easier for them, and thus any amount of brutal action against them would be considered lawful. In Islamic theology, kafirs resisting Muslim political authority peacefully or otherwise were to be either killed or forcibly converted to Islam or forced to migrate. Mercifully, none of these options were systematically exercised by Delhi sultans, so massive dislocation of the population was not resorted to. Since the time of the Arab conquest of Sindh, early in the 8th century, 711-12, Muhammad bin Qasim's conquest, Hindus of the Indian subcontinent were treated in Islamic regimes as protected people of the book and called Zimmis, because they were also supposed to be Ahle Kitab, who could live peacefully by paying a tax which was otherwise arbitrary and humiliating and was called jizya. The political processes of the Delhi Sultanate in the 13th and 14th centuries also indicate large numbers of non-Muslims occupied powerful positions with or without conversion to Islam. So this is also an important dimension. The Tughlaq minister Jaydev is an enslaved man, Indian slave man, who goes on to be a long time prime minister of the Tughlaqs as Khani Jahan Ayaz. In terms of who is also a disciple of Nizamuddin Aulia and wanted to convert to Islam at the hands of Nizamuddin Aulia, because one day, listening to music in Nizamuddin Aulia's Jamaat Khana, he gets ecstatic, he comes dancing to Nizamuddin Aulia and looks into his eyes, where he sees that Lord Krishna is playing with his flute, inside the eyes of Nizamuddin Aulia. So he falls at his feet, he says that he wants to convert to Islam, etc. And Nizamuddin says that, you have seen the reality. So conversion is a mere formality. Conversion is not required. This man, Jaydev, goes on to write a very interesting account, which has, surfaced much later. We don't know enough of the manuscript tradition, but it is part of the Chishti tradition, modern Chishti tradition, inclusive, broad-based, accommodative, etc. The text is called Nizami Bansuri, Nizami Bansuri, the flute, played by Lord Krishna, seen inside the eyes of Nizamuddin Aulia by Jaydev, who goes on to become Muhammad Tughlaq's prime minister and continues very powerful under Firoz Shah Tughlaq as well. So this example is what Barni would be saying, that all kinds of people are becoming so powerful. What will happen to the older aristocracy? So in terms of support or opposition to a particular regime, conversion to Islam did not matter. Muslim rebels, their soldiers and families were suppressed in the most brutal manner and in complete disregard to suggestions that shedding so much Muslim blood by Sultan ruling in the name of Islam was completely unjustifiable. The rulers sometimes listened to the intervention of Sufis, as we know in the case of Ghasuddin Balban, even Muhammad Tughlaq, and other men of religion for mercy. But in general, the rebels, whatever their religion, race or sectarian backgrounds, were ruthlessly punished, for which new methods were continuously evolved. These were to serve as chastising the opponents and as deterrence for others. Those seeking to justify violent actions of the sultans would also refer to the contradictory qualities of God, both as beneficent and wrathful, Rahman, Rahim, Kareem, God, and could also be Jabbar and Qahar. So the sultan must have that, because sultan is a shadow of God on earth. So those qualities of God, which would be contradictory otherwise, should be found in the persons of the sultan. So therefore, people were not surprised that how Alauddin Khalji should not and could not, or Muhammad Tughlaq could not resort to violence. In being what they were, for Burni, the sultans were either divinely inspired or magically or diabolically dictated. So that was the other categorization being made. Because someone like Alauddin Khalji was not religious, not Sharia bound, was completely disregardful of anything that was coming from religion, even if he would be invoking that particular often for legitimation of his power. And therefore, it would be that, Khalji period was doing very well because Nizamuddin Aulia was located here, and some of the best minds of the city of the Sultanate were located in the Sultanate and in the capital, and therefore, some sanity. But otherwise, perhaps these sultans were magically or diabolically dictated. Shaitan Sawar. As it would turn out, even someone like Burni, who belonged to a politically resourceful family and himself enjoyed close proximity to Sultan Muhammad Tughlaq, as I said, 17 years, boon companion, Nadim, and advocated violence and massacres of rebels, regretted in his last years for his complicity in terrible violence out of greed for power, saying, what is he going to say to God on the day of judgment? He feared the retribution or justification of all the violence, both here in this world and the hereafter. Violence could be either justified or condemned, but peace, and this is certainly also important, peace was considered to be the most recommended practice for agreeable resolution of political crises, and not merely through violent means. Without justice, and for this justice was required, cries for peace, need for justice was continuously invoked. Without justice, there would be anarchy. Medieval intellectuals and ideologues feared dismantling of law and preferred 100 years of despotism over one day of anarchy on the streets of the city. This is a famous statement attributed to, actually written by Imam Ghazali early in the 11th century, late in the 11th, early 12th, 11th, 12th century, and that if there is no political authority, there will be anarchy on the streets of the city, and people will butcher each other. It is this fear of anarchy that erroneously forced people to submit to the authority of tyrants who throve in violence. Those who resisted or rebelled gave invitations for genocidal massacres also, and there are many cases of completely unacceptable violence that the sultans have inflicted on their opponents, enemies, rebels, those who resisted conquest, etc. So I'm stopping now, and maybe if there are questions or comments, I'll be happy to listen to them and perhaps respond.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this enlightening presentation. We have many questions for you on YouTube. We will be posting it and I will read it out to you. The first question is from Akash Bhattacharya. He is asking that I think there were many newly converted Muslims. If we look at Barani's writing, there he is trying to present Islamic heroes or sultans like Mahmud of Ghazna. Is there any attempt to influence new Muslims who could still have certain inclinations towards their old order? Sir, should I read it out again?
I can take a couple of more questions and then respond perhaps.
Okay, sir. The next question is from Sharonna Banerjee. She's asking, do we find any mention about violences against women during this period? And she's also very curious to know about women and juvenile criminals and how they were dealt with by the state. Shrija is asking, how actively were women participating in politics in Delhi Sultanate and how did they perceive the entire notion of violence? Shoham Dolui is asking, was there any notion of theoretically justified resistance against Sultan's arbitrary rule in the political thought of Barani or any other scholar of the time? Dr. Muhammad Ashraf Dar is asking, what may have been the reason for the hatred against converts if he was a scholar of Islam? And then...
Okay, I can respond to these and then...
Okay, sir.
Newly converted Muslims and the question of political newly converted Muslims and the question of political attachments. With reference to Sultan Mahmud, see, newly converted Muslims, unless they go on to become the prime minister of the Sultan and occupy very high positions, they would not be taken as a challenge. But the fact is, Barni is very, very sharply critical means, and as I said, that not so much under Ghiyasuddin Balban, who was very, very actually against Indian people, non-Turkish aristocratic people becoming powerful in the Sultanate. But by Alauddin Khalji's time, Muhammad Tughlaq's time, we see a large number of people, Indian people, are part of the political system with or without conversion to Islam. The role of the Chishti Sufis here in the 13th, 14th century of giving space to all different kinds of people without demanding conversion is another factors. The other set of people are Mongols who were captured, Mongol soldiers captured and enslaved, and then they would embrace Islam and continue to live in Delhi. These are the people. So for Barni, coming from the kind of background that he was, you see, for him, traditions of the Prophet, Quranic position, commentaries on the Quran, traditions of the Prophet, the early history of Islam, the history of the Abbasid Caliphate, pre-Islamic Iran. These are the factors that are taken into account in terms of sources of tradition, and therefore, not so much addressing to newly converted Muslims, but addressing to themselves, the aristocratic Muslims, part of the political system of Islam and Sultanate as it emerged, and certainly continuous invocation of Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna, and speaking as if on behalf of Sultan Mahmud of Ghazna in Fatawai Jandari is important. So not so much addressing to newly converted Muslims, but addressing to themselves, the aristocratic political elite. So he offers, as I said, an elitist political discourse in which the low-caste people, low-born people, caste is not the word, kamzat, low-born people, zat is caste in some sense, jati, in another language. So that is one answer. Then violence and women. You see, this example that I was giving about how the Mongols, Mongol converts to Islam were part of the army of Alauddin Khalji, and they were campaigning in the south and Gujarat, and their families were located here in Delhi, women and children, and they were violated, they were attacked. And Barni writes that how this is for the first time that for the crimes of men, women, innocent women and children, were targeted. This was horrible, including order to rape women was. That's why I said that some of it sounded like, almost genocidal, that to violate the body in the most cruel terms. The other question is Shrija's women participation in Sultanate politics, and Razia Sultan's name comes straight away. Iltutmish had several sons, but he known to have nominated Razia as his successor, and she was denied initially, but she was so strong and driven and ambitious that she was able to ensure that her brother would be removed and she would take over 3.5 years or 4 years. She would be ruling with the same Jalwa, Jalalud Dunya wa Deen is the title she had adopted. But the fact is that she was a woman, made it difficult for her, to the extent that even Tabqat Nasri, author of Tabqat Nasri, Minaj Siraj, has written that she had all the attributes to be a successful sultan, except that she was a woman, and that was a big handicap. And that was precisely the reason. It sounds patriarchal, but this is precisely the reason she was not able to hold on to her power. Other women, her stepmother and other women in the harem, they were also doing their own politics, with pushing their own sons against Razia, and so women presence is there. Women presence in the Sufi circles is there in the same time, in slightly later in the time of Baba Farid, early Nizamuddin Aulia, 13th century, late 13th century. Bibi Fatma Sam is a very, very famous person, independent, Sufi in her own right, had gone for Hajj in the late 13th century, would do very, very powerful, emotional Sufi poetry, spend a lot of money on langar, and people thought that how is it that she is a woman but she is a Sufi. So then there are comments regarding that, which are often to be found in Sufi tazkiras about her powerful presence. Political justifications. Certainly, you see, I'm forgetting the details of the question, but political justification of religion and violence, and legitimacy to violence through religion is typical of the medieval period. But in India, even for the early modern period, medieval in the sense of 13th, 14th, 15th century, early modern 16th, 17th, 18th century, they commensurating with the Mughal rule, we know that religion remains very, very important in the Indian political system and society. Religion remains very important today, 21st century. The separation of church and state, and the personalization, privatization of religion, and therefore public culture is secular, political culture is secular. That kind of differentiation has not happened, and religion and politics therefore remain important. And and the last question, if that can be repeated: hatred against Islam, hatred against low caste people, where is it coming from? Isn't it the question?
Yes, sir. Hatred against converts.
Huh.
So the question was, what may have been the reason for hatred against converts if he was a scholar of Islam?
If Barney or converts?
I think so.
You see, that's the thing. Barney is racist. Barney is very, very racist. Barney is very, very elitist. Barney is seeing the change that is happening in the Sultanate, that people from very different kind of backgrounds are becoming very, very powerful in the Sultanate polity. What will happen to the old aristocracy? And therefore he could be very sharply critical against converts. So that argument that I was making, that Barney certainly is not a theologian. Barney is not a bigoted theologian or anything. If at all, Barney was introduced to Sufism, but Muhammad Habib will say that, but he was not. This is not Sufism either. Nizamuddin Aulia would not recommend what Barney has written with regard to the converts or the low caste people. So in fact, there is a discussion to this also, that Barney and others have spoken to Nizamuddin Aulia, is that how is it that you allow so many people to become disciples without checking their background, antecedents, etc., and without knowing where they were coming from. So Nizamuddin Aulia said that how he is not going to check their caste or social, religious, political backgrounds. People are coming with faith, and the report is that going from here, they continue to remain fine human beings. They continue to adhere to some of his advice on how to conduct one's life as good human beings, etc. are by him. So someone like Barney in Nizamuddin Aulia is not not making that discrimination between the high-born or the low-born, or Indian people or Turkish people, or Muslim or non-Muslim. But certainly Barney is doing. And Barney is not a theologian. Barney is a political advisor to companion of Muhammad Tughlaq, who was not following the Shariat clearly, from what the details I was giving. The other thing that I said, that if you start giving positions of power to all kinds of people and not limited to entrenched aristocracy in the political system, then the old aristocracy will lose all the power that it has. So opening up of the system was what was happening under Alauddin Khalji and Muhammad Tughlaq, and therefore these old timers would be reacting like this. But will Amir Khusro react in the same manner as Barney has? No. And yet when Amir Khusro would be writing about the conquest, say Alauddin Khalji's conquest of Rajputana or Malwa, Gujarat, Amir Khusro would also be writing in the same manner in which Barney will be writing. Very, very aggressive language of political conquest, justifying violence, has been recorded by, in celebratory terms at the register that is identified as the Fathnama by Amir Khusro for the conquest of Alauddin Khalji. Khazainul Futuh. There is a text available in an English translation by Muhammad Habib, I think. Muhammad Habib. Just look at it. Huge celebration of violence in the wake of the conquest. But in peaceful times, as a political practice, as an inclusive political practice, certainly there is a difference between Amir Khusro's position and Ziauddin Barni's position. But remember, Amir Khusro, Ziauddin Barni wrote all his books at the Nizamuddin Dargah, and he was eventually buried there. And his parents also were buried in the same Nizamuddin Dargah complex here in central Delhi. So depending upon what specifically Bernie has written about a particular episode, we can thrash out what was happening and why that kind of opinion was expressed. But certainly Nizamuddin Aulia was not looking for converts. He was not against conversion, but formal conversion to Islam was also something Nizamuddin Aulia would discourage. Instead, a more more emotionally driven, but over a period of time, transformation of the heart is what was recommended, and not political power looking for converts and offering them some political benefits of conversion, etc., was not going on in the Delhi Sultanate, and that is certainly not there in Bernie. I can take another round of.
Sir, you have few more. We have few more questions. If you could please answer. This question is for Shumanta Maiti. He's asking that Alauddin Khilji implemented some very harsh punishment to his market control policy, and how much those punishments were actually practiced, and can it be taken under legal violence?
No, this is an important question. Let me quickly respond to this, because I just remembered I have written in the draft, but I didn't present because the consideration of time, that for the market regulations and many of the measures that Alauddin had introduced, for instance, banning wine, consumption, and measuring exact amount of exact quantity of goods. Two things are coming to my mind. If a shopkeeper was not measuring correctly the amount, quantity of a good bought, a very harsh punishment, not in Sharia, not in any other practice, not previously imagined, was inflicted by orders of Alauddin Khilji, by the market censor officers, muhtasibs in the market, was that a child was sent to buy something, and if the shopkeeper has cheated the child, say 200, whatever part of the was weighed less, that quantity of less weight will be deducted from the body, the flesh. So from the backside, the buttocks of a shopkeeper, the flesh will be cut in the same proportion as in the weight not counted. So if, say, in modern language, if 250 grams were there was this measurement of seer, so if some amount is not is less, that much quantity will be cut from the backside or any part of the body of the shopkeeper as punishment. So after 2-3 such cases, perhaps it served as deterrence. Bernie would say that it served as such deterrence, that the shopkeepers were very careful that not to weigh less, because some parts of their body will be deducted. And he specifically mentioned the buttocks, the backside flesh will be deducted for the same quantity that was weighed less for buying goods, etc. The other thing is that wine drinking's prohibition. Alauddin Khilji was under the impression that people were rebellious because they would be consuming so much wine and then talk nonsense and defying complete authority, not maintaining decorum, etc. So was coming up with very, very ingenious methods of punishment. For instance, right in the middle of the main street of the city, some dry wells will be dug up, and drunken people would be dumped there in the well, so that they can just be languishing there. And eventually, when they would be taken out, maybe several days later, they would be in a very, very pitiable conditions. This once again was not there in Shariat or any other existing law of the kind that he was resorting to. There were other considerations also, in the sense that shops will be wine shops will be closed, but someone can go out of Delhi and buy wine and get drunk there, or can go and bring wine at home and drink there. So in that case, Muhtasib's officials of the Sultan would not break into the house of such people on mere suspicion that in such and such houses people have brought wine from outside or consuming inside. So this is as part of the Amr bil Maruf wa Nahi Anil Munkar position in Islam, forbidding wrong and recommending right in Islam, that on the mere suspicion of what goes on inside the house of a person, the state cannot intervene by breaking into the house, sending police breaking into the house to see what people are doing. So if there is no public nuisance caused by the consumption of wine brought from outside, or wine distilled within the precincts of the house, is not a matter of public nuisance created, and therefore there will be no action. But if someone gets drunk and is found on the streets, will be dumped in the dry well and will emaciate, languish, when brought out in a very, very famished condition, completely, terrible conditions, which Bernie has criticized and lamented. So many of the things, that episode about Gurshad Khan's body cut into pieces and skin taken out and stuff, with straw and then taken in a procession in the Warangal city, and the meat pieces cooked with rice to make meat pulao given to elephants, etc. will be was certainly new, and therefore some considerations certainly are there with regard to what different ingenious ways of punishment these sultans were resorting to. I think the time is over, perhaps, and for me, then I can.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you so much for answering the questions. It cleared lots of misconception and questions from our mind. Now, thank you very much. Now we will move on to our next presentation. Although there are many, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Razi. Wonderful to have you here. It was wonderful listening to you. Sudesh Nadi here.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we will now move on to our next presentation, though many questions are coming on YouTube, but because of time constraints, we cannot bring them up. So let's move on to the next presentation. Just a gentle reminder that microphones be kept on mute and the questions or comments are kindly typed in the chat box. We will get them in the dedicated discussion session after each talk. Speakers will have 1 hour for presentation and 20 minutes for Q&A session. With this, it is my privilege to introduce our next speaker, Professor Tanuja Kothiyal. Professor Tanuja Kothiyal is a professor at the Liberal School of Studies at the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University in Delhi. Her area of research interest includes exploring identity formation in relation to the circulation of people, cattle, commodities, ideas, and traditions in the Thar Desert between 16th and the 19th centuries, exploring shifts in regional formation and questions of authority and sovereignty in the borderlands. She has worked extensively on vernacular texts produced between the 16th and 18th centuries. Her recent works focus on the histories of salt in India and how salt help us to understand the complexities of colonial governance, sovereignty, law, and protest in colonial India. Professor Kothiyal received her PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. She was awarded the fellowship at Nehru Memorial Museum and Library in 2014. In 2016, her doctoral thesis was published by the Cambridge University Press entitled Nomadic Narratives, A History of Mobility and Identity in the Great Indian Desert. She has co-edited a special issue of EPW entitled Exploring Borderlands in South Asia, published in 2017. She has also published numerous papers and web articles. The most recent one, A Mughal Rajput or a Rajput Mughal. Some reflections on Rajput Mughal marriages in the 16th and 17th centuries in revisiting the history of Rajasthan. Essays for Professor Dilbag Singh, edited by Mayank Kumar, Rameshwar Prasad Bahuguna and Surajbhan Bharadwaj, published in 2017. Today, she will speak on nomadic narratives, mobility and state formation in medieval India. With this, I warmly welcome Professor Tanuja Kothiyal to kindly start her presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Arijita. Very nice to see you here. And thank you, Razi. It was lovely to hear you, even though we're hearing you on a Calcutta platform while both of us being in Delhi. So thank you so much. It's a very, very long time that I'm speaking about my earlier work, which was which is called Nomadic Narratives. Since writing the book, I moved on to do a lot of work, as Arijita would also know, about around salt and various other issues. But writing that book at some point of time earlier, and now it makes me kind of realize that in some ways, whatever work we do, so for a very long period of time, my friends who were modern historians would tell me how medieval history or even ancient history, what their value was and how it, counted maybe a little less than what modern history did. But over the years, I've realized that in some ways, a book that was about medieval identities, in some ways has made its presence in the modern public consciousness in such a way that it keeps coming back to quote unquote haunt me. And there are times when I actually stay away from talking about the question of Rajput identity now, but it is still my pleasure to talk about nomadic narratives, how it came about, and what are the kinds of issues that the book raised, and what are the kinds of issues that I would like to talk about now. This is a refresher course, and I assume that all the participants here are already teaching somewhere, and are researchers. So I would actually like to talk at a level in terms of how I came to do this research and what are the kinds of research questions that came up while I started this work, and how they continue to be a part of my research agenda even now. So while, obviously this work was it sort of resulted from a very long engagement with Western Rajasthan, Thar Desert, and these regions over a very long period of time, right from my MPhil. And at that point of time, as Tilotama would remember, we were all we were taught by Professor Datta and Professor Alamin. And so we were all in that mode where one kind of looked at 18th century state and market and identity and so on. And so I sort of started out with looking at the idea of how did the 18th century state engage with the question of trade, as a lot of us did at that point of time. And research actually made me question a lot of my assumptions about what regions were, what trade was, and what identity was. So starting with what I called Marwar to begin with. While I started doing my PhD, it turned into what I called Western Rajasthan, because Marwar was a limiting category, and went on to, by the time I wrote my book, it made me realize that, again, Western Rajasthan itself was an artificial category. And so there was a larger category that I had to think about. And there came the idea of the Thar Desert itself. So region, what regions are, and how are the ways in which regions can be understood, how they can be imagined. What are the categories, or what are the concepts, or what are the ways in which regions come to be defined beyond the political category that we know them as, is one axis that informs the book and the work that I continue to do. The other idea that became integral to what I was doing was this idea of mobility. So very often the notion of state formation, particularly in ancient and medieval state formation, was informed by this idea of an agrarian state, which was which stood upon this idea, or which was created around this idea of appropriation of agrarian surplus and its channelization into various categories of, or various functions of the state. Particularly looking at a region which was semi-arid and arid, dry, an important question that came up was like, how do we actually look at and understand state formation in areas which are not agrarian, quote unquote agrarian, but rely on different forms of livelihood, like say, for example, trade, pastoralism, and so on. And so what are the modes of surplus appropriation? What are the modes of like how state engages with mobile communities or mobile modes of economy, as well as like how does mobility in itself help us understand both state formation as well as region formation. So this again became an important axis through which I have continued to look at not just Western India, but also say Himalayas, which is another area where I have been interested. And the third question that became important and continues to inform the way I look at this region is the idea of methodology. As historians, we are all trained to use certain kinds of archives, whether it is the pre-colonial archive or the colonial archive. So there's a certain idea of method with which we function. While researching, I also came to the understanding that a number of the kind of research that I was trying to follow did not actually have any kind of correspondence in, or had a very different kind of presence in the archive that I was looking at. So whether the archive of the state, whether it is the pre-colonial state or the colonial state, was it allowing me to actually understand communities who were making their presence felt in the archive through the context of the sedentary state. So mobile communities were being talked about through the context of the sedentary state, through the perspective of the sedentary state, and through the questions or through the expectations that the sedentary state was laying for them. So what are the ways in which then we engage with the absence, with these absences in the archive? What are the other kinds of methodologies that one ends up using, and how does one use these methodologies? Now, these are the questions that have remained with me. These are the questions that I tried to address at that point of time, and I still continue to engage with these questions. And I found these questions to be important even in areas where we think there is a the area that I worked at, Rajasthan, is an area, is a region, for example, in the context of medieval history, that was considered to be one of the richest archival presence. So the Rajasthan State Archive is one of the areas where, or one of the archives where there is a huge trove of non-Persian archival documents, particularly from the 17th century onwards, and which have proved to be a very rich source of social history writing. Say, for example, Nandita Prasad Sahai's work, Dilbag Singh's work, or even very, very recently, Divya Charan's work. All these depend upon this fantastic archive which is there. And yet, like, what is interesting was that there were certain sections of the society that were completely missing from this archive also. So in a sense, I tried to actually look at these questions, and these are some of the questions that I will try to raise even today. I will, again, like one of the lessons that I learned in the in course of doing this work was again the question of chronology and where to stop, because in a sense that I found, even though trained as a medieval historian, I found it very difficult to stop at what were the boundaries of the medieval, and it eventually sort of went on to be a work which looked at the 19th century, which looked at the ways in which the pre-colonial and the colonial state, or what was the the princely states at this point of time, engaged with the question of mobility, mobile communities, and all. And these are the questions that I'm going to raise in my talk today. I hope it raises some curiosity and some questions, and answers some questions in the course of discussion. So in that sense, like, going back to where I started, which is like how research started at the Center of Historical Studies and what it meant to study, mobility at that point of time. So I would say that the early research that I started, it allowed me to and facilitated the questioning of several categories, a questioning that became my larger research project. I began by studying relationships between market and the state in the late 18th century Marwar. It is in this process that I realized that both the idea of market as well as that of the space that I was taking for granted was quite contrary to what my sources and the space that I had begun by then traveling extensively in were opening for me. Exploring the domains of trade and market led me to rural markets and cattle fairs, and thus to the world of pastoral nomads themselves, expanding the spatial boundaries of my research to Thar, the Great Indian Desert. In geographical terms, the Thar could be defined as the vast sandy plain circumscribed by Aravalli Mountains. I'll just open a map, which might help sort of clarifying some of the... Is it visible now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not here.
Is the map visible on your screen?
No, it's not visible.
Just a second, please.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be visible now. I'm sorry, I forgot to share. Yeah, is this visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is a hand-drawn map of Marwar, of the Thar Desert. Now, as to make myself clear, the Thar Desert in itself is a category that is used both culturally as well as geographically as well as ecologically. So if we sort of look at what Josh Gormans in his, he kind of traces a continuity of deserts from the African Sahara to the Mongolian desert. And it's in that series of deserts that we actually see this dry, arid land that is shared by India and Pakistan. Normally, in Rajasthan, in India, when we are talking about the Thar Desert, we assume it to be Rajasthan. Though, if you actually look at the map of Rajasthan, you would realize that not all of Rajasthan is actually desert. A large part of it is now, particularly now, irrigated, not just by the older natural rivers, but also now by the Indira Gandhi National Canal. Some part of the desert is in Pakistan. Also, some parts of the run of Kutch, which is desertic by nature, which is dry and arid by nature, and it is a salty plain, is culturally, ecologically a part of what we call the Thar Desert. The desert doesn't always mean merely sandy plains. It's a much, much variegated and a very distinct kind of ecological zone, which contains grasslands, which contains oases, which also contains scrublands of many kinds. It also contains numerous natural as well as man-made water bodies. So this is the region that I am talking about. It is shared, as I said, between India and Pakistan. It is divided by an international boundary. In the period that we're going to be talking about, it contained the princely states of Jodhpur or Marwar, Bikaner, Jaisalmer, as well as regions, the British regions in Multan, Sindh, which also contained some princely territories, as well as what is the north, what is considered to be the North Gujarat. So some parts of Kutch and Kathiawar. So that in geographical terms, the Thar could be defined as the vast sandy plain circumscribed by Aravalli Mountains, Indus, Gangetic, and Satluj basins, which today stands bisected by an international boundary. But what defines it more as a region was the mobility of its peripatetic travelers. Warriors, traders, pastoralists, bards, ascetics, often in overlapping capacities, traveled through the desert, in the process redefining themselves as well as the space through which they were traveling. It is through these travels and the exchanges that these entailed that I came to see the Thar as a dynamic geographical, political, social, and cultural frontier, where processes of identity formation were inextricably entwined with mobility. My research through these processes demonstrates that while self-fashioning of Rajput lineages as sedentary aristocratic lineages in the 15th century was beginning of redefinition of identities, it was the altering of circulatory networks in the late 19th century that irrevocably transformed community identities. In my talk today, I'm going to highlight three arguments raised by my work, which lead towards an understanding of frontier histories as they unfold in the Thar Desert. The first concerns approach to the study of region, whereby I suggest that rather than any other factor, it is mobility that is more constitutive feature of the Thar as a region, and that it is the emergence of a homogeneous Rajput identity and strengthening of Rajput-Mughal relationships that orient the region towards North Indian riverine plains from its older orientation towards the river Indus. The second concerns a historiographical lacuna whereby the dominant historiography of the region focuses on Mughal-Rajput relationships through the frames of resistance or capitulation, thus ignoring the fierce struggle over control of circulation between Rajputs and other groups. The final part of my talk will deal with the processes of refashioning of community identities in the late 19th century as a result of shifts in circulatory networks. Let me first take up the question of study of regions. The Thar Desert in South Asia is at present divided by an international boundary between India and Pakistan. However, the Thar has historically existed as a frontier connecting regions like the Punjab, Multan, Sindh, Gujarat, Rajasthan to each other. The historical understanding of the Thar Desert, like that of other such spaces, is couched in familiar frames of barrenness and waste. Yet a closer look at the Thar Desert reveals a rich history of movements of a large number of itinerant groups, of settlements and depopulations, as well as of a cultural milieu where memories of movements have been immortalized in the rich folkloric traditions of the region. There are very few written histories of the Thar. What exists, however, are histories of modern and often post-colonial regions that were a part of the Thar Desert. History of the Thar is often confused with the history of modern state of Rajasthan, with the state referring to itself as Dharti Dhorari, or the land of shifting sand dunes. This identification is often bolstered by the projection of Rajputs as the proud protectors of this land of shifting sand dunes. Moreover, the phrase Dharti Dhorari, rather than allude to dry, barren stretches, actually refers to an ingrained sense of pride in identification with a land that bred bravery and chivalry in circumstances of adversity. Thus, both desert and heroism play rather important roles in the imagination of a region that the new state of Rajasthan draws upon, even as it seeks to dissociate itself from other regions that it shares these with. There's a wide corpus of historical research on the Thar focuses on Rajputana as the physical and intellectual area of study. The former refers to definitive political spaces divided by fixed boundaries and ruled by Rajput clans. The latter alludes to Rajputs as the predominant reference to its socio-historical identity, as well as to a misplaced emphasis on land, agrarianism, and territoriality as the basis of social and political relations in the region. Both identifications are misplaced and highly problematic. The arid desert of the Thar has historically existed as a frontier region that could be defined better through the mobility of its peripatetic residents than through the political boundaries that divided it. Recurrent patterns of circulation of people, resources, and lore united the Thar as a region encompassing several political states with shared histories of mobility. From the 15th century onwards, the overarching endogamous category of Rajput increasingly focused on land and territoriality as means of extending control. Bardic traditions patronized by Rajputs reiterated protection of land and forts, particularly against Muslim invaders, as being central to Rajput ethos. Poetic and prose compositions like Raso, Vachanika, Khyat, Vat, etc. focused on bravery as well as generosity as attributes of Rajputs. In writing of later histories of Rajasthan, these were read and interpreted as accounts of heroic Rajput struggles against expanding Muslim polities. The idea of a Rajput struggle against Muslim invaders became the axis around which histories of Rajasthan, like Gauri Shankar Hirachand Oja's volumes of Rajputanika Itihas and Dashrath Sharma's Rajasthan Through the Ages, were written. These in extensions became part of national histories with symbols like Prithviraj and Rana Pratap acquiring national status. As Ramya Srinivasan argues, selective appropriations from earlier traditions like Padmavat, for example, became instrumental in, and I quote, reformulation of new national identities along tacitly communal lines. The idea of Rajputana that dominated the imagination of 20th century Indian historians was interestingly drawn from the work of James Todd, the annalist, historian, bard of Rajputana. Todd viewed Rajput ethos as central to the polity and culture of the Rajputs. He saw Rajasthan as the, and I quote, the collective and classical denomination of that portion of India which is the abode of Rajput princes. In the common dialect, it is termed as Rajwada, but by the more refined Raithana, corrupted to Rajputana, the common designation among the British to denote the Rajput principalities. Jason Freitag points out that between 1872 and 1998, Todd's annals have been translated into 5 major languages, that is Hindi, Gujarati, Urdu, Marathi, and Bengali, signaling an Indian appropriation of British valorization of Rajputs. One of the first to use the term Rajasthan, Todd became instrumental in defining both Rajputs and their land. However, it is important to note that the word Rajputana does not figure either in the Rajput or Mughal imaginaries. The word Rajasthan in various Rajasthani chronicles, like Mohtan Ensiri Khyat, refers to the seat of the clan chiefs. Besides, the geographic spread of the word Rajputana, even in the 19th century, excludes Rajput states in North and Central India, Sindh, Gujarat, and Kutch, limiting itself to the few Rajput states that together came to be identified as Rajputana Agency. The federal state of Rajasthan was announced on March 25, 1948, after bitter negotiations between the Rajput states. Rajasthan was a collection of a few Rajput states that formed the Rajputana Agency, though it would take another 8 years for the state to take its present form. Over the years in the state of Rajasthan, there appears to be an increasing awareness of common heritage based on Rajasthan's broader political, historical, and cultural traditions among the residents of the former princely states. While processes of democracy have shaken Rajput dominance, even today the idea of heroism is used to create icons that the people of the state can collectively refer to. However, this rather narrow identification could not be further from wider space that comes to mind when we ravel through the various ways in which the distant parts of the Thar Desert were connected through a wide range of migratory movements. Whether it is the Rajput migrations or that of Jats, Charans, Gujars, or Rabaris, these migrations entail covering long distances, connecting at times places as far as Baluchistan and Kutch, Mathura and Bahawalpur, Kannauj and Dwarka, among others. Let me begin with the networks of Rajput migrations that a number of chronicles from Nancy onwards refer to. Rajput migration narratives often describe journeys of itinerant warriors in search for employment, often as mercenary soldiers. So the ancestors of Rathore Rajput is referred to are referred to as have traveled from Kannauj to Dwarka in order to atone for sins of parricide, where circumstances led them to meet Mulraj Solanki of Anhalwad Patin or Gujarat, who married a sister to them, thus providing a foothold in the region to his descendants. The Solankis themselves had traveled from Toda to Dwarka for pilgrimage, where they met Chawdas, who identifying themselves as exceptionally brave, gave a daughter in marriage. Similarly, the migration narrative of Sisodia Rajputs refers to a journey from Nasik Trayambak to Mewad for purposes of pilgrimage, where they encountered stiff resistance from Garasias and Kamthaliyas, or the warriors of the frontier, who they suppressed. The journeys of the Bhatis take them through Mathura, Kashi, Prayag, Dwarka, Gajni, Deravar, Bhatner, Lodrovo, Tanot, and finally Jaisalmer. The most extensive and revealing descriptions of these migrations are found in Mohta Nancy's Khyat, reading of which lays bare the manner in which Rajput networks were created through military patronage and marriage. Nancy takes his readers through these places through narratives of individuals or clans, including Kutch, Gujarat, Sindh, Umarkot in his idea of the Rajput space. For Nancy, Bahawalpur, Bhatner, Pugal, Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, Bikaner, Ajmer, Jalore, Nagaur, Sachor, Chotan, Bhuj, Kedakot, Umarkot, etc. are all part of the same political space. This is also visible in the space that he describes, circumscribed by the 9 forts of Maru that span, and you can see these 9 forts of Marwar on the map. So the 9 forts or the Naukoti Marwar can be seen on the map by the legend over here. And as you can see that they circumscribe they mark the boundaries of what Nancy considers to be the a domain of the Rajputs at this point of time. There are also what are called the 9 forts of Jaisalmer that again, in a sense, mark the boundaries of the region of Jaisalmer. Similar migration narratives have been attributed to Charans and Rabaris, who claim to have migrated from Baluchistan through Marwar and Sindh into Kutch, ostensibly to escape persecution at the hand of Muslim rulers. The temple of Charani goddess Hingalaj attracted Charan pilgrims who traveled across the desert to pay their respects. The circuits of pastoral nomadic migrations too connected distant parts of the desert, with pastoralists' annual migrations taking them from their homesteads in the foothills of Aravalli into Sindh, Gujarat, Malwa, Punjab, and present-day Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. The pastoralist circuits of travel often overlapped trading circuits, with cattle fairs forming important meeting grounds for pastoralists, agriculturalists, cattle traders, and merchants. An important aspect of these travel circuits was the spread of narratives recounting stories of battle, love, mysticism across the desert. Similarly, Charanic goddess fables can be found in Sindh, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Punjab, and Multan, with similar references to multiple Peer traditions. Heroes like Umar or Hamir Sumro are found in love ballads circulating all over the Thar, as are multiple versions of Dhola, as well as kalams of the Sindhi poets. Thus, what I propose through my work is a focus on these unities in the Thar rather than the political boundaries and imaginaries that concretize into political regions. I suggest that it is not merely because of geographical ecological continuity of the desert that the Thar should be seen as a region, but because of circulations that define the region. Andre Wink and Josh Gomans in their writings have pointed out how between the 7th and the 15th centuries, the region that we identify as Thar was a dynamic space where interactions between mobility and settlement led to emergence of new and complex political social identities. Advent of Islam and its complex relationship with Charanic traditions shape identities rather differently from settled riverine belts of North India. My exploration into these identities suggests that the Thar remains a region oriented towards West, or rather the Indus, before the rise of fort-centric Rajput aristocracies and their relationships with the Mughal state integrated it with the Indo-Gangetic plains. The overt focus on Mughal Rajput relationships, with its emphasis on the idea of Rajputana, obfuscates the complex processes of emergence of social, political, and regional identities. From the late 15th century onwards, Rajput polities reinvent themselves as sedentary aristocratic lineages with genealogies that connect them to places of importance in Vaishnavite sacred geography and to solar and lunar lines, as well as deities like Rama and Krishna. These genealogies and narratives became central to Rajput identity formation as Rajputs integrated as endogamous caste group, obfuscating the shared histories of Rajputs and other mobile groups in the Thar Desert. With this, I come to my second argument, which is about the historiographical lay of the study on the Thar that I have suggested earlier is conflated with the idea of Rajputana. There are two important intertwined routes that the shaping of Rajput identity takes in the Thar. The first is the positing of Rajput Muslim struggle as the apex around which the history of the region revolves. The second is the shaping of Rajput identity as sedentary aristocracies, distant and different from their itinerant past, whether as warriors and, more importantly, as cattle herders themselves. Let me begin with the first. From the 14th century onwards, a range of poetic texts like Kannad De Prabandh, Achal Das Khichiri, Vachanika, etc., which focused on battles between Delhi Sultans and Rajputs, emerged from Rajput courts. As Ramya Srinivasan's work on Kannad De Prabandh as well as Padmavat suggests, that rather than being overt representations of religious conflicts, these texts highlight the negotiations between sultans and emerging Rajput clans. Srinivasan also focuses on the afterlives of these texts as they acquire wider audiences as well as meanings. Powerful Rajput polities emerged around strong fortifications between mid-15th and mid-16th centuries, only to be subsumed by Akbar into the expanding Mughal Empire by 1570. The sieges of Chittor and Ranthambore during the Sultanate as well as Mughal periods form important imprints on Rajput imaginary through textual as well as visual representations. Resistance in these sieges, as well as in general, particularly to Mughal expansion, became a dominant idea in the historiography of Mughal Rajput relationships. On the other hand, assimilation into the Mughal Empire, as a number of Rajput nobles became a part of the Mughal Empire, also evoke a very strong sense of collaboration as well as assimilation into the empire. While recent work by both Ramya Srinivasan and Cynthia Talbot suggests that both resistance and assimilation were rather nuanced responses to complicate tangle of intra-Rajput and Rajput Mughal relationships, there is little doubt that these issues continue to remain important in Rajput public memory. The complexity of a difficult public memory preserved in a number of poetic texts becomes starker when witnessed against the fact that a large number of Rajput princes did enter Mughal service, attained high ranks as mansabdars, and served as representatives of the emperors, sometimes even against Mughal princes in battles of succession. I suggest then, rather than viewing as a singular response, Rajput response needs to be seen as stratified, and one that is evolving along trajectories of both Rajput and Mughal identity formation. An analysis of the spread of Mughal Rajput marital relationships as well as recruitment into military labor suggests that these appear to be spatially centered around dominant clans and capitals. Rajput clans and houses on western frontiers of the Thar do not experience the same kind of proximity with the Mughal family as their dominant brotherhoods in the which are towards the center. This is something that Norman Ziegler also documents in his work. In my understanding, the politics of the frontier remained largely unaffected by the manner in which Mughal-Rajput relationships were shaping along the eastern frontier. This also brings me to the second point that I made in this section, that is of diversified trajectories of Rajput identity formation. While dominant clans like Kashwas of Amer, Rathors of Jodhpur and Bikaner, Sisodias of Mewar increasingly posit themselves as protectors of land and forts, for clans located in the arid western frontiers, it is control over circulation that defines real power. A close reading of a number of battles listed by Nancy suggests that cattle continued to be the cause and cattle raids to be an accepted form of warfare even as late as the 17th century. Cattle addressed as dhan vitt mal continued to be listed as wealth, as well as discussed as terms of treaties. Late 18th century documents reveal intense struggle between Rajput rulers of Jodhpur and Thikanadars of Chotan, Badmer, Umarkot, etc. for control over trade routes, with latter routinely levying protection taxes and engaging in loot and plunder. Therefore, while elite Rajput Mansabdars became ideal representations of the empire, the rebellious Rajput of the frontier continued to operate within an older culture of political exchange. As I mentioned earlier, that reconstruction of genealogies, often turning ascendant king lines into genealogies as well as creating links with solar and lunar lines and deities, was instrumental in consolidation of what Dirk Kolff has referred to as genealogical orthodoxy. However, another aspect that requires some attention is the emergence of relationship of Rajputs with cattle protection. Rajput folk deities like Pabuji, Mallinath, Gogaji, Harbuji and are venerated by cattle herding communities as martyrs, offering a range of protection to cattle rather than as cattle herders, traders, or even cattle rustlers. Among these narratives circulating in the Thar, the narrative of Pabuji is the most telling narrative about shifting Rajput identity. While the entire narrative focuses on self-sacrificial acts of cattle protection by Pabuji, the narrative also underlines the fact of intense struggle for cattle among Rajputs themselves. Shift in various versions of the narrative suggests that gradually, rather than being viewed as participants in the cattle economy of the Thar, protectors of cattle and cattle herders, Rajputs distanced themselves from their mobile past and posited themselves as protectors of cattle and cattle herders. Interestingly, most cattle herding communities of the Thar refer to a Rajput past and fall from Rajputhood as a result of consumption of proscribed meat, contact with dead cattle, or marriages with low-caste groups. While often read as narratives of fall from Rajputhood, these narratives can well be read as narratives of rise and separation of Rajput identity as one that separates the Rajput from the other. In fact, by claiming to carry the Rajput Amsha while appearing to reiterate having been Rajput once, what these groups underline is the fact that at some point in time, Rajputs were one of them. By the 17th century, emerging genealogies as well as histories from Rajput courts shaped the identity of Rajputs as against the non-Rajput. This literature posited the Rajputs as protectors of dharma, ones who prevented the breakdown of social order by acting against communities like Beels, Mayors, Meenas, who forced a kind of social mixing. That's what these genealogical traditions do, is to distinguish Rajput itinerancy from other kinds of itinerancies in the region. Rajput itinerancy is mythologized and later seen in connection with the Muslim rule is projected to have taken place in order to restore a weakening moral order by offering to protect forts, land, cattle, and women. Thus, in my understanding, by focusing merely on aspects of Mughal-Rajput relationships, what the historiography of Rajputana misses out on in the inherent complexity of relationships of Rajputs with their own clansmen, as well as with a range of groups that they historically shared the control of frontiers as well as its resources with. My exploration of sources suggests that the reach of both Rajput states as well as the Mughal state in these frontier zone was a highly negotiated one. Rajput rulers of Jodhpur and Bikaner employed a wide range of strategies, including negotiation as well as intimidation, to be able to operate in the frontiers, a legacy that the British inherit. In fact, when the British officials started exploring these frontiers in the early 19th century, they termed them lawless, teeming with miscreants who levy forms of bolai or protection taxes for allowing passage. By 1818, pushed by the relentless Maratha aggression, Rajput states signed subsidiary alliances with the British, leading to the formation of the Rajputana Agency, which focused on tranquilizing and ordering what it saw a geographically and civilizationally hostile space. The ordering of the Thar was undertaken through several means, including construction of roads and railways, regulation of trade levies, extension of monopoly on salt and opium trade, construction of canals, building of fodder farms, and enclosure of forests, etc. In this final section, I will, however, focus on two aspects of British engagement with the idea of crime in the frontiers of the Thar. The first dealing with the suppression of banditry in the frontiers of the Thar, and the second with mobile groups that were notified as criminal tribes. In doing so, I argue that what British viewed a crime or as a crime were representations of complex and historical claims to authority and sovereignty that were deeply connected with control over circulation of several kinds. Following subsidiary alliances with the Rajput states between 1812 and 1818, the conquest of Sindh in 1843, the entire Thar came under the direct or indirect British control. With this began a long process of settlement of the Thar, with demarcation of boundaries that were to clearly define jurisdiction between British and the native territories. This appeared to have been of particular necessity in the Thar-Parkar region, west and southwest of Marwar, where and here this is what we call the Thar-Parkar region, where frontiers of a number of states like Sindh, Multan, Bikaner, Jaisalmer, Marwar, Umarkot, Kathiawar, and Kutch met. The frontier region, with shifting and contested boundaries, came to be seen as disturbed and disorganized, a phrase used very often in the British documents, as a disturbed and disorganized frontier frequented by Barwatiyas or outlaws, roving bands of robbers, bandits, and highwaymen. It was viewed, and I quote, as a den of thieves, where they found safe asylum and preyed upon neighboring states. Belonging to groups of locally powerful recalcitrant Rajput Thikanadars, Sindhi chiefs, within quote criminal tribes like Bhils, Mairs, and Minas, or mercenary warrior groups like Khosas, Baluchis, Sehrais, Larkhanis, or Kazakhs. These bands, with their intimate knowledge of the difficult geography of the desert, traversed across the desert with ease, preying upon travelers, merchants, and herders alike. In one of the early descriptions of the region, James Todd highlights its solitude, desolation, as well as its hostility through imageries of anxious toil of caravans that could come across, and I quote, lying in ambush, a band of Sehrias, the Bedois of our desert, on the watch to despoil the caravan. This sense was further highlighted in the administrative report of Malani, district present or the present-day Badmer, in 1868, that underlined the absence of jurisdiction as the cause of lawlessness of the region, which was, and I quote, the common ground of plundering Sindhis, Baluchis, and Rajputs. In these wilds, they sought an easy refuge and lived with their camels and herds, a nomad and a predatory life. Thence they sallied into Sindh, Marwar, and Gujarat, where and were the pest of the country far and wide. British intervention in the affairs of Rajput states in the Thar began with military action against recalcitrant chiefs or fugitives. For instance, in 1824, the Jodhpur Maharaja was forced to give away 21 villages in the Kot Kirana and the Chang Paragnas for the suppression of Khosas, a Baluch mercenary group operating in the Thar. In 1832, Parker Field Force, constituted to deal with banditry in Thar Parker, carried out major offensive against the Khosas and Rajput Barvatiyas from Kutch. Another region that required tranquilization was Malani, which was held by old families, descendants of Mallinath Rathore, who styled themselves Ravals and posed threat to the authority of their Jodhpur clansmen. They were known to support freebooters of many kinds, with a view of establishing a strong centrical post in Balmir. An offensive into the Malani was carried out in 1836. Similarly, in Shekhawati region, that was the frontier between Jaipur, Jodhpur and Bikaner, an expedition was put together in 1834 to suppress the Bidawat, Larkhani and the Sulheri chiefs. These operations and expeditions invariably resulted in disbanding of kin-based military support that the Rajput chiefs had traditionally relied upon, as fugitive bandits often received shelter and support from the very chiefs who were expected to suppress them. Secondly, a number of non-Rajput martial groups like Bheels and Mairs that themselves had at times been involved in banditry were organized into irregular courts to deal with incidents of banditry on the frontiers of the princely states. Efforts were made to include Khosas into Parker Field Force and Bidawat, Larkhanis and Suleris into the Shekhawati Brigade. The reasons for such inclusions were not merely the channelization of criminal tendencies of these groups, but very clearly the fact of their intimate knowledge of the frontiers, besides being a tacit acceptance of their martiality. Besides, the ability to commit banditry and to control it were closely linked. British too were entering into agreements with people who controlled the frontiers, except that they were far more powerful than the erstwhile Rajput rulers and were able to impose terms. This, however, did not necessarily mean that the pacified bandits and outlaws always gave up their claims. Banditry raised several questions about borders, governance, and jurisdiction. One of the most common problems faced in the region was the absence of mutually recognized boundaries and therefore lack of clarity in matters of jurisdiction, which allowed people to move between the states with ease, particularly if they wished to escape the jurisdiction for any particular reason. What was interesting was not only the absence of clear boundaries, but the presence of zones where a third party, usually a powerful and often recalcitrant Tikanadar, exercised influence. Pokhran, for example, at the borders of Jodhpur and Jaisalmer, Pugal at the border of Bikaner and Jaisalmer, Thar Parker between Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, Sindh, Kathiawar and Kutch, Shekhawati located on borders of Jodhpur, Bikaner and Jaipur, forests of Aravalli between Jodhpur, Udaipur and Sirohi were all zones of contested jurisdiction where refuge could be sought. These were also zones through which trade routes passed and therefore making them zones not merely of refuge and escape, but ones where immense control could be exercised on circulation, particularly one that was commercial in nature. While all states undertook measures to safeguard routes as well as caravan traffic, there were often localities close to routes where states did not exercise enough influence and had to negotiate either by overlooking illegal exactions and protection taxes or negotiate ransom after thefts had been carried out. Cattle lifting and camel thefts were most common forms of theft. With the scale of theft, it is also clear that the stolen cattle, horses, and camels would have been diverted to markets through middlemen or would have been returned after ransom was received. In all such cases, the darbars were aware of their inability beyond a certain point, whereas the British officials not only insisted on defining boundaries and jurisdictions, but also fixing responsibility for loss of property, particularly if it was stolen from British territories. My engagement with banditry, robbery, and theft in the Thar indicates that these were multiple representations of claim to authority, often predicated upon control over mobility through the desert. In the arid Thar, control over circulation of mobile wealth, like cattle and merchandise in transit, epitomized authority more than anything else. Located away from agrocentric polities of northern India, Rajput brotherhoods in far western desert, in association with other warrior groups forced Rajput kingships to negotiate passage and thus share authority. Such power sharing arrangements, on the one hand, served the purpose of extending authority of the states in areas that were practically out of bounds for them. On the other hand, for the bandits, who were often also local chieftains, these arrangements allowed the perpetuation of a bandit economy based on protection and extortion in agriculturally deficient arid desert. Besides being claims to authority by way of control over mobile wealth, banditry and plunder were also resistances emanating from out of certain moral claims to true Rajputhood, one that thrived in difficult and hostile desert circumstances as against the one located in the courts. While the citadel capitals or darbars were located in fertile agrarian zones, the recalcitrant chiefs were all located in the desert, mountains, forests, spaces that were geographically hostile. A survey of Rajput ruling dynasties of the Thar, like Rathors and Bhatis, indicates that their initial power struggles were located in the heart of desert, from where they moved and settled in fertile zones, building their citadel capitals. The Thar desert represented a geographical opposition to agrarian zones where Rajput power centers were located. The claims of the recalcitrant Rajput Tikanadars in the frontiers were based on survival in harsh terrains that rendered them morally superior to the ruling clans. The Thar was a zone of interaction between core areas which represent the explicit sovereignty of the Rajput courts and, as James Scott puts it in the context of Zomia, the ambiguous, plural and shifting sovereignty of the frontiers. For the Darbars, the assertions of recalcitrant Tikanadars and Jagirdars were rooted in an older history of entitlements that were both exceeded and contested. Often the claims of recalcitrant chiefs went further back than the ruling families, or at least were contiguous. Rajput brotherhoods, as well as other groups with intimate knowledge of the desert, managed to enforce their terms on the Rajput courts by holding the key to safe passage across desert. This contract between the core and the frontier, in this contest between the core and the frontier, banditry emerged as a system of exchange. Moreover, depredations carried out by outlaw fugitive or Barvatia attracted a respectful acceptance and can be seen to represent a kind of institutionalized dissidence. British administrators, finding it difficult to come to terms with this rather centrifugal mode of flow of authority, focused on centralization of authority in courts of princely states while ascribing criminality to older power-sharing arrangements. How much time do I have?
A few minutes more.
Okay, all right. So while to end actually in a few minutes, one of the big part of the British engagement in the region was, and it sort of was in the context of law and jurisdiction, was to implement rules and regulations to curb the movement of mobile communities across the desert. In some senses, it comes with the 1871 Criminal Tribes Act, whereby a number of communities were labeled habitually and hereditarily criminal, and a number of restrictions were then imposed upon their movement across the desert. Particularly even in the princely states, as we see, these laws became a kind of negotiatory mechanism between the princely states and the British. So departments like Mehkama Baurians or Vajrayam Pesha were established, which basically the purpose of such departments was to keep a check on mobility of communities like Thoris, like Bauris, Kalbelias, Sasis, even Charans, who were put under very, very strict regulations in terms of when they could move, where they could move, what kinds of permissions they could they required to move from one state to the other, to the extent that the regulations also required a settlement of such communities into agrarian professions. The harshest part of the regulations required separation of the families, the children to be brought up away from their mobile communities, from their parents in the mobile communities, so that they do not acquire the habits of their communities themselves. So this, in a sense, like as we see, leads to, particularly with the context of, and I'm only going to focus on that in this discussion. Say, for instance, the Banjaras, who were engaged heavily in salt trade, and we find that as the British takeover of the salt sites in Rajputana, in the states of Rajputana, begins from the 1830s and well into 1860s, we find that increasingly the regulation of the Banjara traffic through these routes, particularly ones that were associated with the trade of salt, begin to expand, and the Banjara movement begins to be prohibited, restricted, as well as we see a decline as we go through the reports, the annual reports of the salt departments. We increasingly see a decline in the Banjara salt trade through the region as the railways also expand. To summarize here, what I began starting out with was this question of how histories of mobile communities can be studied, or mobility can be studied, and how the history of mobility or history of mobile communities is not merely about looking at nomads as a distinct category from state formation, or looking at nomads or nomadic communities as something as communities who were necessarily located on margins of state and society, and therefore it was a sort of one-sided kind of control over mobile communities that the sedentary states were exercising. On the contrary, I argue that nomadism and nomadic communities themselves had a very important role to play in state formation in the arid zones, not just in Western India in terms of the Thar Desert, but also they had a significant role to play in the arid regions in Deccan, which are again areas where still nomadic herding survives as a mode of as an important occupation. So what I argue is that these communities and these modes of livelihood had a very important role to play, and the rise of, or the preference of, sedentarism over in the medieval as well as in the early modern period pushed not just sedentary modes of circulation, sedentary modes of life to the margins, but also in terms of a historiography or in terms of a certain kind of archival context. The study of histories of these regions also ignored these communities and these modes of living, and thereby what we have today as what we call the history of Rajasthan is a dominant study of or a dominant mode where we only look at agrarian relationships and we only look at Rajput histories as ways of thinking history of this region. And therefore, what I argue is that this shift is essential, if not just in terms of Rajasthan, but in terms of other regions, other areas also, in order to understand how these kinds of archival turns as well as these kinds of historiographical turns have impacted history writing in the kinds of regions that we are studying. So thank you very much, and I'll end here, and maybe we can begin, move towards some discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for this enlightening presentation. We have some questions for you. This question is from Sharonna Banerjee. She is asking, are there any narratives of the experiences of the women of these mobile Rajput communities traveling in search of employment? There is another question from Pritam Goswami. Were traveling women charged for compromising and falling from the satitva of Rajput women?
Okay, all right. The first thing is that so there are different kinds of narratives, and women are largely absent with their own agencies, in their own agency from the Rajput narratives themselves. They're present as Ramesh Srinivasan's work, for instance, on Padmavat, on Padmini shows. They're present as creations in terms of what the dominant politics of the region wanted to see them as. So as objects who have to be acquired, or who have to be who have to preserve a certain idea of culture, a certain idea of identity, and so on. Their own agency is completely missing. Whether they were traveling, whether they were not traveling, we don't know. I mean, at least of the Rajput women, we do not know. In fact, very often we do not even know their names. Very often they were addressed with the names of their natal clans. So their own names would be missing from the accounts that we find. So there is very little to say, like whether they were traveling in search of work or otherwise. But when it comes to other communities, when it comes to herding communities, when it comes to, say, a community like Charan, there is where we get a lot of information about women herders. So particularly vis-a-vis the Charan accounts. Now, Charans were they were a very composite community. We find that there are many accounts about how they were poets, how they were traders, how they were moneylenders, how they were also herders and cattle traders, and so on. There's a whole range of temples throughout the western Rajasthan region, which is dedicated to what are known as the Charani goddesses. Now, as of contemporarily, they're very often identified with the largest goddess cults, but these were goddesses that are very central to the imaginary of the goddess cults in Western India. We find, particularly in these accounts, we find, say, for instance, in Pabuji's account, we find that the community itself of the Charans was led by a Charani, a woman who was a cattle herder and a horse trader herself. And she's the one who kind of negotiates a transfer of these cattle and these commodities. In the social history, in the archive that I referred to earlier, which is which are called the Sanad Parwana Bahis in the state archives in Bikaner, there are a number of references to women who are appealing to the state for a number of purposes. At times it is also as, in terms of various kinds of family disputes, but sometimes it's also in the reference of, say, when their cattle have been stolen, or at times it is in the context of property disputes and all. So there's a large presence of women in such documents, where they are present as petitioners of various kinds. However, it is still, at least in the Rajput accounts, it is very difficult to find women as ones who kind of express their own agency in terms of what they were doing or what their presence was like. What was the second part?
The second part was where traveling women charged for compromising and falling from the satitva of Rajput women.
Okay. So falling from satitva is again is a large question, and I think one of the arguments that even though, and we end up talking a lot about Rajputs, one of the arguments that I have been making is to move away from the Rajput centric imaginary of the region itself, And these tropes again of like satitva, or how, like what kind of central role did women hold in this debate around satitva and so on, is a much it's a horse that's been flogged very, very often. And I think like we should let go of this at this point of time. Again, the question of marriage is, and I've written extensively about it, it affects, as in like a number of Rajput chiefs, the number of Rajput mansabdars in the Rajput in the courts that held important mansabs came from clans who had married their daughters to the Mughals. They occupied very important positions. They were often considered to be the ideal representations of the empire. They served in important positions. They fought in battles of succession, and so therefore formed a very important part of the imaginary of the Mughals. As far as the politics of the region itself goes, the Mughals also held a very important control over the region. In fact, like in the disputes, in the inter-Rajput disputes, it is the Mughal emperor who got to decide who the Tikayat was going to be, following the control of the region as the region was assimilated into the Mughal empire. Shantanu De.
Ma'am, should I read it out or?
Yeah, why don't you?
Okay. If authority, legitimacy, circulation, fashioning of Rajput identities, and state formation in the Thar underwent such process of transformation from the medieval to the modern era, early modern phase, how have the oral narratives or bardic chronicles changed over time, especially in the case of tribes, ethnic groups other than Rajput narratives?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So if we the most popular example, I mean there are many, but the most popular example that we look at is Pabuji, or the other of course is Dev Narayan. If we look at Pabuji, there are like multiple kinds of narrations that are possible of the Pabuji narrative, which come from different vantage points. So they come from the vantage point of the Rajputs, they come from the vantage point of the Bhils, they come from the vantage point of the Rabaris. They also come from the vantage point of the Charans. And in each one of them, there is a way in which the narrative appears to be about different communities rather than only about the Rajput hero himself. I would say that over a period of time, the question of Rajput identity has become so important, and it is so central to the identity of the region itself, that even other communities, whether it is through oral narratives or even through like written histories of communities themselves, frame their own histories into the Rajput mode. So it is like the what were considered to be the Rajput values. Each and every community attempts to fit itself into that framework, and so like it is about Rajput becoming the frame that each community has to achieve. So a number of oral epic or oral narratives themselves have also then adapted to these modes of representations, and very often the heroes themselves are represented in a very Rajput framework. So whether it is like about horse riding, whether it is about attire, whether it is about valor, about bravery, and so on, all these figure in the ways in which the heroic identity of any group, any community is now shaped. So heroism in itself, and a particular kind of heroism, is one way of looking at the shifts in the bardic narratives. The others, of course, are that over a period of time, I mean, they have gone on to include a number of ways of thinking about community, caste, identity, and so on. And newer versions are actually reflecting a number of these contradictions and these complexities. There is.
Yes, there is another question from Akash Bhattacharya. He wants to know if you could give some idea about Kolkata Marwari community when they migrated.
Hoarding
culture essential to them.
Okay. The Marwari migration as such. So the Marwari traders, again, like what get to be called Marwari traders are not necessarily only from Marwar. A lot of them are actually from Shekhawati, but they also come from other regions. And a lot of these were in the initial phases actually moving around with along with the Banjaras, were actually suppliers to the Mughal armies and were moving around with the Mughal armies, and eventually went on to settle. And so Calcutta, it's not just Calcutta, but a number of like cities that were arising. So apart from Kolkata, it's also places like Ahmedabad, places like Madras, places like Surat, as well as Kanpur, which were like, emerging in the 18th century, also became centers of Marwari migration. 18th century, in fact, with the and that's the only time when actually a true Rajput state is actually witnessed, which is the post-Mughal and pre-British phase. We see that the Rajput state actually goes on to these states, both Bikaner, Marwar, as well as Jaisalmer, go on to great lengths actually to protect the trade routes. They are, despite like all kinds of conversations around insecurity, around distress that the later British sources cite. There is actually a lot of emphasis and a lot of focus on protection of trade routes, as well as on increasing the amount of transit trade through the region. Despite that, there is clearly a very big emigration that happens, that begins to take place, and Marwadis invest in not just grain and ghee trade that become like the important areas where they invest, but they are also investing in new newer forms of trade, including, say, opium, that's sort of emerging in this period. Hoarding, I suppose, is essential to all mercantile cultures, not just Marwaris. And there is, in fact, a lot of like work that is emerging around morality and immorality of hoarding, and what are the kinds of public opinions that begin to emerge, particularly in Bengal, Orissa, and all these regions, because of the famines in the 19th and the 20th centuries. So 1860s, 1890s, and in the 20th century. So hoarding actually becomes a big question in these regions.
The other question is from Devdut Mondol. He wants to know that Mughals would be on the move. For example, Babur, Humayun, Shah Jahan. How would their interactions of the mobile communities be like? Later, when such Mughals would settle as emperors, do you see some interaction between the emperor and those mobile communities they might have encountered? And do local myths and legends of those local communities feature in their memory?
Okay. While they were on the move, but they were on the move as military expeditions, and so they undertook military expeditions, and there's a lot about how the Mughal capitals themselves were mobile. So along with the emperor, the whole administration or the whole sort of capital would be on the move. We do hear a lot about the Banjaras particularly, and so if you read Irfan Habib's work, you will read about like Banjaras as an important mode of supply to the Mughal armies also, but also to the towns and the cities. And as far as interaction goes, there isn't much, as far as I know, about like any kinds of direct interactions between emperors or even of the high nobility with the Banjaras or such communities. Of course, they played their roles, and so there are all kinds of roles that we hear about, not so much from the Mughal context, but let's say from the Rajput administration or the administration of the Rajput states. We hear that they are the mobile communities or such tribes are used as trackers, for instance, in the case of cattle theft or in the case of any kind. So they're pagis. They are people who can trace the steps and so on. They're being used as informers at times and so on. So there are ways in which they are also part of the administration. They're also part of the functioning in some ways, but not certainly at any high level. They are being used in one way or the other, and so like there is very little that I know of, at least, of like any kind of direct encounter. Sometimes they do feature in the accounts that are written. So Banjaras feature in these accounts, but not in terms of like any great impact that they were making in terms of the political context. Of course, they were they were major traders and suppliers in this time. Yeah.
This question is from Shayantanu Adhikari. She says that she's wondering if keeping the nomadic sources or history played a major role in creating not only a dominant narrative of the state, but also in the otherization process.
Okay, if I was wondering if you mean if like not keeping the nomadic sources and histories at the center of it? Absolutely, because the history writing focused so much on the state-centric sources. It focused so much on and the British narratives were in some senses no different from the Rajput narratives in terms of how the British narratives themselves create a certain kind of imagery of the Rajputs. The Rajputs sources create a certain kind of idea of themselves and of what was important for them in terms of state formation. And so therefore there is a dominant narrative that comes into play, and it otherizes it. Sort of the everything else is the other, and it never figures into. So therefore, even in an arid region, when we think about state formation, we think about state formation from an agrarian context. We do not think about state formation from the context of mobility. We do not think about state formation from the way in which, let's say, something like control over circulation as an important aspect of state administration and governance. So yes, I think you're right in that way. Yes.
This question is from Nilanjana Gupta. She's asking, was there any kind of rivalry between Muslim Rajputs and Hindu Rajputs?
There were rivalries between all kinds of Rajputs. Rajputs, they had distinct states, and within these distinct states, they were all fighting for their own survival, and they were fighting for expanding their own territories and influence. So, inter-Rajput struggle, whether it is Muslim Rajputs or Hindu Rajputs or anybody, is not surprising. I mean, it is not something. So it's not just Rajputs. Say, for instance, when the Jat states comes up, they are also struggling to expand their territories. And so they're getting into struggle with different states. The Muslim Rajput or the Kayam Khanis, that in itself is an interesting category, and they and a very complex one, where they actually continue to use or continue to project the idea of the Rajputhood as being central to their own identity also. So I don't think that being Muslim in itself was the only constitutive form of looking at their identity at this point of time. And as far as struggle goes on, I mean, it was a free for all, in the sense that all states struggled to expand their territory as well as their influence. Yeah.
We don't I think that's it. We don't have any more questions, but thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for answering the questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tilottama, and everybody else.
Thank you.
Now we will head on to the second section of our talk, but before that we will take a break, and we will resume our program at 1:50 p.m. So thank you all the speakers and participants. See you all very soon. We will again resume at 1:50 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, volunteers. So we kind of again meet at 12, now 1:50. Hello. Hello, Sonia.
Um,
Hello, hello.
Hello, ma'am. Hello. Ma'am, I was wondering if I could check if my presentation can be shared from my end.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, we can see your slide. Dr. Sonia Vig is trying out whether she can share her screen.
Mom, I think it'll be better if someone from your end shared the screen because I can only do this.
Okay, I'll ask. Devdut, are you around?
Yes, ma'am.
Devdut, can you share the PPT that Dr. Sonia Vig has sent? Just try it.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Should I try it out once now?
Please. Yes. Full screen. Yeah.
That's
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much.
Devdut, go back to the first. Sonia, two of my colleagues are present in this meeting. Shamarpita, are you around?
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Shamarpita Mitra, she specializes on the 19th century. And Dr. Sudeshna Banerjee is also here. Sudeshna Ji?
Hello, Sonia. Wonderful to welcome you to our department. And
thank you so much.
Very exciting workshop. It's turning out to be very exciting. Actually, I missed a couple of days because of some prior commitment. But it's wonderful to be back and listening to all those papers on early modern, to which I relate in some way, very distantly maybe. It's really exciting.
That's great.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm really looking forward to sharing my work with students and faculty here.
It's our pleasure. It's such a bright scholar, and whatever little I've read of your work and heard your lectures, it's fabulous. So looking forward to a very fascinating session. There has been a lot of interest in your work. A lot of people have asked about your particular presentation, at what time it is going to be held, etc.
Thank you so much. I hope I live up to it. I'm
sure.
Yeah, I mean, I generally tend to lure people in with sex and then bore them with medicine. So I hope that doesn't happen.
No.
This question of women's world of knowledge is so very important, I think,
True.
particularly in the kind of male-centric hierarchy of knowledge that you have. The way in which women assert their knowledge and the conduits through which they do it, sometimes maybe accepting the hierarchy, but then, inchoately subverting it in some ways and keeping their own knowledge secret is also very important. And that can also create hierarchies within the women's domain itself. When in my work I have seen it, for example, the elderly women, they would be kind of holding their knowledge to their chests, and would then only much later, when the bahu becomes much older, would they share it with them. So there is a hierarchy there as well, because that is how the elderly women empower themselves within patriarchy, within the household dimension of patriarchy, that is.
True. I mean, the beauty of the 19th century, I think, and onwards, is that these stories then, I mean, I only know of ethnographical accounts from this period, but these stories then kind of get written and then are traceable. But in my own period, I've found that at least up until this moment, I've had to speculate as to which text would have been written by women. All of them are written for women. And talking about feminine ailments. And there is a lot that can be written about midwives in this period. And yet no account from midwives has so far survived. So those are contradictions, and one has to do more work in this field to be able to write those kind of histories where feminine perspectives from women can actually come out, especially in medicine.
Right. It's so much more challenging, therefore.
True, yes.
Maybe for us, it's easier in a way. But of course, then you have plethora of sources, and the question of navigating through these sources also becomes another kind of challenge.
Absolutely.
The whole intertextual maze presents its own problems then.
Absolutely. I agree with that. And also, I think the other problem, I think, which cuts across time periods is that one always comes across these small little snippets and sources, and when you go into the archive looking for this material and it doesn't exist, then you can just put it as a footnote and get frustrated about it and keep hoping that one day in the archive you're going to get a copy of this text and it's going to change the field.
True. Is Devdut having problems opening the PPT or whatever for her?
No, it's working fine.
Okay, then you can continue. Yeah.
Before we start.
Devdut, just to give you a small warning, I did make some minor changes, so I might ask you to go to the next slide and the slide back, but I hope that doesn't throw you off.
Okay, Rijita, please take over. Okay, they will say it's not a problem.
Thank you.
Rijita, please come in.
Okay, ma'am. Welcome back to the second session of the day. The theme of this session is Dimensions of Socio-Cultural Histories. A gentle reminder, those who are not presenting, please mute your microphones. If you have questions or comments, please type them in the chat box. We will take up them in the dedicated discussion session after each talk. Speakers will have 1 hour for presentation followed by a 20-minute of discussion session. With this, it is my privilege to introduce our speaker for this session, Dr. Sonia Wig. Dr. Sonia Wig received her doctorate from the Department of History at the University of Exeter. She was awarded the College of Humanities International Studentship for pursuing her project titled The Body of Words, A Social History of Sex and the Body in Early Modern South Asia. Her published works include Politics, Patronage, Polyvalence, Mirza Raja Jai Singh in Bihari Lal's Satsai, published in Social Scientist in 2015, and Sex and the Sakhi, Femininity in Bihari's Satsai, in Proceedings of the Indian History Congress 2014. She has occupied key editorial positions in Ex Historia and Studies in History. She has been awarded a postdoctoral fellowship at the Institute of Advanced Studies in the Humanities at the University of Edinburgh. Dr. Wig has won the Bailey Prize for 2022 for her thesis entitled The Body of Words, A Social History of Sex and the Body in Early Modern South Asia. Today, she will speak on early modern feminine medical histories, select sources and perspectives. We extend our warm welcome to Dr. Sonia Wig and request her to start her presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Arijita. Thank you for that very kind introduction. If we could switch over to... thank you so much. Thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank Professors Tilottama Mukherjee, Samarpita Mitra, and Utsare for their very kind invitation to present my work in this amazing workshop. I've got some of the sessions after after they were published on Facebook and YouTube Live, and it seems like an amazing group of scholars and amazing works being presented. So looking forward to that. This paper contains snippets from my doctoral thesis on sex and the body in early modern North India. And I'm really glad for the opportunity to present some of my work to such an august audience. So thank you so much. If we could move to the next slide. I would like to begin today's paper with two quotations that are on your screen. The first from the Quran about how God creates what he pleases. Some people get male children, some female, and some remain childless. In this granting of progeny, he is considered wise and capable. The second quote is evidently from the Emperor Jahangir's recollection of the incident surrounding his own birth. It says, until my father, Emperor Akbar, was 28 years old, none of his children had survived, and he was always soliciting dervishes and hermits who have spiritual proximity to the divine court for the survival of a child. During the days when my exalted father was seeking a son, he met a dervish named Sheikh Salim. Because my father was a devotee of dervishes, he visited this one too. One day, while Sheikh Salim was in a trance, my father asked him, how many sons will I have? And the Sheikh answered, he who bestows without obligation will grant you 3 sons. Now, clearly, childlessness and the consequent desire for progeny were concerns deeply rooted in early modern North Indian society. As can be seen from the incident remembered in the Jahangirnama, issues of childlessness might be deeply feminine, but mostly are remembered in chronicles written by men, usually talking of childlessness of men. And while that is in itself important, I am in no way saying that's not important. In today's paper, I want to introduce you to a small slice of writing early modern feminine medical histories by looking at a range of texts discussing a woman's fertility or lack thereof. In doing this, I am perpetuating the same flaw. Make no mistake, I am doing the same thing. Most of my sources are also written for men, keep male bodies as the primary example of diseased bodies. And yet, as scholars like Monica Green, Anwar Giladi, Mary Fissel, and many others have shown, there is ample opportunity to write feminine histories through these medical sources. Secondly, this paper will focus on infertility in women. I am by no means saying that reproduction was the sum total of feminine diseases in South Asia. What I am attempting here is to take female infertility as one example of feminine diseases and show you how it is treated in different types of medical source material. Broadly speaking, we will be going through two main genres, tibbi or medical, with multiple subgenres ranging from theoretical medical manuals to clinical notes of practicing physicians to anonymous medical text. The other main genre is going to be eritological or sexological sources. Through a critical analysis of these sources, my paper today demonstrates that even though yearning for a child continued to be an early modern societal concern, it wedded the experience of childbearing to the idea of femininity itself. To gain such an experience, women used the help of medical professionals, male and female, and we will talk about female quote-unquote midwives or experienced women, as well as sought divine interventions. If we could move to the next slide. Now, scholars like Ruby Lal and Lisa Balban-Lilar have demonstrated the primacy of reproduction in an elite woman's life, especially as it became, quote, vital for the survival of the empire that was coming into being by the early 17th century, end quote. The Timurid Mughal Empire spanned over 3 centuries from 1526 onwards and controlled vast geographies. Apart from immigrants from Central Asia, Iran, or present-day Afghanistan, the Mughal emperors incorporated many local rulers into its military administrative orders and imperial services. These imperial functionaries became major landholders, mansabdars, someone that I don't need to explain in this audience, revenue collectors, commandeered soldiers, and became important patrons of art and architecture. These imperial land grants were not routinely hereditary. We all know that they were not. And yet, birth defined one's initial ranking, entry into court circles, and subsequent career. While patrimonial alliances defined and shaped an individual's identity, in the early days of the Mughal Empire, maternal origins were reflected in the status of princes, and Timurid children were often given names from their matrilineal line, which had a permanent claim on their loyalty and critical role in shaping their identity as well as of their mothers. Over the next 100 years, the Mughal harem saw substantial changes, especially through the influx of women with Shi, Rajput, and even Christian ancestries within their ranks. But the desire to produce a child, an heir, persisted. Concomitantly, the inability to produce a child became a source of grave anxiety, not only for the affected women, but for the society as a whole. Most elite households, in accordance with practices in the Mughal harem itself, fostered hierarchies amongst women. These were primarily based on their origin, marital status, concubinage, slavery, and their ability to bear children. The Timurid Mughal practice of tracing legitimacy of rule through descent from both the mother and the father's family has been well established and well studied. In case a woman was unable to bear children, the practice of fosterage, especially through interfamilial adoption, is also very well studied and well documented. Furthermore, the birth of a child was of primary importance to a woman, especially when seen in conjunction with the social equity it provided her. According to the Hanafis, the most popular of the 4 religious Sunni Islamic school of jurisprudence in early modern South Asia, even a slave wife's status would change in the event of carrying her master's child, thereby making her Walad or mother of the child. She would not be resold, which theoretically other slaves' wife could be. And yet, producing a child was not the summation of a woman's existence either, as evinced by numerous examples of women being politically active, economically independent, and producing and patronizing courtly literature. These things are different and yet similar. Having a child was not the most important thing in a woman's life, and yet it was important, and one cannot wish that away, as it were. While I acknowledge that a woman's role in empire building was beyond reproduction and contingent on more than producing or fostering a male heir, my paper will argue that early modern erytological and medical texts were geared toward fostering reproduction, inasmuch as they viewed the inability to bear a child as one of the special diseases of women. And this is the term that I kept encountering in most of my sources when talking about childlessness. They were the special diseases of women. Clearly, a child, an heir, was instrumental not only to secure a man's fortune, but to secure the position of a woman as an important member of the household, not only in her husband's lifetime, but also in her son's. It is within this matrix of wealth and inheritance that I situate today's paper's discussion of knowledge production around feminine reproductive abilities. If you could move 2 slides, please. Next. Thank you. Scholars such as Shalini Shah, Martha Selby have demonstrated that ancient and medieval medical discourses in South Asia, primarily in Sanskrit, were deeply interested in issues of conception, gestation, and childbirth. By the early modern period, this focus on restoring and promoting fertility remains unchanged. Again, the desire for a child has been written into medical sources from the ancient and or what we considered the ancient and medieval period. So that doesn't change. What I will explore today is the subtle transformations in how the discussion of disease and curatives was translated and brought into the early modern Indo-Persian knowledge paradigm. Clearly, the investment in treating female infertility is not new. What seems to be a plethora of sources, not only medical and erytological, but also literary, biographical, that have included snippets of medical dietetic information to cure infertility. Apart from these, a whole new range of new texts emerge in the early modern period. They are succinct, they are mostly anonymous and anonymously authored in most cases. Texts about sexual diseases of men and women that are produced between mid to late 18th century. These texts or these new texts move beyond the strict theoretical boundaries of medicine and make more space for the inexplicable, divine, and occult to remove impediments to infertility. Through a critical analysis of how barrenness was treated in these texts, I also speculate on the nature of their anticipated audience, the extent of their medical knowledge, this audience's medical knowledge, and the intertextuality with more established medical genres. By exploring the myriad ways in which these texts deal with issues associated with fertility, I will also try and showcase different medical perspectives on reproduction and regulation of the female body. Here, fertility, measured as a woman's ability to produce offspring, forms a major concern in early modern medical and literary traditions too. Using a comparativist approach then, this paper chooses one kind of problem that leads to female infertility and then follows that treatment across multiple genres, erytological as well as medical. I will also demonstrate that the medical texts or the medical genre should not be looked at in a monolithic way and has many subgenres. As you can see on your screen at the moment, there are 3 that in the medical genre that I will put forward in front of you today. What I would like you to do then is think of medical sources as a wide tree with many branches or subgenres, and I'm going to take you through about 4 or 5 of them. There are obvious overlaps amongst them, but for my own understanding, I want to make some distinctions. First are the theoretical manuals or materia medicas and medical handbooks. These are basically texts that deal with each disease in detail, usually from head to toe. So for example, if I were to give you a theoretical medical handbook, it would usually contain about 28 to 32 chapters. It would start from head, diseases of the head. So it will go into brain, diseases of the brain, diseases of the hair, and diseases of the eye, nose, lips, and so on and so forth. This has another subcategory, books, detailed books written on only one body part. For example, Ilazul Chishma, which is an entire book dedicated to diseases of the eyes. The second subgenre in this category would be mattabs or case files of physicians or hakims. in these, one sees snippets of physicians' interactions with patients because these are case files. So while in the first category, you would a person would disease would be dealt with. This is the disease, and these are the cures. These are the causes, and these are the cures. In mattabs or case files, usually what you find is that they go into this is the disease. This is a woman or a man or someone who exhibited these signs. This is how I treated them. They came back the next day. They had some persisting problem, almost as though us going to medical doctors today and explaining our case history to someone, that we went back to the doctor within 5 days, the problem persisted, what did the doctor's diagnosis was and what the cure was. The third category is medical information in erotological sources, and I'll dedicate a different slide to that. Now, we assume that erotological or sexological manuscripts are only writing about sex, which is not true in this period. By the 17th century, most erotological manuals written in Persian have a well-developed section on sexual medicine, and I'll show you an example from that too in detail. And lastly, and the most ephemeral lot, is from the end of 18th century, smaller, incomplete, mostly anonymous text, mostly anonymous authored text focusing on sexual diseases. A cursory glance at some of their indicative title, one of which is on your screens, such as Ilaj-e-Aurat, is Cures of Women, and other example is Risala dar Aurat, or Treatises about Women, reiterates that they were focused on the diseases of women, especially reproductive diseases of women. By comparing these very texts, I demonstrate that the same set of problems can be dealt very differently in contemporary sources, even though there is a great deal of intertextuality within them. Furthermore, the ubiquity of sources offering prescriptions to cure infertility is indicative of a deep-seated anxiety around childlessness in early modern North India. If you could go back to the previous slide, please. Sorry. Thank you. Now, to go into some of these sources, the biographical account of a very high-ranking Mughal judicial official named Khwaja Dost Muhammad, active in the reign of Mughal Emperor Jahangir, 1605-1627, contains a very interesting story of a case he adjudicated. This case is something that I've talked about quite a lot, but to just give you a brief account of what the case talks about. Here, a man accused his deceased brother's wife of fraudulently passing off a child as his brother's offspring to lay claim on his property. The dispute was founded on his declaration that his departed brother, his dead brother, was impotent and could not produce a child with his wife in his lifetime. Khwaja Dost Muhammad is said to have summoned the mother and the child and made inquiries. The woman acknowledged that there was something deficient in the virility of her husband. She said, "Dar Juliete Shohre Man Nuksani Bood," by which she meant that her husband there was something wrong with his virility. But a physician had advised her to give her husband rohu fish with its head to eat for a period of 40 days without any break, which would make him virile. She diligently followed the Hakim's instructions, and the man's virility was restored, and a son was born to him. Furthermore, the Khwaja tested the paternity of this child by the smell of fish in the sweat that emanated from the child. The report of this incident brings forth a possible scenario of how the courts dealt with ascertaining a charge of male impotence, even though made after a man had died, and intimately connected it with issues of rightful inheritance. Here, the onus of proving that her child was legitimate fell on the woman. Furthermore, it is the solution applied by the Khwaja that gives us an insight into how certain food items, not necessarily complex medical medicaments, were indelibly linked to curing infertility. What this Khwaja did was he made the child run around the court. And once the child produced some sweat, he collected it in a handkerchief and first smelt it himself and then gave it to the audience, to all the male members who were present, and everybody could smell the smell of fish from that handkerchief. And so he declared that because the man was cured by eating rohu fish, that fish, or the essence of that fish, is essentially being reflected in this handkerchief, in the sweat that is produced from the child. The check by the Khwaja to ascertain the parentage of the child demonstrates that judicial authorities could utilize popular but informed ideas to make legal decisions. As for the nature of the check in itself, it involved ascertaining whether the qualities of that medicine, the rohu fish in this case, or the method which was used to restore virility to the father and made it possible for the conception of the child, was retained and then manifested in the resultant progeny as well. The incident also depicts the resourcefulness of the woman for curing her childlessness by seeking a cure for his infertility. She clearly stated that even though her husband had been impotent for a very long time, she sought help from a hakim who cured him by ordering a diet of rohu fish and its head for 40 consecutive days. The physician's solution, specific courses of regimentation of diet to restore virility, was clearly situated in the contemporary Unani humoral understanding that rohu fish was an aphrodisiac, albeit one that was rare and expensive. And how do we know that? Because even in contemporaneous Unani and Ayurvedic traditions, rohu fish was supposed to be, quote, hot, heavy, and moist. It is an aphrodisiac. It promotes strength, end quote. The fish was much sought after even in the imperial household. For instance, in his memoirs, Jahangir mentioned his affinity for rohu fish several times. But this is just one example. Multiple examples of the use of fish as a treatment for infertility seem to cut across religious beliefs and food practices. The example on your screen at the moment, this incident, was reported by the French Protestant traveler Jean-Baptiste Tavernier, also traveling in the subcontinent between 1605 1689. He noted that the wife of a rich banya merchant, Shanti Das, in Ahmedabad, Gujarat, could not conceive for more than 15 years and was discreetly advised by the domestic help working in their home to eat 3 or 4 little fish. For most upper caste Hindus, who usually practice vegetarianism, again, there are exceptions to this, and there is a lot of secondary material on this. But in this case, it is inferred that she is vegetarian. Religious prohibitions created issues. So the servant disguised it in a manner that she could consume it, followed by sexual relations with her husband. Her husband passed away as she became pregnant. Again, like that previous case. Following a property dispute, she approached the governor, but the matter escalated to the Mughal emperor. Both ordered the newborn to be given a bath. As the bath water smelled of fish, it was proven that the remedy for curing infertility used by the woman was genuine. Now, both stories here indicate not only that fish was commonly held as a popular cure for infertility, both for men and women, but show that issues of infertility was significant in solving property disputes and fed into making and articulating early modern sexual and social anxieties. This almost exclusive focus on female reproductive abilities then draws on a theoretical, moral, and religious underpinnings of women's medicine in early modern South Asia. What then I would like to do in the subsequent sections in this paper is demonstrate that though most medical or tibbi sources and erytological texts discuss the same set of diseases and curative practices, texts produced in different subgenres brought their own complexities to the issues. They're all talking about the same thing: women who cannot have children. What is different in each subgenre is the way they're dealing with it, which reveal as much about the spatial and material setting of the cures of feminine diseases as it does about the audience of these texts. Methodologically, a critical analysis of these medical treatments offered to infertile women in different types of texts lead to explorations of who was offering explanations and treatments for ill health, as well as the relationship between patients and those offering them treatments. So each text also says something different about who the patient is going to for these treatments. Much like us today, early modern patients could and did seek remedies across medical systems with different humoral understandings of health, such as Ayurveda, two of the main ones being Ayurveda and Unani. while Ayurveda is premised on the doctrine of three humors that regulate the state of the body: wind, choler, and phlegm. The fourfold humoral system followed by the Unani text embodying the spirit of individual well-being included blood, phlegm, yellow bile or choler, and black bile, melancholy. So even though on the surface Ayurveda and Unani are based on a 3 and 4 humoral model, and they're different in that much, it is clearly evident from the medical sources that I read that most patients did not make those distinctions. They were seeking cure across these medical divides that we've placed or historiographically have been placed by people dealing with these sources. Many medical theoreticians attempted to study in the period, to study, translate, and collate information from these traditions. Some even attempted to reconcile these humoral differences and present them through detailed translations that I end up studying. Through a critical study of these materials that have been translated within these two humoral models, as well as their associated Sanskrit and Persian linguistic tradition, my paper would not only demonstrate complex networks of early modern intertextuality, but comment upon primacy of reproduction in discussions centered around diseases of women. Now, if you could move to the slide number 6, please. Next slide, please. Now to move to the discussion on theoretical medical sources, we know that the history of transmission of Greco-Islamic medical knowledge in Arabic and Persian can be traced back to the Delhi Sultanate. But it was the patronage provided by the Mughal emperors that amplified the study, practice, and diffusion of knowledge of Tibb in early modern South Asia. My main representative text in this section is the Tibb-e-Akbari, or Medical Knowledge of Muhammad Akbar Arzani, a medical compendium which contains chapters on maksus or special diseases of men and women. The Tibb-e-Akbari was composed by Hakim Muhammad Akbar Arzani in 1700 to 1701. It draws heavily on a 15th century Arabic text. Arzani explicitly refers to Ayurvedic medical authorities such as Charak and Sushrut, who had inspired Arabic medical writers from the 7th century onwards. So there are multiple layers of translations involved in one text. The text contains 27 chapters, each chapter dedicated to diseases of body parts, again, as I said in my introduction, from head to toe. The language of the text, Tibb-e-Akbari, is prescriptive in function. Most verbs are conjugated in the optative, and a sort of aorist in which prescriptive functions is understood. So basically, in most chapters, the text presumes the diseased body to be male, but in the chapter on special diseases of women, I've interpreted the verbs as saying one should give her, she should eat, she should apply. So because the language doesn't have gender markers, in the chapters on feminine diseases, when I've translated, when you see my translations, you'll see that I've written one should give her, she should eat, she should apply. Within the chapter, Arzani looks at feminine health exclusively through the prism of how to prevent an abortion or miscarriage or any other impediment to a woman's generative function. At the beginning of the section describing the reasons for barrenness or akra, Arzani acknowledged that it could be attributed to problems with men as well as women. Now, let's see at how coldness of the womb as a cause for barrenness was understood in a handbook of medicine. If you could move to the next slide, please. And this is the translation, a quick sort of translation in English. Here, Arzani writes that because of the woman's cold temperament, the female seed and blood becomes cold. This is indicated that, what he's writing here is that the irregularity of a woman's menstrual cycle combined with the discoloration of the discharge were indicative that coldness was the cause of the disease here. These signs could be judged only by either checking the woman or speaking to a patient about intimate matters. Arzani also gives a list of very visible signs to any observer, such as discoloration of the skin and hair loss, combined with a full-bodied coldness. So he gives you all the kind of signs that you would need to diagnose the disease of a woman, visible signs as well as invisible signs. Taking the reader deeper into the humoral analysis, he clarifies that these could be caused by unrelieved phlegm, a viscous moisture or mucus that is readily evident in various discharges of the body. So you'd have to, check the discharges of this woman's body to be able to diagnose her. Arzani's cure strikes right to the heart of the problem by suggesting an emetic, a substance which would remove phlegm by vomiting. Another possible solution that he gives that give the patient masruditus, which is an antidote given against any form of toxin in the body. While he does not go into individual components of this medicament, the reader was supposed to know that this would rid the body of coldness and restore the constitutional balance. Another recipe suggested by Arzani, which as part of the same cure, but not translated here, included saffron, hyacinth flowers, egg yolk, and a range of spices, such as different types of spikenard, to be cooked in duck and chicken fat, as well as oil of nardine. Indian spikenard is well known in medicaments for curing cold diseases. It appears in a recipe for the treatment of obstruction, wind, diarrhea, and pleurisy, and was meant to arouse sexual desire and cure diseases of the womb. Similarly, the oil of nardine, also a synonym for spikenard, was known for stopping bleeding in the womb and improve fertility. Most of these ingredients had heating properties and were meant to induce heat in the body. Certain ingredients had dual purposes. For instance, egg yolk was presumably meant to act as a binding agent. Much more detailed descriptions also exist in the text, but he basically is what I'm trying to tell you is that here he tells you about the disease and he prescribes one recipe to consume orally and another to be inserted into the body after menstruation, leading to after menstruation, after the body has been purified, after a ritual bath has been taken. In Arzani's detailed description, he advises that the patient should combine and burn ingredients meant to combat coldness. So everything that he could possibly give you, if coldness is your problem, then he would give you everything in a restrained manner that could heat the body. He then adds elaborate instructions to ensure that the fumes of this mixture that is meant to induce heat are directed towards the ailing woman's vagina, as this was meant to be beneficial in altering the effects of the disease. Furthermore, theoretical physicians like Arzani were aware that coldness could persist even after the woman was successfully pregnant. So even after the disease was cured, coldness as a disease could persist. To combat it, he included advice in another 18th century text that is attributed to him called Shafa Sibyan, or Remedies for Children. He wrote that, and I quote, "If a pregnant lady is having palpitation due to cold, morbid material, then it will be cured by taking lukewarm water, rose, and performing exercise. Most of the time, the pregnant lady should be given the following," and he puts details of sort of tonics that this woman can take to cure herself. Clearly, medical theoreticians included solutions for a problem across pre and post-fetal formation and provided detailed cure for all situations. Lastly, one last deeper look at the ingredients, especially the ones containing meat, lead to questions about the use of these medicines by certain classes and religious groups, something that we also sort of encountered when talking about Shantidas and eating fish to cure infertility. The universal suitability or use of medical properties can be called into question, as dietetic beliefs were multifarious in character and often varied between different social groups and communities. It would be very difficult, therefore, to map each ingredient onto consumption patterns without a deeper study. And I hope some of you would do that in your MPhils and PhDs and give us answers to these questions. But as animal produce was included even in 16th century Ayurvedic texts like Bhava Prakasha, we can argue that animal meat as well as their private organs were prescribed as medicines, especially for increasing virility, and their consumption patterns across religious, gender, and class divides existed. Now, if you could move to the next slide, a completely different perspective is offered from case files, as I said, of physicians. And the representative text in this section for me is Maktab-e Hakim Alavi Khan, the purported case files of an 18th century Mughal physician, Hakim Alavi Khan Shirazi, who practiced in Shahjahanabad. He included accounts of the way he treated individual ailments on a case-by-case basis. While there is a high possibility that these were idealized cases, from his text, one can estimate that the physician would not just prescribe one remedy, but it was a constant back and forth exchange between the physician and the patient that, and in the case of women, was sometimes mediated by the Kabila or an experienced female medical practitioner. To provide a well-rounded picture of existing medical practices for the purpose of this text, I will show you an example of a woman who had a problem of frequent miscarriages. If you could move to the next slide, please. In this case, a woman had a problematic habit of frequent miscarriages, iskate hamal ki aadat. Now, this is where things get murky, and one has to be very careful while translating. The term iskat in Persian and with Arabic roots basically means to fall or drop. It was used to denote causing to fall, dropping, or casting her young, an animal, miscarrying, miscarriage, or procuring an abortion. Hence, there's a lot of ambiguity in connotation of the term iskati hamal. It could be and was used interchangeably sometimes for miscarriage as well as producing an abortion, which completely changes the way the act as well as its consequences should be understood in this period. And I can talk a little bit more about it in the Q&A. If you could move to the next slide, please. So the translation of that text is on your screen at the moment. What happens here is that the complex cure for the woman's miscarriage is provided by Hakim Alvi Khan, and that included celery seeds, which were well known in the medical community, in contemporary medical community, as a diuretic drug administered to achieve, quote, the expulsion of morbid matter through urination. In this particular prescription, there's a combination of another category, a laxative, a mulayam, which is also known to expel morbid matter, especially concentrating around areas in the stomach, intestines, and their surroundings. Amongst the curatives mentioned in the above mentioned in the prescription on your screen, the laxatives singled out for curing inflammation is in the viscera are khair shambar or the cassia fistula fruit and mako. The humoral properties of most of these prescribed ingredients were expulsive in nature. They were meant to induce passing of any morbid matter such as air, urine, or even in some cases semen to clear a blockage inside. The case progressed when the physician noted that the day after this medicament was consumed by the patient, the woman, there was substantial decrease in her pain levels. A close look at the prescription reveals the importance of the physician in delineating ingredients, quantities, and days of prescriptions. He also made observations on the wound, probably in the womb, caused by repeated miscarriages, and for the pain prescribed a decoction of rosewater with arkbadia, which is kind of a fennel juice, a very popular Unani medicament for reducing flatulence, abdominal discomfort, and restoring digestive disorder. This also underscores the close connection between digestion and reproduction in this period. Again, to go back to a point that I would like to put across, it is noteworthy that the Kabila or the experienced woman is called in to give the abortifacient, the iskate dawa, to the patient. While not a lot is known at the moment about the figure of the Kabila in South Asia, they seem to be the equivalent of, quote, medically experienced women whose testimony was legally acceptable in court of law. Her presence here could be because matters related to childbirth or lack thereof fell under her domain, as well as the fact that in intimate matters, the physician's access to the female body was mediated by medically experienced women. So, furthermore, the nature and composition of the abortifacient is not mentioned by the Hakim, yet it is possible that it was a well-known medicament enough that a Hakim assumed that his readership would be aware of its composition or would have the wherewithal to consult other medical pharmacopoeias or speculatively even go to an apothecarist for it. Like we go to pharmacies today and ask for bhaiya bukhar ki dawai de do. I mean, we know that we must go to a doctor and the doctor is going to look at us, prescribe certain symptoms, and yet we do know enough about what to take when we're ill that either we self-medicate or go to an apothecarist or a pharmacist and we ask for medicines. So to assume that or a similar process didn't happen 400 years ago is probably, is speculative, but I think is true. The patient bled. So after having this abortifacient, the patient bled profusely as a result, and the pain spread from womb to stomach and the hips as well. So initially she becomes better, but later, because of taking the medicine, the pain returns and the pain spreads to different parts of the body, much like it happens even today. So we take a medicine, it's kind of hit and miss, to be flippant about it. The physician was seemingly wary of giving any more medicine, suggesting bloodletting of pus that would tighten the womb, but that would also lead to a fever. The physician explained this fever could be stemming from the swelling of the womb, which was possible outcome of abortions. This fever then accompanied pain in the calf. This discussion, and I've given you too many details, I know, but this discussion further illustrates the sharing of knowledge in the 18th century literature beyond theoretical medical texts, as the pain in the calf was listed as symptoms of problem in conceiving a fetus in other kinds of texts as well, in literature that we see in this period. There, the symptom indicates that the fourth reason for barrenness is swelling in the uterus, the sign of which is that the woman experienced pain in the calf or pindli after sexual intercourse. Clearly, different kinds of texts, case file ho, ya, it can be a theoretical medical manual or different kinds of texts are talking to each other and taking information from each other and putting it into different chapters and different contexts. It clearly suggests that Hakims of a certain class were reading and circulating selected texts and understood bodily humors in a similar manner. Lastly, the reiteration of ways to remove impediments to pregnancy reinforces the conclusion that infertility caused individual and social anxieties in the early modern period. Now, as I said in the beginning, Devdutt, if we could go to slide number 13, please. The next slide. Thank you. Now, as I said in the beginning, there's a sizable medical section in erytological sources. My primary source for this section is a specific cluster of erytomedical texts titled Kokshastra and Lazzat-un-Nisa. I'm consciously using the term erytomedical, as these texts not only deal in detail with sex and pleasure, but also with sex and reproductive health. These texts covered many subjects, included but not limited to physiognomy, astronomy, literary, and ethical discussions. Sometimes they demonstrate an excessively canonizing intent, but by creating an idealized categorization of men and women, but there's a lot of material in these texts which is dealing with medicine. There's a limited amount of scholarship on Lazzat, and what exists is generally based on catalogue entries made by linguists who classify this as a mere Persian translation of the Kokshastra. The Sanskrit Rati Rahasya, also known as Kokshastra, was composed by the author Koka, also named as Koka or Koka Pandit in the 13th century. As is expected, while the Lazzat acknowledges that it was meant to translate or tarjuma kardan or compile, tasneef kardan, the knowledge of Koka Pandit into Persian, the author adds several advices, hikmat, that are born from his own knowledge or experience. And most of the medical section, I think, are what he adds from his own knowledge and from the knowledge of his own period. By the mid-17th century, Lazzat-un-Nisa emerged as a multi-genre, multi-form, and multifunctional text in Persian. Today, the example that I will give you from the text is from the earliest existing copies of the text, attributed to a man called Muhammad Shah Jami, and is dated 1646, so well within our period, and was written entirely in verse. What he does is when he's dealing with the issues of barrenness, Muhammad Jami creates a complex narrative to explain the causes and the ways to overcome impediments and to establish a fetus in the womb. So if we could go to the next slide, please, and then I'll continue. So what I'm trying to explain here is that if you see the last two examples that I've shown you on your screen from the medical text, they were both dense texts. They were written, they were not written in the form of poetry. They were written in form of prose, and they were medical in their intent and in their nature. This is almost doing the same thing. This is also talking about problems of barrenness and how to cure it, but it's in verse, it's in poetry. So certain things you have to sort of extrapolate. Jami created And what is different is that while both of those two texts were talking about barrenness of women, and they were medical texts, they didn't really have to explain where their information was coming from. They had already said that this was coming from either a translation from an earlier text, earlier Arabic text in Tibbe-Akbari, or Matab. Matab was basically case files. So he was talking about his day-to-day experiences with patients. In Lazat-un-Nisa, what Jami does is that he creates a backstory about why and from where this knowledge is acquired. He writes that once some women went to the Prophet Solomon, Suleimanu Rasul is how he puts it, and asked him why they were barren or unable to have children. Farzan Nayad Azma. Solomon redirected the query to a pari or a jinn, a fairy or spirit, who listed seven reasons for why a woman cannot conceive. It is noteworthy that Jami invokes Solomon, the wise ruler associated with hikmat or wisdom, to do so. By the 18th century, it seems that erotomedical texts like Lazat increasingly focused on medicinal sections, which became larger and more elaborate as the function of the text evolved over time. Jami then explained each of the 7 problems individually. First, he mentioned the affliction, followed by a distinctive alamat or a symptom of the problem in the woman's body, and then he explained the cure. Usually, the distinctive sign for each iteration of the disease was pain in a certain part of the body after sex. This was followed by a precise cure to combat the disease, including the ingredients and their quantities. Most of the cures were meant to be applied externally on the vulva with the help of cotton pads. After giving further instructions, as you can see on your screen, he adds an annotation or to give thanks to God for his mercy. Now, I'm not going to read out the section, the 6th disease that's on your screen. What I will do is talk about how Jami explains how coldness in the womb overpowers the seed or the seminal fluid, which renders it wasted. The symptom of this type of disease is postcoital pain in the chest, so seene mein dard hona. Jami urges the presumably male reader to neither give this woman a kiss, alluding to sex, nor his seed, as they will be wasted. By highlighting that there is no seed therein, Jami implies that a woman's cold womb does not release her seed necessary for conception. Furthermore, if the womb is cold, she cannot feel or experience sexual pleasure, as heat is essential for desire and pleasure to be felt. This reaffirms that even though traditionally not considered medical, early modern erotomedical texts such as Lazat acknowledge that men and women both have seminal effusion, indicating that it operated firmly within the 2-seed model of conception. The cold womb meant that a man's seed could not mingle with a woman's seed as it was not released, so no conception would be possible. The solution to combat the coldness was to create a suppository by pounding black cumin and fennel flour to be boiled in sesame oil. After this mixture was created, a specific amount was to be soaked in cotton strips and applied to a woman's genitalia after menstruation. All these ingredients have heating properties and would remedy a womb's coldness, the primary cause of the disease. The use of jeera is to be expected as it was well known for its hot nature. It was also known for being for removing flatulence, promoting digestion, and an astringent. Fennel was also known as a hot and dry drug. Essentially, apart from their heating properties, all these ingredients aided digestion and together worked to restore health to a woman's body. The effect was to ensure that coldness be removed from the womb when the male seed, Abe Mardi, reaches it, leading to successful formation of the fetus. Now, what I would like you to take away from this is that the literary structure that is created by Jami, the symptoms, diagnosis, and cure, seem to be a very abbreviated version of detailed theoretical medical texts that you've seen before, which may be indicative of some measure of intertextuality amongst the Lazat and Tibet textual traditions. This suggests that erotological verse narratives were closely influenced by medical traditions and vice versa. These texts were including precise information that were pertinent to the reader. And while it is difficult to ascertain if women were also reading erotological texts like Lazat, the fact that an entire chapter was dedicated to treat feminine infertility reiterates that it was a substantial enough feminine concern in the early modern period that medical solutions were compiled outside of strictly medical texts to combat it. Furthermore, the author did not include mere platitudes or invocations to God. but gave very specific diagnostic and curative solutions based on contemporaneous medical paradigms, indicating that the reader or the final consumer of this knowledge either had some medical knowledge or at least informed awareness of recognizing outwards and very obvious signs of a disease and creating cures for them. While different texts propounded different prescriptions, the eventual aim was to facilitate the formation of a fetus and subsequently the successful completion of pregnancy. The last and the more speculative of genres that I would like to bring your attention to, if we could go to slide number 11, please. Yeah, thank you. No, the slide before this. Sorry. I think you have to go to slide number 11. No, sorry, the slide after. And the slide that says Tibia Medical Sources Anonymous. Thank you. While the Tibbe Akbari was a popular medical handbook with a long pedagogical afterlife in colonial India, another category in the 18th century, another category of Tibbi texts seemed to emerge. Those combined prescriptions from across medical traditions, seemingly in very random order, especially on sexual diseases of men and women. To go back to a claim I made at the beginning of this talk, which was a very long time ago, almost 50 minutes ago, so I don't know if you remember. But having a child was an important concern throughout history. What is new or novel in the early modern period? I think the answer to that lies in looking at a different type of source that emerged in this period. These medical texts were usually anonymous and bring together simpler recipes to combat issues ranging from impotency and infertility to sexually transmitted diseases. One such text that I will show you an example from today is the Ilaje Aurat, which is an anonymous late 18th century text on the diseases of women. The existing work comprises of 2 chapters extracted from an unnamed mid-18th century medical work. The first chapter is about women, concentrating on prescriptions for barrenness or preventing miscarriages. The next chapter, or the only other chapter that has survived, is a mix of amulets and talismans, magical charms, ranging from concerns about procreation to finding one's desirable mate. If you go to the next slide, please. Thank you. The following excerpt is from the first section of the first chapter on the curatives for barrenness and taking the womb, Haml Giraftan. A cursory look at the size of this recipe will show you that it's much smaller than anything I've shown you so far. That is because this text spent little to no time describing the disease except to state its name. Here, there's no mention of the symptoms of the disease either. In terms of curatives, simpler ingredients were prescribed, including the quantities as well as the time when it must be consumed. And that's different here. It could be speculated that by the end of 18th century, these were meant for individuals who had some medical training or who could use the practical information encapsulated in these texts to create their own curatives. In the Ilaje Aurat, there are several short prescriptions for curing barrenness, but causes of infertility is never mentioned. So, for example, on your screen, it says take 1 dirham of garlic, sugary water, cow's ghee, bring it together. This barren woman is supposed to consume it every day for 10 days. The contrast between this prescription and the one that you've seen from Tibbe Akbari or even Lazat-un-Nisa is marked. The prescription is simpler, uses household items like ghee, garlic, and sugary water. Unlike Tibbe Akbari, but very similar to Lazat, the author here states the exact quantity of each ingredient. While the author does not mention the causes of barrenness explicitly, it could be speculated from the ingredients itself that this is also to counter coldness in the womb. Combining garlic with ghee would counter the humoral imbalances stemming from the cold temperament in the body. As mentioned earlier, garlic was meant to induce heat in the body, as it was considered by the medieval Arabic physicians to be a hot and dry drug used to cure diseases of the stomach. Here, presumably, ghee simply is a mean of holding ingredients together, but its own speciality also was to increase absorption of the cure into the stomach. Lastly, the Ilaje Aurat provides the reader or the user with the exact time frame in which they could consume the prescription. This pattern is replicated in most of the other prescriptions in this text as well. Clearly, an argument for gradational readership practice is reinforced when one compares all of the 4 texts that I've shown you. Ilajul Aurat is more elaborate tibbi manual, and the succinct Medical Lazatun Nisa. Even though all 3 types of texts were collating and imparting medical knowledge about infertility, the manner in which they've done so, I hope, is clear that the narrative structure, the details are completely different. This suggests that while some measure of medical understanding is necessary for consuming all different types of diseases, each of them had a dedicated, if overlapping, audience. It is in this differentiated consumption that I situate the difference wrought by early modernity into reading medical practices. I argue that the major difference in the 18th century North Indian situation is that in case of feminine ailments, there's an entirely new genre of textual sources under our purview, such as Ilme Aurat, Ilajul Aurat that you've seen, concentrating on the medical knowledge of or on women, particularly pregnancy and childbirth. These were usually small, targeted texts with knowledge of what is today considered gynecology and obstetrics. The Ilajul Aurat, Futkar Aushadi, Risala Aurat, Nuskha Jat, these are all practical medical guides whose purpose was to assist their readers, medical professionals or laymen or women medical practitioners, in identifying and understanding the disease, usually by giving the most specific alamat or signs for the disease within the heading. The other more ephemeral purpose was to give the exact quantity of disease and the process of creation, however brief, which would potentially allow the reader to produce a variety of these remedies in their own households. This would allow them not only to theoretically know what their own problem is, but to actively seek a remedy for it. In conclusion, I'd like to reiterate 2 things. This paper focuses on how fertility, especially impediments to production of a child, is discussed in detail in so many types of medical sources in North India. Essentially, authors and contributors to these narratives were very well aware of contemporary humoral understandings as well as diagnostic and curative processes, and yet all of their treatments were pitched differently. On one hand, the erotological or the Lazar tradition summarized causes of impediments to conception ranging from medical to magical. On the other hand, the more formalized and theoretical Tibbi text offered a range of diagnostic scenarios, each fleshed out in terms of cause, symptom, and cure. Within this broad medical genre, I hope I've shown you that there are different subgenres and each is very individualized and each deals with problems very differently. All in all this, as well as in itself, is nothing extraordinary, as the desire for a child spans centuries. But it is in the 18th century that we see a multitude of texts, fragmented, mostly anonymous, specialized texts on the cures of women. They succinctly brought simpler prescriptions to the reader, possibly allowing them to be made within the household by anyone with limited medical understandings, which fundamentally alters what we know of early modern feminine medical spaces and practices. Most of these texts brought together prescriptions to fight barrenness. Why did they do so? I argue that as bearers of children, the evidence of fertility marked a woman's body. Furthermore, infertility, hers or his, meant that she paid a greater price. By the 18th century, marriage without children could not be envisaged. According to Ruby Lal, quote, the institution of marriage and reproduction of offspring during and after Akbar's reign became the only appropriate sanctioned form of sexual behavior. Anything that did not work along these lines was being represented as deviant, end quote. Hence, the inability to produce offspring was central to social sexual anxieties of early modern South Asian women, and any history of feminine diseases cannot be written without taking this aspect in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wig. This was so enlightening and insightful. Thank you so much. We will now take up some questions from that have been posted on YouTube. Okay, so there is a question from Anuprita Chatterjee. She's asking, what about the medicines that could stop poison from spreading? And what kind of complex surgeries did these texts refer to?
Okay, thank you so much. So there are lots of examples of medicines that can that can stop poison from spreading. I can think of examples that are given. So a text like this would say mar, which is the term for snake. So snake poisoning, for example, would be dealt with. So it'll say this is this heading, and then it would go into details of how to cure that. So I can give you examples of complex medicaments that would include leaves, certain things that would be combined together to cure it. And the second question about complex surgeries, there are lots. To give an example from my own text, the Matabe Hakim Alvi Khan, which is the case file, the Hakim actually goes into an example of what should be done if the child rotates in the womb. Even today, doctors struggle sometimes when the child sort of rotates and does not come out head first, but like feet first. And so what to do if the child is stuck in the womb, and then it goes into details of how the woman is supposed to, the midwife actually, not even the doctor, because the doctor technically cannot touch the female patient. The midwife is instructed to put a waxy cloth on her hand and supposed to insert her hand inside the cavity, rotate the child, put it and pull it out, and also pull out the morbid matter. So these kind of surgical details are given in different kinds of sources. It depends on what particular source you're looking at and what particular remedy you're looking for.
The next question is from Dr. Tilotoma Mukherjee. She congratulates you for this paper, and she's asking whether the texts used only by the elites. I would like to club my question with this, that
Sure.
You talked about overlapping audiences, like when you said about there are 3 types of medical texts, and the one was like where occult practices was mentioned. So what are the intended audience? Like it was read by only the hakims, the medical practitioners, and if you could
Sure.
elaborate on this.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you both for the questions. I think what I was trying to put across then through the paper was that clearly, while most of these texts are produced for the elite audience, or for elite hakims at least, we know that by the end of the 18th century, and the more anonymous texts that I was talking about, I think they have a very wide readership beyond what we understand as elite. And I would say I would actually change elite into literate, in the sense that those who are able to read. I think that would be the category, because while most of the texts that I've talked about are available to the literate and read by medically literate audience from 16th century onwards, and even predating that, I think what the change that 18th century brings is that there is an level of orality in these texts that I speculatively argue at this moment were available and were being used by elite, literate, and beyond. So I think there is evidence that they were being used by a much larger group of, and were produced for a much larger group of audience. In terms of your question, I would say that that there is, from what I understand of the question, I think there's an understanding that occult practices would be beyond elite consumption. One, if that is the case, I think that wouldn't be true. I think the elite audience is elite or literate audience is also consuming as much of occult practices or these love potions or all of these things as much as anyone beyond it. Having said that, I think these texts are going into many kind of things, including love potions, including potions to, Vashikaran and all sorts of things. And I think there's a large audience, and even in texts beyond medical sources. For example, we know from memoirs in the 19th century and 18th century that amulets or certain kinds of amulets were being very well sought out, and these were supposed to be some were supposed to be protective, some were supposed to bring harm to one's enemy, etc., etc. So I think there's a large readership as well as consumption of these occulted texts in this period.
Okay. The next question is from Sumedha Banerjee. She is asking that she would like to know whether, with the help of the modern medical knowledge, it has been possible to scrutinize the accuracy or effectivity of at least some of the medical advices given in these texts.
Thank you, Sumedha. That's a good question, only in as much as I would like to do something on those lines. I know of several works that are being done in Europe, several projects that are trying to recreate some of these recipes. There's also a project called Ayur Yog, which is based out of University of Alberta, which is being run by Professor Dagmar Vujastek, and they're also trying to, I think it's mostly alchemical, but I know that they're trying to recreate some of these recipes and not using modern, quote unquote, modern medical knowledge, but sort of recreating them using their own technology and their own existing knowledge systems. I was myself part of a project in my postdoctoral work in Edinburgh. The project is called Renaissance Goo, and the project was run by Dr. Jill Burke. And what it was trying to do was recreate recipes which were written down in European, sort of Western European, mostly Italian physician handbooks, and she was trying to recreate them using nothing else except the ingredients that were discussed in the text. It was as much exercise in failure as well as so, for example, in my time there, we were trying to recreate a sunscreen using olive oil and gum mastic, and some attempts were met with failure, some were met with success, and both of them taught us a lot about recreation of these medical recipes and what that would teach us about that time and medical knowledge of that time. Thank you.
The question is from Dr. Muhammad Ashraf Dar. He's asking, the title of the work is Khufiya Kok Shastra. Does it mean that such works were restricted?
Thank you, Dr. Dar. So the title of the work, Khufiya Kok Shastra, is actually, from what I know, late 19th century and early 20th century Urdu manuals would use that. In the 18th century, it's not Khufiya Kok Shastra. It usually is Lazatun Nisa or Asrarun Nisa, which is secrets of women, but never Khufiya Kok Shastra. It's usually Tasneef Kardan or translation of Kok Shastra. So that's a 19th or 20th century extrapolation onto the text and its Urdu translation. Having said that, I think it's not in as much, or it's not meant in terms of restriction as much as it's meant to talk about the secret knowledge that this textbook is giving you about that Koka Pandit has put in his text, Kok Shastra.
There is a question from Sharanya Banerjee. She's asking if you could please elaborate on the availability of the herbs or medicines, especially for menstruation, suggested in these texts. Could they be indigenously produced or were they imported at times?
Thank you for that question. So there are lots of recipes that are going about because menstruation is such an important factor, especially in these chapters on women. So there are scores of these recipes that are provided in case there is problem of menstruation, or there are problems in menstrual cycle, or what is understood as menstrual cycle in this period, which is also different. Were they available in as much as we understand the subcontinent? Yes, I think so. They were they would sometimes, so for example, the example that I gave you, Indian spikenard has various varieties. Some of it was indigenously produced, some of which was imported from, or import as we understand today, from different regions. And the text would go into details, and pharmacopoeias would go into details of where to produce or where to procure what from. So if a medicament would say, use Indian spikenard, you would have to use that variety. You couldn't use just any other spikenard, because then the efficacy would change. Similarly, there are lots of other examples. So for example, camphor. Camphor also was of different types, and you had to, the recipe would tell you which camphor to use, or rosewater from a different type of or a different territory, and it would tell you get rosewater from this, or rosewater distilled from these ingredients. So yes, if it was imported or if it was supposed to come from somewhere else, it would tell you that.
Another question is from Akash Bhattacharya. As you were telling us, there are books which are dealing different body parts and their diseases. If we look at the early 19th encyclopedic texts like Vidya Haraboli in Bengali by missionary Felix Carey, he is also doing the same kind of thing. Is there any influence of these texts to later texts? Is modern physician actually borrowing from medieval texts?
Okay. I think that I would answer that in two parts. One, of course, what we understand as modern physicians, obviously they are, especially in the subcontinent, they are borrowing quite a lot from what pre-exists in this period. So, for example, the text that I was talking about, Tibbe Akbari, when Fort William College is established, that is one of the first texts that is translated into Urdu, and that's one of the first texts. So, Professor Seema Alavi has written a lot about it as well. That this is one of the texts that has a very long afterlife, in as much as it's translated into Urdu, as well as it's translated into English as well. Or certain portions of it is translated into English that I found in the archives. What it does is that it shows us that obviously knowledge that was popular, or that was ubiquitous in the subcontinent, or at least the northern part of the subcontinent in 18th century, was being picked up and was being used by 19th century physicians, who were both English physicians as well as physicians who were being taught in these colleges, in these medical colleges, and then were writing their own version of text. So obviously there is going to be an overlap between them. Having said that, to just say that is modern physician actually borrowing from medieval texts, I wouldn't say, I wouldn't put it across like that. I think there is a lot of overlap that happens within texts, and more study needs to be done before we say that modern physicians were borrowing from medieval physicians.
Okay, there is another question from Turni Bishwas. Could you please tell us about some of the spells associated with the treatments? Can we find any protective icon, anthropomorphic or human, in these texts?
Thank you. That's a really good question. I think there are lots of spells that are included, especially when they're looking for a child. I found mention of Sati Out, who's also mentioned in Banarsi Das's text, and I found inscriptions to, or sort of invocations to her in some of the invocations that I found in my text. In terms of Vashikaran, there are lots of references where they're invoking the Kama as well as Rati. And apart from that, there is obviously the whole genre of yoginis that are constantly brought up in the text when they're talking about spells. And Emma Flatts worked on them, as well as other people, David Gordon White, who've written about how these figures are sort of brought up when they're talking about protective spells. And they are also in my treatment. Sometimes they crop up, not in the medical text, mind you, but like in these 18th century texts when there is a mix of protective spells as well as medicaments that's happening side by side.
Another question from Debaprati Mondol. Were there any female medical practitioners in the medieval period?
Yes, there were many female medical practitioners in the medieval period, I believe so. Having said that, do we have mention of them as physicians in our text? Not to my knowledge, not till now. But there are many examples of female expert medical practitioners, and a range of them. So the example that I showed you in my presentation was of a Kabila, which would be the highest form of female medical practitioner, to a Dai or a Nine, Dai would be what we usually translate as a midwife, but not, or a nursemaid. And I think her functionality encompasses both these roles. She can also be a medical practitioner of some sort. So you have Dais who in these medical texts are looked at with some suspicion that the Dai had said do this, but it turned out wrong. So there is that level. Then there are Nines who are basically, so I don't know how much you know about Nai or a barber surgeon. Their wives are also mentioned sometimes in the text as women with medical experience or medical knowledge. And then there is obviously the category of, so Nine would probably be at the same level or a little below the Dai. So Nine, Dai, and then this highest form, I think, that I found till now is Kabila, or a very experienced woman. And you know that she's top of the hierarchy because of two reasons. One, because when the medical practitioner or the Hakim is writing about her, he usually says that Dai did this, or I instructed the Dai to do this, or I instructed the woman to go to a Dai. The Dai gave this medicine, and after that she came back to me and she was fine. So those kind of examples you find. And second, their testimony was legally acceptable. That shows in the Fatwa-e-Alamgiri, if a case went to a case of about infertility or impotency or these kind of things went to a judge, they would ask for testimony of a female medical practitioner, and usually these female medical practitioners were Kabilas. So we know that female medical practitioners existed. They were flourishing in this period. A lot more needs to be written about those histories, and I've written about them in my thesis, but I hope to do more work on them in the future.
Thank you so much. If I may ask one more question, that
sure.
These recipes were or maybe orally transmitted in the bazaars. So were these, constituted part of the knowledge network or something like that?
Sure, absolutely. The difficulty about orally transmitted knowledge, especially in the bazaars, is how do we recreate them, or how do we find traces of it in our sources? For male infertility as well as for female infertility, one of the best examples that I usually give in my talks is from an 18th century text called Murakka-e-Dilli. These texts, there's a description of the bazaar Hakim in this text where they're talking mostly about men. They're talking about how men who wanted cures for infertility and for impotency were flocking this bazaar Hakim, who was giving them all sorts of nonsensical things, and they were buying it by they were ready to sell off their skin to be able to buy these cures. Were these cures working? And the author himself is saying that there is no way of knowing if these cures worked or not, but they would still buy it. So we know that that these texts, that one, these texts, and second, these recipes produced in these texts are being used in the bazaars. But to be able to substantively say that this is how it was done is a little difficult.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Tilotama Mukherjee has another question for you. In these texts, are women's pleasure not significant at all?
Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee. Okay, so the answer again to this would be twofold. One is that when I said two-seed model is where all of these texts are being produced, that in itself implies that so two-seed model basically means that men and women both emit seed, and also the woman will emit this seed after she achieves pleasure. And for that then to happen, she should achieve pleasure in the act, etc., etc. And the eritological manuals go into deep details about how to bring your woman to pleasure. So that aspect is obviously covered automatically by the fact that these medical texts are being produced in that model. Having said that, the sections that I produced today were all talking about reproductive health, where her pleasure is implicit, and there are other sections in the text that are all dealing heavily with what to do to increase pleasure for women. So Kuvvate Ba for women is a separate category altogether. It doesn't always bleed into the reproductive sections, and yet pleasure is at the base of this entire discussion, because if she doesn't achieve pleasure, she doesn't produce her seed, and there will be no reproduction to begin with.
Thank you so much. Thank you for answering all the questions. This was very captivating. Thank you. Now we will move on to the next speaker. Okay. Now moving on to the next presentation. A gentle reminder, those who are not presenting, please mute your microphones. And if you have questions or comments, please type them in the chat box. We will take them up in the after the talk in the Q&A session. Our last speaker for this day is Dr. Dipanita Donde. I warmly welcome her. Dr. Dipanita Donde is a research associate at India branch office of Max Weber, Stiftung, New Delhi. Currently, she is working on a project that focuses on the traffic of images that migrated both physically and virtually from Central Asia to Indian subcontinent. Dr. Donde was awarded her PhD in visual studies, specializing in Mughal art from the School of Art and Aesthetics at the Jawaharlal Nehru University. She received the Ryoji Sasakawa Young Leaders Fellowship Fund Award in 2014, the Nehru Memorial Trust Fellowship in 2015, and the Tokyo Foundation SRA Fellowship in 2016. She has worked as a subject expert and art historical researcher at Staatliche Kunstsammlungen Dresden in Germany. She had been assistant professor in the Department of Art History, Delhi College of Art at Delhi University from 2010 to 2013. She has also worked as the manager of collection management and research at Delhi Art Gallery from 2017 to 2019. She has numerous publications to her credits, the most recent being The Mughal Sikandar, Influence of the Romance of Alexander on Mughal Manuscript Painting, published in Journal of Arabic and Persian Studies, University of Calcutta in 2017. The owl as a visual metaphor in the art of Sadegh Hedayat. Sadegh Hedayat, hooting for 80 years, published in India International Center and Indian Institute of Persian Studies in 2017. Humanism and portraiture. The notion of humanism in medieval Persian poetry and its impact on portrait making in Mughal manuscript art, 16th to 17th century. Presented at the International Conference on India and Central Asia by the India International Center and Indian Institute of Persian Studies in 2018. The portrait image of Emperor Akbar in the Akbarnama and beyond. Voices Tokyo Foundation in 2016. Today, she will speak on selfhood and subjectivity in Sufi thought. Image of a mole on Emperor Akbar's nose. I warmly welcome Dr. Dipanita Donde. Now I request her to kindly start her presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the very kind and generous introduction. And I'm honored to be given this opportunity to share my research in this very august gathering. But I need a little help. I'm been unable to, share my presentation. So can you just lead me through it?
Would you like to mail it to us so that we can show?
I was unable, I'm very sorry, but I was unable to mail it. Maybe it was too heavy, the file.
Okay. I think you have to go onto that present now option, which is there.
Okay.
Present now option, and then kind of click onto it. And you have the option of either presenting the entire screen or a window or a tab.
Correct.
So kind of click on, I think, a window or a tab, and then you can kind of project your presentation.
Okay. Tab is not coming. Let me see on screen. Let me see window. I'm very sorry, but I have not presented on Google Meet, and hence, should I be... Now I have my presentation here, the PowerPoint, and should I be clicking on a window or a tab or the entire screen? If you can help me.
Devdut, when you present, do you present a window or do you present a tab? Devdut, are you around?
A window.
Window.
I see. Okay. A window. And then where do I find my presentation in the window? I'm so sorry.
No, not a problem. Please see, there are a number of windows that must have come up once you have clicked a window.
Just the Google Meet window is
okay,
there.
You can even click on that.
Okay.
And then you have to press share.
Okay, I just did that. And now?
Then you can go to your presentation, wherever that is on the screen of your laptop.
We can see your screen.
I see. Like, I can't see my screen.
Is the PowerPoint open?
The PowerPoint is open on my laptop, yes.
Oh, so you just need to kind of click on that. That will do. You were sharing before this. Can you do that once again?
Yes, I can do that. And
yes. Okay. And so we can see that there are quite a few tabs open. Can you see just on the top?
No, I am unable to see that.
Okay.
So this is my presentation. So can you see this?
Not yet. Will it be possible for you to resend the presentation once again? Maybe we can.
I'm unable to send it because it's.
Okay.
Ma'am, if I may, you can share by on Google Drive, like sharing on
That's
Google
what
Drive.
I was about to say.
Okay.
You can
All
send
right.
it through Google Drive.
All right, I'll just do that. On Google Drive. I'm so sorry. take up this time.
So that's fine.
So let me stop sharing this. And okay. I will have to send it on Gmail, right? The file to you.
Yes, on Gmail, but through Google Drive. I think they will ask you, that if the file is too long.
It will automatically prompt you to share through Google Drive.
Okay. Just give me a minute. So it's just going, I mean, it's just sending. Okay. So please bear with me. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so I've sent it, and could you just check, Tilottama, if you've received it?
Not yet.
Okay. So I will just start, and as soon as you receive it, you can start the presentation. So can I just start, and hopefully you'll receive the presentation in a minute or two. And then I can take you through the images. Should I send it again on the other email that...
I'll just kind of see what is happening.
All right. Okay. So my paper is titled Selfhood and Subjectivity in Sufi Thought, image of a mole on Emperor Akbar's nose. So in the 16th century India, portraiture displaying verisimilitude developed in the court of Akbar, who reigned from 1556 to 1604. This was an important shift in the history of Indian art, which had been depicting the human form for millennia, but without distinctness and individuality. Instead, iconographic formulae and conventions were used to denote individuals, seen in sculptures and in painting during pre-Mughal times. The absence of verisimilitude in Indian art was reversed during the reign of Akbar in the latter half of the 16th century. How and why did portraiture in true likeness gain currency during the reign of Akbar? The encounter with European art is acknowledged as the catalyst for the genesis of portraiture in Mughal art. Akbar evidently first met Europeans in 1572 during the campaign in Gujarat. Shortly after, Jesuit missionaries arrived at his court. Merchants from Europe too sought audience with him to get permission to trade with the Mughal Empire. Through them, European Renaissance art arrived at the Mughal court in the form of prints and paintings. Akbar was intrigued by European images and ordered his artists to study and copy them. Therefore, without any doubt, the technique of accurate portraits or mimesis, which include studies from life, must have been derived from European art. However, the question of why Mughal emperors saw need to illustrate portraits in the likeness of the individual remains to be answered. Milo Beach has argued that Akbar's interest in the rational and historically verifiable facts, coupled with the interest in historical events and preoccupation with historical personalities, coincided with the emergence of a naturalistic style observed in Mughal art. Okay, thank you. So we go to the next slide. Thank you so much. So this is the drawing of Emperor Akbar, supposed to have been made in the 16th century. It's brushwork with some ink. We go to the next. Thank you. These are portrait images of Emperor Akbar in different folios. For the first time, Mughal art could attain the means to faithfully recreate the natural world. The next slide, please. Thank you. Yeah. Just as histories were being written with careful attention to empirical facts. According to Beach, it is the coincidence of the historical impulse and naturalistic art styles that led to the development of portraiture. While agreeing with Beach's analysis, I believe that this is only one of the several strands underlying the project to capture the life of an individual ruler in both image and text. The desire to portray a ruler in all his individual particularity can arise only within a matrix in which the individual is valued, and where ideas about selfhood and subjectivity have already permeated the philosophical, political, and literary thought. To trace the genesis of portraiture in Mughal art during the reign of Akbar, it is necessary to look beyond stylistic similarities between Akbari portraits and European art. Further, it is imperative to try and locate if there existed literary expressions in the form of pen portraits of sultans and their subjects in Persian models. It may then appear that the transference of European artistic techniques and the practice of mimesis gave Mughal artists the tool to actually accomplish what artists like Behzad had already set out to achieve during the artistic shift that flourished at the Timurid court of Sultan Hussein Baikara in the 15th century. Can we have the next one, please? Something extraordinary was emerging at the court of Sultan Hussein Baikara after he recaptured the city of Herat in 1469. Under the patronage of a connoisseur sultan, poets at the imperial court rediscovered notions of selfhood and subjectivity explored by early medieval Sufi poets and philosophers in Persia, and cited these ideas in contemporary literature. Simultaneously, imperial artists too, driven by the Sultan's thirst for rare and exquisitely produced illustrated manuscripts, explored new ways of developing a pictorial vocabulary that corresponded with the rich flow of Sufi thought of contemporary poets to express subjectivity and emotions in their artistic composition. So these two folios you can see is from the Timurid period, and they show the emperor who's seated in Darbar, and these are in encampment. So this is before monuments and forts and palaces were built, and this is what has been illustrated in these two folios. So now I go to tracing the origin of portrait images in Central Asia. So we'll have the next slide, please. The most distinguished painter whose works were highly prized was Kamaluddin Behzad, who was active from 1455 to 1535. He was a great artist of medieval Central Asia, honored by his contemporaries as well as by connoisseurs of our time. We know from contemporary writings by Dost Muhammad and Mirza Haider that Behzad was a pupil of Pir Sayyid Ahmad from Tabriz. He began painting during the last 2 decades of the 15th century. He became a painter at the court of Sultan Hussein Baikara. Introduced to Sufi ideology by the two towering personalities Jami and Mir Ali Sher Nawai at Baikara's court, Behzad is credited with revolutionizing Persian miniature art by moving towards the expression of new pictorial motifs and the articulation of visual narratives with Sufi themes in paintings of the late Timurid period, which is 1485 to 1506. David Roxburgh has argued that Behzad's art led to a new artistic shift that is reflected in some of the following innovations introduced by him in the Persian painting tradition. I quote, "The introduction of temporality by depicting figures in a greater variety of postures and attitudes, the representation of figures engaged in animated speech and gestures, and a pictorial elaboration that pushed the trope of the text's strict narrative requirements to almost challenge and subvert the story's central subject." Quote closed. In addition, the inclusion of figures engaged in peripheral action produced lively compositions and enabled extraordinary layering of meanings. The introduction of a psychological dimension is also observed. Further, the naturalism reflected in Behzad's art included the representation of daily activities and the variety of emotions displayed on the facial features, which stress the diversity of figures that populate the dense compositions. Color, too, played an important role. These 4 images that I have on the screen for you right now, they're all attributed to Behzad. Behzad's palette introduced earthly tones, shades, and tints that went beyond the primary and restricted secondary color palette that had dominated Persian painting since early 15th century. Corresponding with the importance placed on valuing the individual in Sufi thought and responding to the new shifts in literature sweeping the Timurid courts during the last decades of the 15th century, Behzad developed the genre of portraiture. Can we have the next slide, please? I'm sorry. In true likeness for the first time in Persian manuscript art. These two images are again attributed to Behzad. Behzad developed Behzad is known to have illustrated portraits of poets Nizami, these were imaginary, and Jami in several folios attributed to him. In addition, a portrait of Sultan Hussain Baikara is credited to Behzad. The next slide, please. The Sultan's portrait is recognizable by his physiognomy and costume, which was made into a motif and used several times in many compositions illustrated by Behzad. So this figure on the right is a detail from the folio on the left. And this is one of the images that is attributed to Behzad. And this is the portrait of Sultan Baikara. The new ways of expressing emotions and subjectivity in images developed by Behzad was an exception in a tradition where an artist had to apprentice and train under an ustad for several years, following in the Persian tradition of the transmission of knowledge from a master to his disciple. Thus, any innovation by an individual artist had to remain confined within the canon of Persian painting. Therefore, Behzad's pictorial explorations and innovations could only occur in an intellectual and artistic milieu where new ideas had permeated the social and cultural fabric under the connoisseurship and patronage of Sultan Hussain Baikara. So we go to the next slide, please. Now I'll just briefly touch upon the reign of Sultan Hussain Baikara, who reigned from 1470 to 1505. Sultan Hussain Baikara was the great-great-grandson of Timur, descended in the line of Umar Sheikh. He was the last Timurid ruler to rule from Herat over the lands that had been conquered and consolidated by Timur. Hussain Baikara had overthrown the Turkoman rulers who had gained advantage over Herat and re-established the glories of Timurid culture by re-entering the city of his birth in 1469. His chronicler, Daulat Shah, endowed Sultan Hussain with the heroic virtues of the ancient kings of Persian literature, the courage of Rustam, Isfandiar and Behram, and the wisdom and justice of Jamshed and Khusro. In this particular folio that I'm showing you, this is another painting which is attributed to Behzad. And on the left, you see the figure of Sultan Hussain Baikara seated. And it is on the right, you see the tracing or the charba, which was created by the master artist. And then this tracing was applied to make this folio on the left. And in this particular image, Sultan Baikara is emulating the figure of Alexander from one of the folios of the manuscript called Sikandar Nama. Sultan Baikara belonged to the same brand of princely class in medieval Central Asia who had trained under various literary and artistic masters. He was cognizant with the sciences, the rational, poetry, calligraphy, and illustration. Under Sultan Hussein's patronage, literary society flourished in the late 15th century Herat to an extraordinary degree. The royal court was the literary setting for several poets. Jami, Sultan Hussein's wazirs Ahmed Suhaili al-Kashifi and Mir Ali Sher Nawai, Asafi and Hatifi, who was Jami's nephew. Sultan Hussain himself was a poet and wrote in Chagatai Turkish. The day-to-day affairs of the court were conducted by his minister Ali Sher Nawai, one of the finest Chagatai Turkish poets of the day. Acknowledging the cultural flowering at the royal court, presided over by his cousin Babur, writing in his memoirs, noted, "The whole habitable world has not such a town as Heri had become under Sultan Hussain Mirza, whose orders and efforts had increased its splendor and beauty as 10 to 1, rather as 20 to 1. Sultan Hussein's reign ushered in peace after several years of strife in the region, allowing the arts to flourish. The flowering of the arts is reflected in some of the finest illustrated manuscripts commissioned by Sultan Hussein after his victory over Herat. I think the next slide. It is said that even before he had triumphantly entered Herat, he had commissioned an illustrated copy of Sharaf al-Din's Zafarnama in anticipation of his victory. Some of the folios of this manuscript are attributed to Behzad. So these two folios are from the Zafarnama, which is the history of Timur or the Timurid period. And this is these two folios show the building of the great mosque at Samarkand. And these two folios are attributed to Behzad. As noted by Sims, the illustrated manuscripts produced during Sultan Hussein's reign are distinct creations. The subjects chosen for the illustration in these volumes were very different from princely manuscripts of the first half of the century. Some of these themes, note Sims, has never been illustrated before, in which the life and reign of sultans in courtly settings were abandoned for stunning images of ordinary men. Scholars have argued that the Timurid efflorescence was not based upon an attempt to revive the classics. Rather, it was a reworking of 12th century humanism. Sultan Hussein's patronage of poets, scholars, and philosophers was a sign of the intellectual mobilization that stepped beyond classical models and explored new directions in literature and the arts. Emotions about love and longing gave primacy to the individual and his interior life, and often pit the individual against society. In addition, the widely spoken Chagatai Turki was introduced as a literary alternative to the official use of Persian. These changes, though subtle, signaled the peaceful reign of Sultan Baikara and his interests in the arts, which resulted in a more humanist approach to the existing social order, compared to earlier textual reliance on myths, legends, and histories of the ancient Persian world. The new intellectual elite at Sultan Hussein's court relied more on the words of poets, philosophers, and writers than on the words of prophets and religious Orthodox Muslims. This shift, considering the words of scholarly men of different disciplines equally important compared with the words of the Prophet, gained legitimacy under the Timurid sultans. Now I'll again briefly talk about the formulation of the individual in Sufi thought. The emergence of the concepts of selfhood, personhood, identity, and subjectivity in the Ishraqi tradition excuse me, may have been one of the reasons that 15th century Persian poets sought new ways of portraying the subjectivity of key actors in their contemporary works. Thus, briefly tracing this literary development, which emerged in the writings of early Persian poets and philosophers, may help us consider new ways of recognizing, perceiving, and critiquing human qualities and emotions explored in the writings of later poets. The Ishraqi philosophy, identified with Shia thought, was promoted by various thinkers of early medieval Central Asia and was in line with the theology promoted by Avicenna, who was active from 1980 to 1037. Ibn al-Arabi, who was active from 1165 to 1240, made the idea of the perfect man the central theme of Sufism. The Ibn al-Arabi school concerned itself with the issue of the transference of light from the divine to man, who in turn radiated this light to the rest of the world. This Insan-e-Kamil, or the perfect man, was favored by God and received God's light, which led him to perfection. In developing the theory of the perfect man, al-Arabi articulated the theory of Wahadat al-Wajud, the oneness of being, and discussed the issue of oneness through the metaphor of the mirror. Thus, light of God was the mirror in which the perfect man was reflected, displaying divine attributes likened to God. Therefore, if the perfect man was a reflection of God, then there existed no distinction between God and the perfect man. When an individual understood that there was no separation between him and God, then he embarked upon the path of ultimate oneness. Along with Insani Kamil, another important term to understand is the Arabic word nafs, which we heard in the presentation, I think, of Sajjad Rizvi. In his presentation, he described this nafs and nafsiya, which can also be translated as soul, psyche, spirit, mind, life, person, etc. Others have defined the term as the reality of what it means to be human, and its principle is nafs. According to medieval thinkers, nafs was not located in the body, but was a separate substance that acted independent of the body. Nafs then corresponded to the animating principle of the body or the immortal aspect of man's being. Therefore, the word nafs referred closely to the idea of soul. In the intellectual and culturally sophisticated court of Sultan Baikara, Nuruddin Rahman Jami, who was active from 1414 to 1492, further elaborated upon the Al-Arabi school of Sufi thought. In Jami's definition of man's relation to universe, man represented the microcosm, alam-e-saghir, mirroring the reflection of macrocosm, alam-e-kabir. Only through the existence of man could God, could God gaze upon unity in multiplicity. As God represented unity and the world symbolized multiplicity. In man, both aspects of unity and multiplicity were combined to reflect the oneness of being, or unity in multiplicity. Thus, man represented the divine knowledge without which infinity of God would be limited. According to early medieval thinkers of the Ibn al-Arabi school, without man, there would be no world. This notion of the oneness of being is a significant philosophical shift as it places man and creation at an equipoise, where man is as important to God as God to man. This notion, as we shall see, also advances the trope of humanism, a Western cultural pattern of thought that attaches prime importance to the autonomy of the individual or human rather than divine or supernatural. The centrality of the individual then privileges thought or action in which human values and dignity predominate. Examining the interdependence between the human and the universe, what seems significant here is that the microcosm is not a reduced version of the macrocosm of lesser significance. Instead, it is deeply valuable. In Sufi discourse, universe and man were regarded as copies of sacred text. And these texts themselves served as prototypes of other types of literature. Thus, poetry, a category of texts created by humans, gained legitimacy as the reflection of sacred texts represented by the Quran. This poem, written by Jami, the next slide please, significantly articulates the value of a book and the importance it enjoyed in medieval times. This is on the slide you see the poem written by Jami, and it's called Kitab, and I will just read out the translation. The book. When you are alone and cornered, the book is your friend. The book is wise, like the dawn, radiant. A teacher without wages and obligation, who bestows knowledge on pupils and helps to find solutions. Enclosed like petals of unopened buds, every page priceless like a tray of pearls. Ever unchanging, unwavering from start to finish, if ever struck upon by a finger upon its lip. A speaking oracle imparting words of wisdom, conveying pearls of meanings in tens and thousands. At times, the secrets of the Quran it speaks. At times, the sayings of the Prophet it reveals. At times, the histories of the deceased are told. At times, the future events are foretold. According to Jami, book served several functions. First, he situates the book as a companion and a true friend, one who would never forsake you. Second, the book was a compendium of knowledge and wisdom. The ideas contained in the book had permanence. They were constant, unlike individuals whose ideas and emotions were subject to change. And most importantly, they serve the task of equally presenting the words of prophets, the histories of the great kings, as well as predictions about future development in politics, culture, health, science, and society. The emphasis on the multiple functions of a book, articulated by Jami in the 15th century, strikes us as very meaningful. It suggests that the book was not only a source of religious pedagogy, but also a source of information and knowledge about other disciplines. The significance on words carrying thoughts and ideas of philosophers, poets, and scholars, along with the words of prophets, was a discernible shift that is observed in the scholarly and literary works of imperial poets at the court of Sultan Hussein Baikara. Can we have the next slide? Now I just briefly touch upon the new artistic shift in Persian painting. The extent of eminence and prestige enjoyed by medieval Persian poets is exemplified in a painting illustrated by Qasim Ali in 1485. Qasim Ali was a disciple of Bizar and he was known to be a chehra gushe, that is, he was a portraitist. In the painting, Nizami's shade welcomes the poets Jami and Nawai in the Dream Garden. We are offered a glimpse of the literary and aesthetic atmosphere that pervaded the late Timurid court in Herat. The scene corresponds to an honorological experience of Mir Ali Sher Nawai. The figures of great Persian poets, past and current, are arranged in hierarchy, with the figure of Nizami, who was active from 1141 to 1209, seated prominently in the center. The composition of Qasim Ali is poetic and lyrical. Recognized as a portrait artist, Ali carefully illustrated the constellation of poets, each with distinct particularity and individuality. The most important figure is that of Nizami, seated in a cluster of 3 men on a horizontal carpet set in a garden surrounded by flowering bushes and trees. Nizami, a 12th century Persian poet, was respected as a learned scholar and master of a lyrical and sensuous style, and credited with creating a bridge between pre-Islamic and Islamic Iran. In the composition, the figure of Nizami is seated to the left facing 2 men, Jami and Nawai. The posture of Nizami is upright as he sits with his feet tucked under him, with both arms outstretched in greeting to welcome Jami, Herat's spiritual leader. The image of Nizami reflects the figure of an old man with white beard and white turban, indexing scholarly pursuits. There is an assortment of books, a pen, and an inkstand arranged in front of the 3 poets, further enhancing the literary mood reflected in this gathering of poets. The seated figure of Jami is slightly bent forward towards Nizami, honoring the great poet in this imaginary meeting located in a Timurid garden in springtime. Jami's one hand is raised towards Nawai, who is being introduced to Nizami. Nawai's head is bowed in reverence and his hands are covered beneath the long sleeves of his grey chappan, a sign of utmost respect. Nawai is shown here as the disciple of Jami, as the latter's hands are left uncovered, a sign recognized as a mark of higher rank. Both Jami and Nawai, however, acknowledged the absolute superiority of the long deceased Nizami, whose ideas and narratives were adapted by poets in 15th century Herat. They are shown seated closest to him. Seated on Nizami's right upon a carpet placed diagonally is the 14th century Indian poet Amir Khusro Dehlvi. Khusro was a Sufi musician, poet, and scholar from India who wrote his Khamsa, challenging the virtuosity of Nizami's epic of the same title. A book is placed before his figure. Seated next to Khusro is the figure of Sadi Shirazi, a 12th century Persian poet and prose writer, recognized as one of the greatest poets of the classical literary tradition. He is shown conversing with the figure of Firdausi, the 10th century author of the epic Shahnama, and celebrated as one of the greatest authors in world literature. The figure of Sanai is seated next to Firdausi holding a book. The figures of Anwari and Khagani are shown seated across a flowing brook with flowering bushes on the right of the composition, standing deferentially, almost like an attendant. Behind the seated figure of Nawai is Hassan from Delhi. Qasim Ali's composition of an image mirroring an imagination may reflect the Platonian concept of an image being the copy of a copy, in the way the artist has copied an imagined idea, first imagined in a dream by Nawai and then communicated to Qasim Ali. Apart from the imagined constellation of great poets from Iran, Central Asia, and India, belonging from the 10th to the 15th centuries, shown with particularity and distinctness, the subjectivity of the poets is accentuated by the display of selective books arranged before them. The inclusion of great literary works associated with distinguished poets who no longer exist, shown in the composition, alludes to the circulation and diffusion of ideas, thoughts, and philosophies contained in them, which continue to exist in present times. Thus, the image could be said to function as Bilderfahrzeug. Now, Bilderfahrzeug really means image vehicles, and it's a term which is coined by German art historian Abi Warburg, who was active from 1866 to 1929. In the context of the particular image, it refers to the creative expression of cultural as well as transcultural memory. So the image could be said to function as Bilderfahrzeug, indexing the amalgamation of great poets from the past and present, gathered under a night sky with a golden crescent moon, celebrating the flowering and circulation of knowledge, imagined as a distinct reality in Nawai's oneirological experience. The reading of this extraordinary image allows us to propose that poets belonging to the 15th century trained on the roots by which knowledge of the past was acquired and assimilated into contemporary times, thereby shedding a reflected light on both the poets of the past as well as those belonging to current times. Notions of individuality and subjectivity explored by Persian poets, both past and current to the times, impacted portrait making too, as evidenced by portrait images of poets illustrated by Qasim Ali. This trend was the result of a combined expression of the gathering of poets, scholars, philosophers, and artists who valued Sufi ideals and found royal patronage, enabling them to communicate their vision in the new literature and art that emerged and flourished during the 15th century in Central Asia. Now we turn our attention to the migration of ideas on individuality and subjectivity from Central Asia to the Indian subcontinent and the significant role that Sufi thought played on Mughal portraiture. Can we have the next slide, please? It must be emphasized that in imitating the expressive devices of both literature and the visual arts initiated by poets and artists from earlier Timurid period, Mughal artists were inserting themselves into an existing tradition, which included the past, the present with the past. Selfhood and subjectivity in Mughal portraits. The Mughals shared their way of life with the Timurid sultans in Central Asia, and upon their arrival into the Indian subcontinent, sought their ancestral literary and artistic heritage for determining individual portrait personalities of their ancestors and themselves in illustrated historical manuscripts. These two folios are from copies of the Babarnama, and here you find the portrait of Babur. Now, when these paintings were being made, then the portrait of of Babur was derived or evolved actually from pen portraits. So because he had long been deceased. So these are imaginary portraits of Babur, but once the motif was created, it was repeated in many of the folios. Continuing in the existing tradition of portraiture explored by Behzad and his school of artists in Central Asian manuscript painting, Indian artists came under the influence of the Behzadian effect. Paintings illustrated by Behzad, which were already in the Mughal library, were thus available to Mughal artists for scrutiny and imitation. Behzad's effect on Mughal artists was not merely reflected in imitation of his works. Mughal artists were aware of portrait images drawn from life of Sultan Baikara and other dignitaries of the Timurid court at Herat by Behzad. Behzad's innovation may have triggered the practice of making portraits from life by Persian masters too, who were directly trained by the old and infirm Behzad at Tabriz. So after the decline of the Timurid dynasty, after the death of Sultan Baikara, the artists, poets, and there was a great diffusion of all these literary and artistic masters from the court of Herat to other parts of Central Asia. And during this period, Behzad is known to have migrated from Herat to Tabriz and subsequently to the Safavid courts. And it is under him that many of the Safavid artists were trained, and portraiture became an important aspect of Safavid paintings. And two of these artists were brought by Humayun when he returned from Central Asia to India. So, and it was these master artists from the Safavid courts that trained the local Indian artists during the reign of Akbar. So these Persian artists, when they arrived in India with Humayun, would have been keen to introduce the practice of actual portraits drawn from life of emperors and the diverse men occupying various offices at the Mughal court. Can we have the next slide, please? Beginning with the reign of Akbar, we are introduced to recognizable portraits of emperors and their courtiers, marking distinctness and verisimilitude in the features of historical men in pre-modern India. In the case of representing portraits of Mughal ancestors, the artists developed prototypes of particular rulers like Timur, Babur, and Humayun, who became recognizable images even though they were created by the artist's imagination, sometimes guided by the written descriptions of their particular features and contemporary sources. Another unique feature of portraits of emperors drawn by Mughal artists is the representation. The next slide, please. Here you see a folio in which the portrait of Akbar is shown, and he is receiving the Iranian ambassador. So you see the distinctness of both the men belonging to two different regions. I mean, because the Iranian ambassador belonged to the Safavid dynasty, and Akbar's features were more Mongol in character. And this distinctness, I mean, the basic distinctness you can see from the image on the right. So the next one, please. Next slide, please. So the artist representation of youthful, middle-aged, and mature portraits denoting the passage of time and aging on their sovereign. So all these are portraits of Akbar as he was shown growing older, and then finally as a mature person. Although Abul Fazl described Akbar as the perfect man in the written chronicles, the portrait personality of the emperor illustrated in the Akbarnama foreground is human nature. Akbar as a child king, a youthful king, and a middle-aged king. The passage of time represented upon the portrait of the emperor finds resonance in the Sufi ontologies of the self, arising from Neoplatonic and Aristotelian philosophies explored by Jami at the court of Hussein Baikara. For experiencing the concept of nafsiya, regarded as selfhood and its relation to the body, the Sufi philosopher argues that the body grows and changes and is constantly in the state of becoming something else. Therefore, the medieval artist was already aware of the different stages that the body underwent: youth, adulthood, and aging, in order to comprehend the idea of selfhood and subjectivity discussed by early medieval Sufi philosophers. Migrating to the Mughal court, these ideas were claimed, absorbed, and expressed upon the body of the emperor in various folios of historical manuscripts, illustrated by contemporary artists. Thus, portraits of Akbar in the historical and biographical manuscripts reveal certain distinctive characteristics in the personality of the emperor, which require closer examination and engagement with the rich literary discourse prevalent during the times. This poetics between text and image led to a shift in the position of the human or individual in the intellectual history of the times. As I hope to show with a detailed analysis of a posthumous portrait of Akbar, illustrated during the reign of Jahangir, who reigned from 1605 to 1627, this shift was crucial for the crystallization of concepts of the individual, which produced a need for the depiction of individual lives and personalities. European naturalism provided the means to fulfill a desire that had already arisen in the Timurid intellectual milieu. The techniques offered by European art found fertile ground in Mughal India because of the convergence of earlier lineages of thinking on the subject of individuals, self and selfhood in medieval Persian literature. So now the main part of this paper, the image of a mole on Akbar's nose. Can we have the next slide, please? The portrait image of Akbar is observed in many illustrated historical manuscripts produced during the emperor's reign. It is best represented in the folios of the Akbarnama, or the Book of Akbar. The folio Akbar receiving his younger brother Mirza Muhammad Hakim, painted by Govardhan from the second Akbarnama, shows the portrait of Akbar drawn in his likeness. Govardhan's painting is one of the finest examples of Neem Kalam. Neem Kalam is actually a style of illustration which emerged during the last decade of the 16th century at the Mughal court. The artist drew the image with fine brushwork restricted his palette to shades and tones of limited colors like brown, grey, green, and red, which is observed in this painting, which I'm presenting. The sheer beauty of draftsmanship, delicacy of tint, which emphasize volume and depth of every figure and object, and the artist's mastery over verisimilitude displayed on the portraits of the emperor, his brother, and other members of the emperor's coterie makes this folio a masterpiece to behold. The artist displays his dexterity in every aspect of the composition. The architecture shown at the back of the seated emperor and on the top register is very finely executed. All lines recede to a single point perspective. The curtain held up by a string and bunched towards the right in the upper story wall is rendered with fine shading using the technique of stippling, adding depth and volume to the folds of the fabric. The attention to detail by Govardhan is exemplified in the patterns of the carpet placed below the throne. Tiny colorful birds are shown flying around the emperor's feet, as if his divine presence beckoned these little birds, like honeybees attracted to a flower's nectar. Below a rolled up red canopy, Akbar is shown seated on a six-sided Timurid throne, painted with delicate details that include gold patterns engraved upon the sides. The emperor is dressed in a white transparent muslin jama that reaches elegantly below his knees. The jama is tied on the right, embellished with white and gold tassels. A black and red sash with tiny bandhni patterns. It's a tie-and-dye fabric dyeing technique popular even today, is wrapped around the emperor's waist, fringed with gold patterned edges and placed lightly over his folded leg. Ornamented with minimum jewels, Akbar is shown with two richly engraved daggers tucked into a golden cloth tied at the waist. The next image, please. The portrait features of Mirza Hakim, shown in 3/4 profile, has been rendered with utmost fineness. His eyes look up towards Akbar, whose eyes are focused into the distance. Each strand of the Mirza's beard is painted individually with light and dark tones, resulting in a thick textured beard. It is, however, the portrait image of Akbar that demands our special attention, which is the portrait of Mirza Muhammad Hakim is on the left, and the portrait of Akbar is on the right. By now, I think the portrait of Akbar is already recognizable to my audience. A 3/4 profile with Mongol features, a drooping mustache, and a soft double-layered chin indicates Akbar's portrait, recognizable from earlier folios. However, besides the stunning artwork, the artist's inclusion of a significant anatomical detail on Akbar's face allows me to suggest that Govardhan's painting could be honoring Jahangir's description of his father in his memoirs, the Tuzuke Jahangiri. Jahangir ascended the throne in 1605 after Akbar's death. He began writing his memoirs during the first 12 years of his reign, in which he described the physical appearance, particularly the facial features of Akbar, in his own words. I quote, in his august personal appearance, he was of middle height, but inclining to be tall. He was of the hue of wheat. His eyes and eyebrows were black, and his complexion rather dark than fair. He was lion-bodied, with a broad chest, and his hands and arms were long. On the left side of his nose he had a fleshy mole, very agreeable in appearance, of the size of half a pea. Those skilled in the science of physiognomy considered this mole a sign of great prosperity and exceeding good fortune. Excuse me. Jahangir describes a particular feature of his father's face, which, if the emperor had not described it in the above passage, would not perhaps have been known to us. Obviously, everybody who saw Akbar, including his artists, must have noted the mole on the emperor's face. However, it is possible to argue that the artist introduced this essential detail on the emperor's portrait only after Jahangir drew attention to it and spoke of it as a symbol of auspiciousness. The mole has a very important symbolism in Persian literature. The mole was significant in Sufi thought as it symbolized the divine essence in its transcendental aspect. In Sufi poetics, the face corresponded to the essence in its immanent aspect, that is, the essence with its attributes and names. The eyes and lips represented attributes of majesty and beauty, respectively. The down on the face corresponded to the created world, and the hair or curls to the sensual world. Humans and their attributes, representing the microcosmic, could therefore also correspond to the Quran, described as the macrocosmic aspect. I quote, "Your face is like a Quran copy, without correction and mistake. When the pen of fate has written, which the pen of fate has written exclusively from musk. Your eyes and your mouth are verses and the dot for stopping. Your eyebrows are the madda for lengthening the alif, first letter of the alphabet. The eyelashes, the signs of declension, and the mole and the down, letters and dots." In addition to the interpretation of the divine aspect of the occurrence of a mole on an enlightened face, the mole appears as a symbol of physiognomic beauty in medieval Persian poetry, so graceful that all the beautiful features of the face coalesce into the mole. Exalting the beauty of the city of Shiraz, can we have the next slide, please? And comparing it to a mole on the face of his beloved, Hafiz, the Persian poet, declares, that's his verse, "Just for one glimpse of the mole on my beloved's face, which is the beloved city of Shiraz, I would readily give up the splendors of Hindustan, Samarkand, and Bukhara." Legend has it that when Timur asked Hafiz how he dared write a poem gifting away the great wealth of the cities of Hindustan, Samarkand, and Bukhara, which Timur had conquered and beautified, for the sake of a gaze on Shiraz, the poet's beloved home, Hafiz, with great wit, had responded, "That is why I am the poor Fakir Hafiz." The mole on the left side of Akbar's nose was a marker of God-gifted physiognomy, corresponding to the attributes of the perfect man stated in medieval Persian texts. Jahangir, it may be argued, wanted to highlight his father's divine status by describing this very important physiognomic symbol of beauty, grace, and prosperity observed on his father's face, identifying with Sufi thought, even though it is known Jahangir had engaged with Hindu and Jain monks and holy men and their philosophical and religious texts. He chose to cite the poetics of 15th century Sufi poets to mark the auspiciousness of his father's individual features for memorializing the posthumous image of his father. In conclusion, the Mughals shared their way of life with Timurid sultans in Central Asia. Upon their arrival into the Indian subcontinent, the emperors sought ways in which they could claim, emulate, and project the glory, prestige, and cultural efflorescence of their ancestors during their own reign in Hindustan. The first Mughal emperor, Babur, was introduced to the refinements of literary and artistic explorations experienced at the Timurid court of Sultan Hussein Baikara before he arrived in the east and conquered India. He was known to have brought with him several Timurid manuscripts, including illustrated ones containing paintings by Behzad that were later inscribed with signatures of Mughal emperors, acknowledging and validating the value of the calligrapher and the artist who produced these masterpieces. The second Mughal emperor, Humayun too, contributed to the Mughal cultural capital by bringing Safavid artists to India, some of whom were trained under the legendary Behzad. These master artists brought with them the technique and knowledge of making distinctive portraits and were credited with the training and mentoring of local artists who were initiated into the Persian canon of painting. During the reign of Akbar, a project to illustrate the histories of, I think the next slide. No, I'm sorry. During the reign of Akbar, a project to illustrate the histories of the Turco-Mongol dynasties was undertaken. The historical manuscripts that were produced included the Jami al-Tawarik, the history of the Mongols, the Tarikh-e-Khandani-e-Timuriya, the history of the Timurids, several copies of the Baburnama, memoir of Babur, the Humayun-Nama, biography of Humayun, and 3 known copies of the Akbarnama, the life and reign of Akbar. Thus, a need for distinctness and particularity for distinguishing the portraits of various rulers of the Turco-Mongol dynasties could have arisen, due to which Mughal artists may have sought the artistic practices explored by Behzad and his school of artists for determining individual portrait personalities of Mughal emperors and their ancestors. In this regard, the introduction of techniques of verisimilitude achieved by European artists, observed in the prints and paintings which were brought by Jesuit missionaries to Akbar's court, may have provided the suitable vehicle for Mughal artists to either transpose or emulate into their own artworks. Thus, we can summarize that the intention of Mughal artists was not to copy the European way of painting, but rather to apply a selective use of European naturalism for indexing the individuality of their patron, setting him apart from other rulers. Regarding the inclusion of aspects of subjectivity observed upon imperial portraits, it can be argued that the Mughal interest in European way of painting was not caused by taking over a European cultural pattern, that is humanism, but rather by a parallel Persian approach to subjectivity. Thus, the stunning image of the portrait of Akbar shown with a mole upon his nose could be said to exemplify the notion of subjectivity observed in Mughal portraiture in response to Persian Sufism and the European mode of painting as a suitable vehicle for expressing this. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. We will now take up the questions that we have received from YouTube. Okay. There is a question from Devopruti Mondol. Did the Mughal painters get influenced by traditional Indian paintings and Puranic tales?
Thank you for your question. It is true that before the Mughals arrived in India, there was already a tradition of manuscript painting, which was brought from Central Asia to India by the Sultanate rulers. But the explorations in these particular paintings were like the colors were very primary. There was no depiction of any kind of emotions or gestures. So they were a little stiff, the figures, and very basic. That was the Sultanate period. The few copies that we have, the few examples that we have from this period. Before this period, there was of course, the Indian format of painting, which was on horizontal manuscripts, and along with the text, there were small portions, which were small parts in this on this surface, which were painted. So they did exist, and the artists who joined the Mughal court, they were trained in this kind of painting. So it is true that the Mughals were already aware of a style of this different strands of paintings, which were already there in the Indian subcontinent. And it was really the two great masters of Persian painting who came with Humayun to Hindustan, who trained the 100-odd artists who joined Akbar's court in the middle of the 16th century. And only after they were trained and deemed, responsible to carry out their own like compositions and coloring and making portraits, were they given the responsibility of making these fantastic folios, that some of which that you saw. But there are also other, there were, like, you can see the way the painters are graduating from being very novice painters and then to becoming some of the finest painters of the 17th century. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Dr. Muhammad Ashraf Dar, Dr. Utsha Ray, and Dr. Chandani Mukherjee, they really liked your paper and they thanked you. There is another question from Devopruti Mondol. He's asking, was there any exchange of cultures between Ottoman artists and Indian artists? Between Ottoman artists and Indian artists?
We know that there was a lot of migration of artists, philosophers, thinkers, and others who came from Central Asia as well as Samarkand. Samarkand, and from the north, as well as from Safavid artists who came to the Deccan. But we don't have instances of Ottoman artists from the Ottoman Empire coming to India. We have letters being exchanged, farmans, but we don't have, at least I have not come across this exchange. But we know that the Ottomans were definitely aware of the greatness and the power of the Mughal Empire, and perhaps other scholars may be looking at this. There is a whole collection of paintings which is called the Dees albums, and these were acquired by this person, Dees, Colonel Dees, and they are now preserved at the Bibliothek, the Stabi in Berlin. And I had an opportunity to look at some of the folios, and these folios had a lot of influence of the Chinese art in these folios. But it's also, but some of these folios I feel I have not really explored it, must have come to Mughal India. And somehow that these then later were again shifted after Nadir Shah came to India and took away of most of these paintings which were there in the Mughal library, and they somehow reached the Ottoman Empire. So there is this kind of flow and circulation of these images, and one of the reasons for this is that these paintings were very portable, so they could be moved around very easily, and these were also the spoils of war, and they were highly valued objects, these illustrated manuscripts.
There is a question from Dr. Muhammad Ashraf Dar. What was the symbolism of Bihisht in these paintings?
I don't understand.
What was the symbolism of the Bihisht in these paintings?
I'm sorry, you have to explain me the term Bihisht.
So if Dr. Muhammad Ashraf Dar, if you are here, please type it in the box in a elaborate manner. What do you exactly mean by this? So moving on to the next question from Professor Nupur Dasgupta. How much did the Rajput paintings imbibe the Mughal tenets of painting?
Oh, so much, so much. Thank you for this question. When the Mughals established themselves in North India, one of the ways by which they, extended their empire was through including the Rajput kings into their courts. So we have the record of many Rajput kings. I think the first few were from Bikaner, then the Haddas, from Jodhpur, the Marwar kings, from Amer, all coming into the courts of the Mughals. And it is over here that they see this great efflorescence of art and cultural, the material culture that was being produced under the Mughals. And they also were, along with being military commanders, for example, Jaswant Singh of Marwar, he was there as one of the main military commanders in Lahore, and he also went to Kashmir. So he saw these Mughal gardens. He saw the gardens that were made in Kashmir. He also saw the gardens which were made outside around the Taj Mahal. And when he came back to Marwar, he created these gardens and these pleasure palaces. And these are reflected in the paintings that, so they made ateliers, and they had artists who also, after the decline of the Mughal Empire, a lot of these artists found themselves without patrons. So they again migrated to the surrounding neighboring provincial cities, and they found patronage in the Rajput courts. And what is very interesting, because very recently I've been studying these portraits of Rajput Rajas, Maharajas, the Ranas, the Raos of Bikaner, Mewar, Marwar. And I see that there is a shift from these standing portrait images of these rulers, which were assembled into albums, which are called murakkas for easy reference, to these Maharajas in these imaginary gardens with mountains at the back, lots of rivers and ponds with ducks and birds and lotuses. So they changed the landscape. They put themselves in these paintings, so they were again drawn from life, and they were distinct portraits. But now, instead of just being ethnographic studies of standing portrait images, these artists, they created these kind of imaginary, very beautiful landscapes, and they placed their rulers inside these compositions. So there was a shift again from the Mughal distinctive style, which recorded mainly day-to-day activities and the darbar and hunts, to these portraits of emperors, of Maharajas in garden landscapes. So there is a shift, and but there was a lot of paintings which were made, and during the time of the Mughals, they illustrated a lot of Central Asian and Persian texts like the Shahnama. Then they were Sikandar Nama, the Laila Majnu, these other stories which were illustrated. Many copies were illustrated. Whereas in the Rajput courts, they took up the Indic texts, that is Mahabharat, the Ramayana, and also these folk stories like Dhola Maru in Rajasthan. So these texts were illustrated, as well as the Baramasas and the Ragamala series of paintings, and a lot of bhakti paintings like Krishna and Radha in these poems like Baramasa, in these poems like Rasika Priya, and these kind of subjects were taken up for illustration. Thank you.
Going back to the previous question of which was put forwarded by Dr. Muhammad Ashraf Dar, he's asking what is the symbolism of heaven in these paintings?
I don't think I can answer this question very honestly, because I have not really studied it. But there have been mention of these in the confluence of the birds. I haven't studied these texts actually. My main emphasis was Shahnama and Sikandarnama, so I will not be able to answer this question very honestly actually. So I excuse myself actually.
Okay. Ma'am, there is another question from Anuprita Chatterjee. She's asking you to kindly elaborate on the geometric shapes and symbols used in Mughal paintings.
As how geometric shapes? How do you mean geometric shapes?
Well, this is the question. This is from the YouTube platform, so I think she will elaborate it in a while.
I'm not sure about geometric shapes being used specifically. I mean, unless you're talking about the monuments, the fort at Fatehpur Sikri, which was illustrated a lot during the time of Akbar. So, but I don't understand geometric shapes as in abstract forms. That was not explored during the time of the Mughals. So, I'm not sure how to answer this.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much for answering these questions. It was really very exciting to see all these folios. It was very exciting for us. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Yeah, my pleasure.
On behalf of the Department of History, Jadavpur University, and on behalf of all the students of medieval and early modern enthusiast students, I would like to thank all the esteemed speakers for this wonderful and stimulating papers, for taking us on this wonderful journey that began with defining emotions of defining emotions from multidisciplinary perspective to understand Sufi practices in India, to a feel of the physical archives. And now when we are seeking more online access, Dr. Rajarshi Ghosh reminded us that how this feel of physical archive is also important to redefining Mughal authority from the borderland, and how to use legal documents and legal cases to bring out the complex relation between Dutch officials and local economic actors, to the very pressing question of how to interpret incidents of violence in medieval Indian history. And then we had this wonderful paper by Professor Tanuja Kothiyal to how to define a historical to define a historical region, and how identities are formed, represented, and defined. Then we had this wonderful paper on medical texts, medical erotological text intertextuality that was quite enlightening for us. We learned about how to how to research when we go through this intertextual maze, and how to write a cultural history of social anxiety. And finally, these beautiful folios by Bihzad Kasim Ali to show that, and Dr. Dipanita Donde showed us these beautiful folios to explain how Persian approach to subjectivity and Persian Sufism inspired Mughal portraiture. So thank you so much, all the esteemed speakers, and I thank the participants who have made possible this enthralling conversation with their questions and comments. So here we conclude the medieval and early modern segment, and on behalf of the department, I invite you all to join us for tomorrow's proceedings on modern history.
Thank you everyone for joining these two sessions today, and as well as on the 25th, and kind of look forward to more such interactions in the future. So thank you so much, and thanks a lot to our volunteers, without which we could not have time. And the volunteers. Thank you.